2 missiles nearly killed you in Harbin. You were in a coma for 3 months. General Warren sneered, flanked by the world's most elite psychic assassins in the heart of their secret Arctic base. Today, you face the combined power of 4 nations. How can one man hope to win? They remembered the broken agent from China's 9th Bureau. They knew about the system that granted him power. They had no idea who, or what, they were truly dealing with. Ethan wiped a trickle of blood from his lips, his gaze sweeping over the captured time wielder, Natasha, held in a containment field. A slow, cold smile touched his lips. You brought an army to kill a man, he said, his eyes beginning to glow with an unnerving golden light. You should have brought a god. Before Ethan could make his choice, he was shaken back to reality by Urshi. Urshi looked at him with concern and offered, Ethan, don't you like crispy noodles? Why don't you come home with me? I'll have my mom make you some flatbread and scrambled eggs. How about that? It's my favorite. Ethan looked at Urshi's sincere face and knew he had already made his choice, but he decided to visit Urshi's home first to hear his parents' opinions. So, he smiled and replied, all right, let's go to your place. Hearing this, Urshi grinned happily, revealing a set of clean, white teeth, his eyes crinkling into slits. He nodded vigorously, then took Ethan's hand and said excitedly, let's go now, my parents are home. On the way, Urshi skipped ahead, occasionally turning back to urge Ethan to keep up, while Ethan followed quietly behind. Ethan smiled and teased, it's been a long time since I've eaten at your house. I'm going to eat a lot today. Urshi agreed without hesitation, his face full of joy. Okay, let's go. If you don't have enough, I'll give you my share. With that, he grabbed Ethan's arm and ran towards his home, leaving a trail of cheerful laughter behind them. They soon arrived at Urshi's house. Before they even entered, Urshi shouted, Dad, Mom, Ethan came to play with me. He wasn't lost after all. Urshi's parents came out of the kitchen, their faces beaming with warm smiles. Come in, Ethan. It's been so long. By my count, you should have graduated by now, right? Urshi talks about you all the time. Urshi's mother said warmly. Yes, Uncle Chun, Aunt Chun. I graduated not long ago. I had some time, so I came to see Urshi. Ethan replied with a smile. Urshi, however, was a bit anxious. Mom, is the food ready? I promised to treat Ethan to flatbread and scrambled eggs. Urshi's mother smiled and said, it's all ready. Come inside, let's eat. Everyone sat around the table. Urshi's mother skillfully served the flatbread and scrambled eggs, and the aroma instantly filled the room. Ethan, don't be shy, eat up. Urshi's father said kindly. Ethan took a bite of the flatbread and couldn't help but praise. Aunt Chun, your cooking is getting better and better. This flatbread is delicious. Hearing Ethan's praise, Urshi's mother laughed happily. Haha, I'm glad you like it. Come over more often. Urshi also said proudly, of course my mom's cooking is the best. After they finished eating, Urshi's father took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, skillfully pulled one out, and lit it. He took a deep drag, exhaling a plume of smoke, then offered the pack and lighter to Ethan. Ethan accepted them naturally and lit one for himself. After slowly exhaling a puff of smoke, Ethan spoke with a grave expression. Uncle Chun, Aunt Chun, I wonder what your plans are for Urshi's future. Hearing this, Urshi's father let out a heavy sigh. Plans? What plans can we have? We just take it one day at a time. You see Urshi's condition. While your aunt and I are here, we can take care of him. But when we're gone, we can only leave it to fate and let the boy fend for himself. Hearing this, Urshi looked confused and quickly asked, Dad, where are you going? If it's somewhere fun, take me with you. Hearing her son's innocent words, Urshi's mother couldn't help but feel a wave of sorrow. Her eyes reddened, and she began to wipe away tears. Urshi, Mom and Dad aren't going anywhere. We'll always be with you, always by your side. Urshi's father took a deep drag of his cigarette, looking at Urshi with a helpless expression, and sighed deeply. Silly boy, how could Mom and Dad bear to leave you? It's just, let's not talk about it. Urshi didn't understand why his parents were always sighing, but he still tried to comfort them sensibly. Mom, Dad, don't worry, I'll be fine. And I can earn money now. Last time I helped Uncle Lee's family, he not only fed me, but also gave me 50 yuan. Urshi's mother wiped the tears from her eyes, gently stroking Urshi's head, and said with relief, Good. Urshi has grown up and can earn money now. Ethan watched the family quietly, feeling a deep unease. He knew he couldn't just stand by any longer. He had to do everything he could to help them out of their predicament. So, he took a deep breath and said, Uncle Chun, Aunt Chun, I actually have a way to make Urshi a normal person. I just don't know what you two think about it. Urshi's father's eyes instantly lit up. He asked eagerly, What way? Tell me quickly. Ethan said with a solemn expression, Uncle Chun, it's like this. I happen to obtain a medicine that is said to treat brain damage. After much research and inquiry, it's highly likely this medicine can cure Urshi's condition. But, as you know, Uncle Chun, Urshi has been living innocently in the world of his childhood for so long, without experiencing the complexities and pressures of the adult world. If we suddenly make his mind that of an adult, I can't say for sure whether he can handle and adapt to such a huge change. So, whether to give Urshi this medicine or not, ultimately, you two have to decide. Urshi's parents exchanged a look, their eyes filled with struggle and hesitation. After a long while, Urshi's father finally spoke slowly. This is indeed a difficult matter. If Urshi can get better, that would be wonderful, but what if he can't handle it? Wouldn't we be harming him? Urshi's mother wiped her tears and said, but we can't just watch Urshi like this forever. He deserves to have a normal life. Ethan remained silent, understanding the parents' conflicting emotions. Just then, Urshi, who had been quietly playing with a toy car in the corner, suddenly ran over, tugging at his mother's sleeve, and said with a grin, Mom, look how beautiful this toy car is. When I grow up, I'll buy you a real car and build a new house for our family. His bright eyes sparkled with anticipation and longing, as if he could already see a beautiful future. Urshi's words shocked everyone present. His father clenched his fists tightly, biting his lip fiercely as if he had made a decision. In a trembling voice, he said to Ethan, Ethan, I've decided. No matter the outcome, we have to try this medicine. If it doesn't work in the end, then we'll just have to accept it as his fate. With that, Urshi's father let out a deep sigh, his eyes gleaming with a determined light. Ethan nodded with a determined expression and silently communicated to the system in his mind. System, I choose option C. A voice from the system responded, Congratulations, host, selection complete. Your early golden core stage cultivation will now be sealed for 7 days, during which you will only be able to exert the strength of an early foundation establishment cultivator. Ethan paid no mind to his cultivation being sealed. With a calm expression, he quickly took a piece of candy from his pocket and unhesitatingly popped it into Urshi's mouth. At the same time, he spoke to the system in his mind. System, use points to restore Chun Xinghua to normal. As soon as he finished speaking, a brilliant red light shot like a meteor into Urshi's head. Urshi instantly closed his eyes, his expression shifting between relaxed and tense. The mysterious red light seemed to possess a magical power, continuously repairing his long-damaged brain. Memories from all these years flashed through his mind like a surging tide. After a tense half-hour wait, Urshi finally, slowly opened his eyes. His gaze was no longer dull, but filled with life and vitality. He walked steadily to his parents, his voice slightly choked with emotion, and said, Dad, Mom, Urshi is back. The couple looked at their son's clear, deep eyes, their hands trembling as tears of joy streamed down their faces. They hugged their son tightly, their voices trembling as they repeated, It's good that you're back. It's good that you're back. Each word was filled with years of longing and worry. At that moment, it was as if the entire world consisted of just the three of them, warm and touching. Ethan watched this heartwarming scene with joy, but a sliver of doubt lingered in his mind. He quietly asked the system, after Urshi's brain was damaged, his intelligence remained at the level of a 7-year-old. Even if it's repaired now, shouldn't he need a period of learning and cognitive development to be like a normal person? The system responded, Host, with this system personally taking action, such a trivial problem can naturally be solved once and for all. I not only implanted the thought patterns and a complete cognitive system of a normal person, but he has now perfectly integrated all his past memories and is no different from a normal person. After hearing the system's detailed explanation, Ethan's worried heart finally settled. When he turned his gaze to Urshi, he found Urshi staring intently at him. Ethan, thank you. As soon as he finished speaking, Urshi eagerly and wholeheartedly gave Ethan a solid, powerful hug. Feeling Urshi's strong embrace, Ethan's eyes grew a little misty. He gently patted Urshi's back and said, Urshi, there's no need for thanks between us. Seeing you get better is more important than anything. Urshi released him, his eyes full of gratitude and determination. Ethan, if you ever need my help in the future, just ask. You gave me my life back. At this point, Urshi's parents also came forward, holding Ethan's hand, their voices trembling with excitement. Ethan, you are our family's great benefactor. We will never forget this kindness. Ethan smiled and shook his head. Uncle Chun, Aunt Chun, don't say that. Seeing Urshi recover has also lifted a weight off my mind. He then looked at Urshi with concern and asked, Urshi, do you have any thoughts about your future? Urshi frowned slightly, thought for a moment, and then said with a solemn expression, To be honest, I haven't really thought much about the future. I know I've wasted too much time and don't have much education, but I have strength, and I'm willing to work hard. Anyway, I'm fine now, healthy and strong. It can't be worse than before, right? You can rest easy. Ethan smiled and patted his shoulder, his eyes full of approval. You have a pretty good attitude, positive and optimistic. All right, you should spend some time talking with your parents. I should be heading home. Urshi walked Ethan to the door and watched his figure recede into the distance, murmuring, Ethan, wait for me. When I've grown, I'll come help you. Ethan walked out of the village with a smile on his face. He found a deserted corner, opened his system space, and instantly vanished. When he reappeared, he was back at his home in East Lake Villa. The next morning was bright and sunny. Ethan woke up early, quickly washed up, and then sat on the living room sofa, waiting for Mei Wang to prepare breakfast. Before long, Mei Wang came over with a steaming glass of soy milk, placed it on the table, and gently urged, "Son, eat quickly, don't leave on an empty stomach." Ethan smiled and agreed, picking up the bowl and taking a large gulp of the sweet, delicious soy milk. The feeling of warmth and happiness washed over him, making him reflect that perhaps such an ordinary life was the truest and most beautiful. After finishing his soy milk, Ethan said goodbye to his mother, hurried to the airport, and boarded a flight to Harbin. Once on the plane, Ethan didn't chat or read like other passengers. Instead, he simply closed his eyes to rest. Meanwhile, on another flight from Shanghai to a remote province, Mia Ming sat alone by the window, gazing blankly at the receding city. Her heart was filled with conflict and struggle, and tears involuntarily slid down her cheeks. Just yesterday, she had received a notice from the hospital that she had fully recovered, and all her test results were normal. However, this sudden illness had made her profoundly aware of the fragility and unpredictability of life. Recalling her past, Mia Ming felt immense self-reproach. She realized she had wasted too much precious time chasing fame, fortune, and material pleasures, while neglecting the truly important people and things around her. Now, she was determined to change this way of life and re-examine the value of her existence. So, she resolutely signed up for a volunteer teaching program, choosing a primary school in a remote mountainous area. She wanted to use her own strength to bring hope and knowledge to the children there, so they could have a broader future. She believed that only through education could these children's destinies be changed, allowing them to escape the shackles of poverty and ignorance. At the same time, she also looked forward to finding her own life's purpose and meaning in the process. While resting with his eyes closed, Ethan was suddenly awakened by a commotion. He frowned in annoyance and turned to a nearby flight attendant, asking with a hint of displeasure, "What's going on? Why is it so noisy?" The flight attendant quickly walked over, a look of apology on her face, and softly explained, "I'm sorry to have disturbed your rest, sir." A young boy up front spilled a cup of orange juice on a lady's clothes, and the two of them started arguing. Hearing this, Ethan couldn't help but feel a sense of resignation. There were more and more spoiled brats in society these days, often overindulged by their parents to the point of being lawless, lacking basic manners and upbringing. If it had happened to him, he would have definitely taught the arrogant brat a lesson he wouldn't forget. But since it didn't involve him, he couldn't be bothered to interfere. As the argument gradually died down, Ethan stopped paying attention and closed his eyes again, continuing to enjoy the rare moment of peace. But just when you don't look for trouble, trouble finds you. At that moment, a round, ball-like little boy came up to Ethan. He spotted the phone on Ethan's tray table, immediately reached out his chubby hand to grab it, and demanded, "Open the phone. I want to play games." His sudden action stunned Ethan for a moment, but he quickly reacted, snatching his phone back. He then stared at the little boy and said coldly, "Get lost. Stay away from me." However, the little boy was not intimidated by Ethan's attitude. Instead, he tried to snatch the phone again, simultaneously bursting into tears. "Mommy, help me. This idiot hit me." Wah. Hearing her son's cries, a middle-aged woman built like a barrel rushed over. The little boy immediately broke free from Ethan's grasp and threw himself into his mother's arms, wiping away tears as he tattled, "Mommy, this idiot not only wouldn't let me play with his phone, but he also hit me." After speaking, he didn't forget to point a finger at Ethan, a triumphant look on his face. The middle-aged woman, upon hearing this, became furious. She glared at Ethan and yelled, "What's wrong with you? Arguing with a child? What's the big deal if he wants to play with your phone for a little while?" Ethan frowned and responded with a serious expression, "This is my phone. Why should I have to give it to him just because he wants it? And I didn't hit him at all." The woman was relentless, her hands on her hips, her voice growing shriller. A child wouldn't lie. You're a grown man. Can't you be a little more accommodating? I think you just have no manners." Hitting a child. The surrounding passengers started to look over, whispering among themselves. Ethan felt both angry and helpless. He took a deep breath, trying to remain calm. "Ma'am, please be reasonable. Your child tried to snatch my phone without permission, which is wrong in itself." But the woman wouldn't listen, continuing her tirade. "I don't care. You must apologize to my son today, or this isn't over." A sharp slapping sound echoed, and everyone, including the woman, froze in stun. They never would have imagined that Ethan would suddenly resort to violence. The little boy let out a pained scream, covering his face as he cried. Ethan sneered and said, "I never accept being falsely accused. You said I hit him, so I had to make it true." The little boy wailed loudly. The woman quickly helped up her son, whose face was already swelling, and glared at Ethan with fire in her eyes, screaming, "You damn little bastard. How dare you hit my son in front of me? I'll fight you." With that, the woman reached out to scratch Ethan's face. However, as soon as her hand was out, Ethan grabbed her wrist and gave it a light flick. With a thud, the woman fell to the floor, letting out a muffled sound. She cried out in pain, a look of terror flashing in her eyes. The surrounding passengers were stunned, not expecting the young man to be so formidable. The woman struggled to her feet, pointed at Ethan, and shrieked, You dare hit me. Oof. Try saying that one more time, Ethan said coldly. The woman shuddered, realizing she had encountered someone she couldn't bully, but the resentment in her heart was still unbearable. She began to wail, Is there no justice in this world? A grown man bullying a mother and child. At that moment, a flight attendant came over with a sturdy young man. He looked at the crying woman, frowned, and asked, What happened here? I am the air marshal on this flight. I ask all passengers to remain calm. Hearing that the air marshal had arrived, the woman immediately pointed at Ethan and said, Officer, you have to stand up for us. This kid just hit my son, and he hit me too. Look at what he did to my son. She pointed to her son's swollen face as she spoke. The air marshal looked at the little boy, then turned to Ethan and asked, Young man, is what this lady says true? If so, why did you hit them? Ethan looked at the air marshal, his face expressionless, and replied, Officer, this child tried to snatch my phone. This barrel not only refused to apologize but also insulted me, so I hit them. The woman, hearing Ethan call her a barrel, turned purple with rage. You little bastard, you're the barrel. Your whole family are barrels. You say my son snatched your phone, do you have any proof? At this point, the other passengers, adhering to the principle of not getting involved, remained silent. Just as the woman was looking at Ethan triumphantly, a girl stood up and said, Officer, I can prove that what this handsome gentleman said is true. This spoiled brat not only tried to snatch his phone, but he also spilled orange juice all over me earlier. Hearing someone stand up and testify, the woman became furious and cursed, You little tramp. My son accidentally got your clothes dirty, and now you're framing him. Has your conscience been eaten by a dog? The air marshal spoke with a stern face. Ma'am, please watch your language. We now have a witness who can testify that your son tried to snatch the phone. If you continue to be so unreasonable, we will take further action. Don't you dare frame my son. I think you're all in this together. The woman continued to argue, not giving up. Mommy, they're all bullying me, the little boy cried out. The air marshal tried to comfort the little boy. All right, little friend, don't cry. If this is truly a misunderstanding, we will investigate it thoroughly after we land. You'd better. If you dare to frame my son, I won't let you off. The woman glared fiercely at the air marshal and Ethan. The air marshal then addressed everyone. All right, everyone, please calm down and don't disturb the other passengers. After calming both parties, he turned and left. The commotion temporarily subsided, but the atmosphere in the cabin remained somewhat tense. Shortly after, the plane landed safely at its destination. The passengers disembarked in an orderly fashion, while Ethan and the mother-son duo were escorted by flight crew to the airport security office. The girl who had spoken up voluntarily came along as a witness. Once at the security office, they entered a mediation room where a police officer sat at a desk, looking at the four of them sternly. The officer began, I've been briefed on the situation by the air marshal. I suggest you two parties reach a settlement, as it's a minor issue. He then turned to Ethan, his tone severe. Regardless of the circumstances, it was wrong of you to resort to violence. You should compensate them for some medical expenses. Hearing the officer's words, the middle-aged woman immediately became arrogant and declared triumphantly, Just paying money won't be enough. He must apologize to my son in person. Otherwise, this matter won't be resolved so easily. However, Ethan merely scoffed contemptuously, responding without showing any weakness. Compensation? An apology? You must be dreaming. At this point, the girl standing by could no longer hold back. She stood up and said, Officer, that's not what happened. It was clearly this little boy who tried to snatch someone else's property first, so this incident is not this gentleman's fault at all. The officer frowned and looked at the girl. Miss, a settlement is the best solution. If we were to pursue this formally, his actions on the plane endangered flight safety. He would not only be fined but also face detention, and he would be blacklisted from flying on commercial airlines. Ethan's brow furrowed tightly, his eyes filled with anger, but he remained silent. The woman, upon hearing the potential punishment for Ethan, immediately wore a smug expression. She crossed her arms and said haughtily, Did you hear that? As long as you obediently compensate me with 500,000 yuan and respectfully bow an apology to my son and me, I will be magnanimous and agree to a settlement. Otherwise, I will absolutely not let this go and will pursue it to the end, making sure you regret it. Hearing this, Ethan let out a cold laugh, filled with mockery and disdain. His gaze was like a torch as he replied in an icy tone, Pursue it? You're quite shameless. It should be me pursuing you. I originally wanted to let this go to avoid trouble, but since you are so aggressive and unreasonable, it seems I have no choice but to teach you a profound lesson. He then abruptly turned to face the police officer, his gaze firm and serious, and demanded with absolute conviction. "Officer, please call your highest-ranking superior here immediately." As he finished speaking, he unhesitatingly slapped his 9th Bureau ID onto the table with a loud crack. The police officer's expression changed drastically upon seeing the ID. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead as he realized this was not something he could handle casually. Without a moment's delay, he quickly got up and ran to find the station chief. Before long, the station chief arrived, out of breath and in a hurry. However, before he could even utter a word, Ethan stated directly, "You don't need to rush to a conclusion. First, contact the relevant departments to verify the authenticity of my credentials, and then we'll talk." The station chief, hearing Ethan's words, felt a knot in his stomach. Not daring to delay, he quickly followed Ethan's request to contact the relevant departments to verify the ID. While waiting for the verification result, the atmosphere was extremely tense. The smug looks on the faces of the woman and her son gradually faded, replaced by unease. They kept glancing at Ethan, secretly speculating about the possible turn of events. Before long, the station chief received a reply. When he learned that Ethan's ID was authentic and that Ethan held an extraordinary position in the 9th Bureau, the station chief's attitude instantly became respectful. "Comrade Yi, I am so sorry for the trouble you've been through," the station chief said apologetically. Ethan's face was cold, devoid of any emotion. He looked on indifferently as he slowly spoke. "Since you are now aware of the special nature of my department, and this mother and son dared to openly snatch my phone, I have every reason to suspect they were attempting to steal state secrets. Therefore, I strongly demand that they be handed over to the security department for strict investigation." Hearing this, the station chief grew nervous, sweat beading on his forehead, but he quickly responded, "Comrade Yi, please rest assured, I will handle this matter strictly according to your request." With that, the station chief waved for his subordinates to take the mother and son away. Just then, the young woman who had been standing by suddenly stepped forward and softly asked, "Excuse me, is the matter concluded now?" Her voice was gentle and warm, as if it could soothe the soul. The station chief turned to look at her, his eyes showing gratitude, and replied with a smile, "Yes, miss. Thank you for stepping forward to testify for Mr. Yi. It's all over now, you may leave." Then, the station chief turned back to Ethan, a fawning smile on his face, and said politely, "Comrade Yi, thank you very much for your understanding. If there is anything else we can do for you, please let us know at any time." However, Ethan ignored the station chief and instead turned to the young woman who had testified. "There's nothing else here. Let's go," he said. The young woman nodded and smiled gently, a smile as beautiful as a blooming spring flower. The two walked out of the police station side by side, leaving the station chief and the others behind, their hearts filled with emotion. After the two had left, the police officer finally couldn't contain his curiosity and cautiously asked the station chief, "Chief, what kind of department is this 9th Bureau? I've never heard of it." The station chief frowned slightly, pondered for a moment, and replied, "To be honest, I've never heard of this department either. When I called my colleagues in the security department just now, they only instructed me to fully comply with all of Comrade Ye's requests and warned me not to ask any other questions." Then, the station chief's gaze shifted to the mother and son who were being led away, his eyes showing contempt as he muttered to himself, "They really don't know what's good for them, to have provoked such a formidable person." Just as they stepped out of the security office, the young woman quickly walked up to Ethan, extended a fair, slender hand, and said with a smile, "Hey handsome, seeing as I testified for you, how about we get to know each other? My name is Mu Yao, from Harbin." Ethan gave her a peculiar look, marveling to himself that this girl was Mu Yao. He extended his hand and shook hers lightly, introducing himself. "Hello, I'm Ethan Yi, from Tianjin." Seeing his polite demeanor, Mu Yao asked curiously, "Ethan, why are you looking at me like that? Are you not willing to be my friend?" Ethan chuckled at her words and quickly explained, "That's not it. I just feel like it's a small world. I never thought I'd meet the little princess of the Mu family right after arriving in Harbin. And most importantly, Dylan Yang is like a brother to me." Hearing Ethan's words, Mu Yao's face immediately turned red. She lowered her head and asked in a voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz, "Did Dylan mention me to you?" Ethan shook his head and answered truthfully, "No. I learned about you when I was investigating the Hu family and your Mu family." Mu Yao felt a pang of disappointment upon hearing his answer, lightly biting her lip. But she quickly composed herself, looked up with a smile, and said, "Oh, so that's how it is. What kind of person did you find me to be then?" Ethan looked at her adorable expression and smiled. "What I saw in the files is not as real as meeting you in person. But what I do know is that you are a kind and intelligent girl." Mu Yao blinked her eyes playfully and said, "So, that means your impression of me right now is pretty good?" Ethan nodded and replied seriously, "Of course. It's an honor to meet you. Then do you think Dylan still likes me?" Mu Yao looked at Ethan with anticipation, her voice soft as she asked, a hopeful light twinkling in her eyes. "Well, I'm not too sure about that, but I can ask him for you." Ethan replied with a friendly, relaxed smile. Mu Yao was slightly taken aback, looking at Ethan in surprise, as if she hadn't expected him to say that. Really? Thank you. Mu Yao said gratefully, a joyful smile spreading across her face. However, just then, Ethan suddenly remembered something, and his expression turned serious. By the way, I heard that the elder of the Mu family doesn't approve of you two being together? Ethan asked with a worried frown. Hearing this, the smile on Mu Yao's face instantly vanished, replaced by a faint trace of sadness. Yes, my grandfather has always been against it, but I really like him. Mu Yao lowered her head, her voice deep with emotion. Don't worry too much. Maybe your grandfather will change his mind one day. Ethan comforted her. I hope so. Mu Yao sighed helplessly. The two fell silent for a moment, the atmosphere a bit awkward. Oh well, let's not talk about these unhappy things for now. Come on, I'll treat you to a meal. We can eat and chat. Mu Yao broke the silence, extending a warm invitation. All right, then I'll gladly accept. Ethan nodded with a smile. Mu Yao and Ethan went to a quiet restaurant and found a table by the window. The waiter quickly brought the menu. Mu Yao expertly ordered a few signature dishes and then asked for Ethan's preferences, adding 2 more specialty items. While waiting for the food, Mu Yao's gaze drifted, seemingly still lost in her previous troubles. Ethan noticed this and gently broke the silence. Mu Yao, how did you and Dylan meet? Mu Yao lowered her head slightly, a gentle look in her eyes as she softly recounted their story. I've known him for a long time. We were high school classmates. From getting to know each other, everything felt so natural. We didn't have any dramatic moments, but the mutual understanding and warmth between us were captivating. Being with him always brought a sense of peace and security. It's a feeling that's hard to describe in words. Perhaps only those who have truly experienced it can understand its beauty. Ethan, intrigued, asked further, so, did you two get together? Or did you ever confess your feelings to each other? Mu Yao gently shook her head, a hint of regret in her eyes. She slowly explained, no, back then I was very pampered at home, especially by my grandfather. When I told my grandfather about my feelings for Dylan, I never expected that the very next day, Dylan would suddenly transfer to another school and start deliberately avoiding me. I later found out that my grandfather had sent people to the Yang family. They must have said something that made Dylan choose to leave. As she spoke, Mu Yao's voice grew a bit heavy, as if she were trapped in that memory. She continued, at the time, I didn't understand why it happened. I just felt lost and confused. As time went on, I gradually understood some things. Perhaps love isn't just about two people's feelings. It's also influenced by family background, social pressure, and many other factors. Despite this, I still believe that true love can overcome all difficulties. As long as we bravely face our true feelings and strive for our own happiness, we can overcome any obstacle. Ethan nodded in agreement. Seeing that the dishes had arrived, Mu Yao urged him to eat. Ethan, eat up while it's hot. But, since you're eating my food, you have to help me get that boy Dylan back. A smile played on Ethan's lips as he said, don't worry, I'll definitely help with that. By the way, did you know about the previous marriage arrangement between the Yang and Hu families? Mu Yao nodded firmly. Of course I know. I know everything about Dylan. That Hu Lingling is a total vixen. I know all about her scandalous affairs abroad. Humph. It's a good thing she broke off the engagement. Otherwise, if I had stepped in, she would have been in for a world of trouble. So, did you know about Hu Lingling's later attempt to marry into your Mu family? Weren't you worried she might become your sister-in-law? Or was this all intentionally arranged by you? Ethan looked at Mu Yao with curiosity. Mu Yao smiled slightly and didn't deny it, but frankly admitted, that's right, I arranged all of it. I had my third brother coincidentally meet her and then interact with her multiple times. That way, her true colors would be exposed. She really shouldn't have thought that someone like her could ever enter our Mu family. Hearing this, Ethan couldn't help but laugh out loud. Haha, so that's how it was. It seems you're quite resourceful. But then again, you're so clever. If Dylan ever marries you, he'll be completely under your thumb. Just as the two were chatting animatedly, a young man in his early 30s strode confidently up to their table. He was tall and carried himself with an air of innate elegance and confidence. Behind him trailed 5 or 6 burly men in black suits, their faces grim and eyes sharp, clearly well-trained bodyguards. Maya Mu turned her head, blinking her large, lively eyes. A playful smile touched her lips as she extended a sincere invitation. Big brother, look, we're having a meal here. Want to join us? The newcomer was none other than Maya's older brother, Vincent Mu. Hearing his sister's words, Vincent couldn't help but chuckle. He shook his head, his tone full of affection and helplessness. You little rascal, I'm not here to eat. Grandfather sent me to bring you home. With that, he shifted his gaze to Ethan, who was sitting nearby, and said with a polite and friendly smile, Mister? My apologies. My grandfather just learned that my sister has returned and is very excited and eager to see her. So he specifically asked me to come and bring her home. Ethan smiled and nodded, understanding the old man's feelings. He then turned to Maya and said, Since your grandfather wants to see you, you should go home first. When you have time, I'll treat you to a meal. Maya nodded happily, took out her phone from her bag, and gave Ethan a sweet smile. All right, I'll be waiting for your treat. To make it easier to contact each other, let's exchange contact info. With that, she skillfully opened her contact QR code and held the phone screen out to Ethan. Ethan took out his phone, scanned Maya's code, and after successfully adding her as a contact, Maya stood up and cheerfully walked over to Vincent. Brother, let's go then, Maya said, linking her arm with his. Vincent gave Ethan a slight nod of acknowledgement before leaving the restaurant with Maya. On the way, Maya chattered incessantly to her brother about her recent experiences, her face radiant with a brilliant smile. Upon returning to the Mu residence, their grandfather eagerly greeted them at the door. My dear Maya, I've been waiting for you to come back, the old man said, his smile stretching from ear to ear. Maya helped her grandfather to the sofa and, after he was seated, sat down beside him. She smiled and said, Grandpa, I just got back to Harbin, and you've already caught me. Big brother told me you wanted to see me. Is something the matter? Her grandfather stroked the white beard on his chin and replied with a grin. Nothing important. It's just been a long time since I've seen my little Maya. Grandpa missed you. With that, he patted her hand. Hearing this, Maya's heart warmed, and her eyes reddened slightly. She nodded and said, Yes, Grandpa, I know. Actually, I don't plan on leaving this time. I've graduated, and I'll be staying here from now on, so I can be with you often. Her grandfather nodded in satisfaction, his face beaming with happiness. He looked at Maya and suddenly asked, Little Maya, you're not a child anymore. Are you seeing anyone? If you are, remember to bring him home for Grandpa to meet. At her grandfather's words, Maya's expression changed slightly, but she managed to feign composure. Grandpa, you know my heart. Her voice grew softer, a hint of helplessness and sadness in her eyes. Hearing this, her grandfather's brow furrowed, his face turning grim as if he were about to explode. He said in a low voice, Maya, the Young family is simply not worthy of our Mu family. Don't mention this matter again. As for that Ethan you were having a meal with today, I think he's quite a good match. Maya's face showed disbelief, which quickly turned to anger. She shot up from the sofa, glared at her grandfather, and shouted, Grandpa, are you trying to force me away? I will never love anyone but Dylan Young in this life. With that, she turned and strode towards the door. As she reached the doorway, she stopped, turned back to look at her grandfather, her eyes flashing with determination. She continued, Grandpa, you must have investigated Ethan. He's Dylan's brother. If he fully supports Dylan, do you think the Young family could surpass our Mu family? Her grandfather was stunned by her words. He had not expected Ethan to be Dylan's brother. He frowned, lost in thought. Meanwhile, after leaving the restaurant, Ethan hailed a cab and headed for Huafu Trading Company. He sat in the car, feeling exceptionally cheerful. The car slowly pulled up in front of the Huafu Trading Company building. After paying the fare, he walked into the building. As he entered, he was stopped by a security guard who looked him up and down and asked, Young man, are you here for an interview or to discuss a partnership? Ethan smiled, a glint of confidence in his eyes as he looked at the guard. I'm the owner of this company. I'm here today for a visit. The guard's eyes widened. He studied Ethan carefully, seemingly unable to believe his ears. However, seeing Ethan's calm and composed demeanor, the guard realized this young man was no ordinary person. My apologies, sir, but I need to verify your identity before I can let you proceed. We've had many people trying to get in to sell things under various pretexts recently, the guard explained apologetically. Ethan didn't mind. He knew many places required identity confirmation. He smiled at the guard and said, No problem, just follow your normal procedures. I'm Ethan Yi. You can have someone call Wayne Wong and Sean Chung to verify my identity. The guard nodded, politely invited Ethan to wait on a sofa in the lobby, and then turned to make the call. Before long, Wayne Wong hurried down to the lobby. Ethan, you didn't tell me you were coming in advance. I could have arranged for someone to pick you up from the airport. Come on, let's go to my office and chat, Wayne said, his face alight with happiness. Ethan looked at Wayne and teased. Haha, I wanted to give you guys a surprise. Besides, I wanted to make a surprise inspection this time to see if you've been working hard. If I had told you in advance, it wouldn't have been as fun. Hearing this, Wayne couldn't help but laugh. All right, Ethan, I didn't know you had a mischievous side, but I'm not afraid of your inspections. It's a good chance for you to see my work from the past few days. Maybe after you see it, you'll offer me a raise. With that, he pulled Ethan into the elevator. The elevator quickly reached the floor of Wayne Wong's office. Stepping inside, Wayne warmly invited Ethan to sit down and poured him a glass of water. Ethan, how long are you planning to stay this time? Wayne asked. Ethan took a sip of water and replied, I'm not sure yet. It depends on the situation here. By the way, first, tell me about the progress of the project you've been in charge of recently. Wayne cleared his throat and began to give a detailed presentation. Ethan listened attentively, occasionally asking questions and offering suggestions. After the work discussion, Ethan, with a smile on his face, patted Wayne on the shoulder and said with satisfaction, Wayne, you've done an excellent job. Very impressive. In a few days, a friend of mine from Russia is coming over, and we can all discuss foreign trade matters in depth. Oh, right, I'll give you a phone number. It's for Gary Yong, the secretary to the chairman of Huali Group. From now on, we can make full use of their supply and sales channels, which should save you a lot of trouble. Hearing this, Wayne frowned, a look of confusion on his face. He asked, Ethan, that's a company's lifeline. How could they so readily give us access to these resources? Could it be that these goods are of poor quality, or even about to expire? Facing Wayne's question, Ethan smiled coolly and replied with a firm tone. Wayne, you can rest assured. The quality of these products will absolutely be on par with Huali Group standards. There won't be any issues. After all, I hold a 25% stake in Huali Group, making me the second largest shareholder. If they dare to pull any tricks, I'll just buy out the entire company. At this, a look of pleasant surprise flashed in Wayne's eyes. He gave Ethan a thumbs up and said excitedly, You're ruthless, but I like your style. Huh. Tonight, let's call Sean and go over to Dylan's place to liven things up. What do you say? Ethan suggested. No problem, but I can't keep up with the drinking. Ethan, you have no idea. These days, whenever we're not busy, Sean drags me out for drinks. I'm scared to even see him now, Wayne said with a pained expression. Haha, you lightweight. You just like to act tough and always end up getting yourself drunk, Sean Chung said with a laugh as he walked in, teasing Wayne. That's not true. It's just that you're too good at drinking, Sean. How can I compare? But we should drink less in the future, or our bodies won't be able to take it. Wayne shook his head helplessly. Don't worry, I know my limits, Sean Chung nodded, indicating he understood. I happen to have some good liquor. Sean, tonight let's all go to Dylan's and have a good time. Ethan said with a smile. Sure, it's been a while since I've hung out with Dylan. Since everyone's here today, let's join in the fun, Sean Chung readily agreed. Then it's settled. Tonight, we brothers will have a good drink, and we won't go home until we're drunk. Wayne clapped his hands excitedly. All right, we won't go home until we're drunk, the group shouted in unison, the office filled with laughter. As night fell, stars began to twinkle in the sky, and the moon hung high, its bright light illuminating the earth. Ethan, Wayne, and Sean arrived at Dylan Yang's house with food and drinks. They looked at the small, single-family villa and couldn't help but smile. Wayne went up and knocked on the door. After a short while, the door opened, and a woman of about 30 stood there. She was very pretty, wearing a white dress, looking very elegant. The woman asked with some confusion, Can I help you? Ethan stepped forward and said to the woman with a smile, Hello, we are friends of Dylan Yang. We came here specifically to see him. Hearing this, the woman's face broke into a smile. She quickly stepped aside and warmly invited them in. Oh, you're Dylan's friends. Please come in. Ethan and the others walked into the living room, which was luxuriously decorated. A thick carpet covered the floor, several exquisite oil paintings hung on the walls, and the furniture was all top of the line. The woman warmly invited them to sit down. Thank you, you're too kind, Wayne said with a grin, taking a glass of water and downing it in one gulp. The woman smiled, then turned and called upstairs, Dylan, come down quickly, your friends are here. As soon as she finished speaking, a sound of footsteps came from the stairs, and then Dylan appeared before them. When he saw it was Ethan and the others, a surprised expression immediately appeared on his face. He quickly walked over to Ethan, held his hand tightly, and said excitedly, Ethan, why did you suddenly come to the Northeast? You didn't even tell me in advance. Wayne pointed to the dishes they had just placed on the dining table and said with a smile, Dylan, let's not just sit around. Let's start drinking. Ethan got a case of some amazing liquor from somewhere, and it's even in gourd-shaped bottles. Let's try it. With that, Wayne opened a bottle of liquor and placed it on the table, and immediately a rich, fragrant aroma filled the air. Seeing this, Dylan laughed heartily. Haha, all right. My older sister happens to be here today too, so let's all have a good time. The group gathered at the table, and Wayne poured a glass of liquor for everyone, saying with a proud expression, Big sister, we've only ever heard your name before, but we've never met you in person. Since this is our first time meeting, let Sean represent us and toast you. With that, he gently kicked Sean Chung, who was sitting next to him. Sean Chung laughed and scolded. Wayne, you're not being very fair, are you? You say all the nice words, but then I have to be the one to drink. Then, he turned to Leah Yang and said with a smile, Big sister, since this is our first time meeting, I'll drink this first as a sign of respect. You can drink as you please. As soon as he finished speaking, he unhesitatingly downed the liquor in his glass. Leah Yang, seeing this, also smiled and replied, Brother Sean, you really have a high tolerance for alcohol. Although my own tolerance isn't that great, since it's our first time meeting, I'll join you for this first drink. With that, she also tilted her head back and drank the liquor in her glass. Wayne, seeing Leah drink a whole glass so readily, immediately put on a pained expression and complained, I thought I wouldn't be the first one to pass out today, but I didn't expect your tolerance to be so high, big sister. It looks like I'll definitely be the first one to pass out again today. Sigh, I don't want to struggle anymore. I admit I'm a lightweight. I'm laying my cards on the table. I'm not pretending anymore. Wayne's words made everyone present burst into laughter. Sean Chung smiled and patted Wayne's shoulder, saying, Wayne, don't give up so early. The drinking has just begun. Leah Yang took a bite of food and said, It's fate that we could all gather here today. We must drink and chat well. Wayne, hearing this, perked up. Big sister is right. You all be responsible for drinking well, and I'll be responsible for chatting well. With that, he refilled their glasses. After a few drinks, the conversation among them grew more heated. Suddenly, Wayne looked at Ethan with a serious expression and said in a heavy tone, Ethan, Dylan's family business has run into some tough problems recently, but he told us not to mention it to you. However, since we're all here today, I think you should know about it, and see if you can help. Hearing this, Ethan put down his chopsticks. He knew Dylan's strong and proud character. He had never once asked his friends for help during their university years. For Wayne to bring this up now, it must mean the Yang family's problem was no small matter. Dylan, we're brothers, and we've been like family all these years. You're in trouble, but you didn't tell me. Do you see me as an outsider? If you still consider me a brother, then drink this glass. No matter how big the problem is, I'll handle it for you. Ethan looked at Dylan with a determined gaze. Dylan looked at Ethan, a feeling of gratitude welling up in his heart. He knew Ethan's loyalty to him, so he unhesitatingly picked up his glass and downed it. Then, he slowly said, Ethan, it's not that I didn't want to ask for your help. It's just that my family has always been in the steel smelting industry, which doesn't have much overlap with your business field. Ethan sighed helplessly, turned his gaze to Leah, and said softly, Big sister, why don't you tell me? Dylan is great in every other way, but he's just too proud. Leah glanced at Dylan, then turned to Ethan and said, Ethan, you must have heard about the Hu family breaking off the engagement. That wretched Lena Hu, ever since she got involved with the Mu family, has been opposing our Yang family at every turn. She's been using the Mu family's power to force our suppliers to stop supplying us with coal, and at the same time, she snatched our share of the steel market. Ethan frowned slightly, pondered for a moment, then looked at Dylan and said with a firm tone, The coal problem, I have a way to help the Yang family solve it. As for the Hu family, I can handle that too. But regarding the Mu family, Dylan, what are your plans? Hearing Ethan mention the Mu family, Dylan's heart tightened, and a hint of nervousness flashed across his face. He eagerly asked, Ethan, did you find out something? Ethan smiled slightly, a cunning glint in his eyes, and said softly, Dylan, you haven't forgotten a person named Maya Mu, have you? Wayne, hearing this, was immediately intrigued. He leaned in and asked curiously, Ethan, tell me, who is this Maya Mu? How is she related to Dylan? Ethan's lips curved into a mysterious smile, and he slowly said, Well, you'll have to ask Dylan to tell you about that. I just happened to meet her on the plane on my way here. Dylan, seeing that everyone's attention was on him, sighed helplessly and had no choice but to explain, Maya Mu was my high school classmate. We had a relationship once, but we broke up later for certain reasons. But that's all in the past, so please don't bring it up again. With that, he changed the subject and asked Ethan, Ethan, regarding the coal problem, do you have a solution? Ethan, seeing Dylan change the subject, didn't mind and explained, I have a friend in the coal business. I'll give him a call and ask if he's free. If he is, I'll ask him to come to Harbin tomorrow. With that, Ethan took out his phone, found Leo Lee's number, and dialed it. After a few rings, Leo Lee's excited voice came from the other end. Ethan, this is the first time you've called me. What's up? Ethan smiled. I actually have a small matter I need your help with. Are you busy recently? I'm not busy at all. I'm playing golf with Quinn right now. Just tell me what you need. It's my honor to help you. Don't worry about it being any trouble, Leo Lee said with a laugh. Haha, that's great. If you're not busy, then come to Harbin for a few days. Sure, no problem. I'll be there tomorrow for sure. Leo Lee readily agreed. Wayne, seeing Ethan hang up, asked curiously, Ethan, who did you contact? Dylan's coal consumption is no small amount. Ethan smiled and said, My friend's name is Leo Lee. I haven't asked for specifics, but his scale should be quite large. Hearing this name, Leo was surprised. She knew of Leo Lee. He was a famous figure in the coal industry, very powerful, but he was most known for his ambiguous relationships with female celebrities. Leah took out her phone, found a photo of Leo Lee online, and handed the phone to Ethan, saying, Ethan, is this the person you're talking about? Ethan took the phone, glanced at it, then handed it back to her, and replied, Big sister, that's him. Is his scale too small? If so, I can ask him to find some friends. Leah shook her head and said, No, I just didn't expect you to know him. He's the king of the coal industry. Wayne also said in surprise, Ethan, when did you get to know such a powerful figure? And you're on such good terms with him. Ethan smiled and explained, I met him by coincidence, but after getting to know him, I feel he's a pretty good person, and he's very loyal. I believe if he can help, he definitely won't refuse. Leah nodded gently, a look of relief on her face, and said softly, Yes, if he helps, then this matter should be fine. It's just, She frowned slightly, her tone becoming a little worried. I wonder what the price will be. After all, the quality of coal from that region is much better than what we used before. That is a problem. Dylan nodded in agreement, a hint of worry in his eyes. The price issue, we'll discuss it in detail when he arrives tomorrow. Ethan's voice was calm and firm. He looked at Dylan, a confident smile on his lips. As for the Hu family, their current scale is only between 5 and 8 billion. If you need financial support, I can invest in you, giving you enough strength to acquire them. Or, we can use a price war to gradually suppress them and eventually defeat them completely. Dylan was slightly taken aback, looking at Ethan, a feeling of gratitude and trust welling up in his heart. He knew that Ethan genuinely wanted to help him solve this problem. However, he still shook his head and said with a smile, No need, Ethan, you've already helped me a lot. I'll handle this matter myself this time. I believe that with you guys by my side, I can overcome any difficulty. All right, since you put it that way, I won't insist. Ethan shrugged, showing his understanding. After a moment of thought, Ethan spoke again. Dylan, Maya asked me to ask you if you still love her. Dylan was silent for a while, a complex mix of emotions flashing in his eyes before he quickly masked it. He then looked up at Ethan and gently shook his head. I don't know. Maybe. Ethan stared at him, his gaze serious and firm, his tone earnest and sincere. Love is love, and no is no. We're grown men. We should be decisive. Stop being so indecisive. How long are you going to make her wait? Time waits for no one. With that, he took a deep breath, as if trying to convey his own sense of urgency. Dylan picked up the wine glass on the table, slowly took a sip, and then said, Ethan, to be honest, I do still love her. It's just that the gap between the Yang and Mu families is too big. Maya is a high and mighty young lady. If we were to be together, it would only bring disaster to the Yang family. Dylan's voice was low and calm, but deep down, it was filled with helplessness and pain. Ethan forcefully patted Dylan's shoulder and encouraged him. Dylan, don't be so pessimistic. If you really want to be with her, don't worry so much. I've got your back. As long as you truly love her, nothing else is a problem. Dylan nodded gratefully, a hint of determination in his eyes. Yes, Ethan, thank you. Maybe I really should have a good talk with her. That's more like it. Ethan laughed happily. Then go talk to her tomorrow. Say everything that's in your heart. Dylan smiled faintly. Yes, I will. Tonight, we won't go home until we're drunk. With that, he raised his glass, clinked it with Ethan's, and downed it. Wayne looked at them with envy and lamented, Sigh. Look at me. I'm pretty handsome. So how come I can't find a girlfriend? Now I'm the only single one left. It's so unfair. With that, he pretended to sob pitifully. Leah found Wayne's antics amusing. She picked up a bottle of liquor, walked over to him, filled his glass, and said with a smile, Wayne, if you can down this glass, I'll introduce you to my cousin. How about that? She even winked at him. Hearing this, Wayne immediately perked up, his eyes lighting up. He picked up his glass and said excitedly, Really? Big sister, you have to keep your word. With that, he tilted his head back and drank it all. Of course, I keep my word. Don't worry. I'll arrange a meeting for you when I get back. But whether you can win her over is up to you. Leah replied with a smile. All right. Thank you, big sister. I'll definitely do my best to pursue her. Wayne was so excited his face turned red. It's getting late, so I'll head back now. You guys continue drinking. You can just stay at Dylan's place after you're done, Leah said. With that, she took her bag, waved goodbye to everyone, and left. After Leah left, Wayne's excitement was still hard to contain. He started to show off to his friends about his upcoming blind date, as if he could already see a beautiful future. Brothers, just wait for me to make this happen, Wayne said, patting his chest. Dylan teased him with a smile. Don't get your hopes up too high. My cousin might not even be interested in you. Wayne rolled his eyes at Dylan. Go away, Dylan, what a downer. I, Wayne Wong, am a handsome and talented man. Why would I be afraid of not being able to win her over? Everyone burst into laughter, and the atmosphere at the table grew even more lively. Amidst toasting and drinking, time slowly passed, and everyone started to feel the effects of the alcohol. Wayne was the first to succumb, his head slumping onto the table. However, he wasn't completely unconscious. He managed to prop up a white flag made from a tissue and a chopstick in his glass, signaling his surrender. This act made the others burst into laughter. After the laughter died down, Dylan stood up and helped Wayne into a room to rest. Then, he took out a case of beer from the refrigerator and sat back down at the table. Sean, do you want to continue with the hard liquor, or try some beer? Dylan asked with a smile. Sean Chung shook the bottle in his hand, checked the remaining amount of hard liquor, and then replied, I'll stick with the hard liquor for now. I'll see about switching to beer later. You guys can switch first if you want. Dylan nodded, opened a bottle of beer, and handed it to Ethan, saying, Ethan, how about we have some beer? Ethan took the beer bottle, looked at Dylan with a slight smile, and said, All right, then we'll have this beer. With that, he tilted his head back and took a big gulp. At this point, the atmosphere at the table was getting even more lively. Dylan, not to be outdone, also started chugging beer. Before long, it was clear that Dylan was getting drunk. He took 2 big swigs from his bottle, burped, and his speech started to slur. Ethan, what else did Maya say to you? Tell me, please. Ethan put his beer bottle on the table, took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, lit one, and after taking a deep drag, slowly said, She told me about your past. She said she loves you, but she doesn't know how you feel about her now, so she wanted me to ask you if you still love her. Also, she actually knows everything that has happened to you. Dylan, although I don't know the specifics of what you've been through, I can see that you still have feelings for her in your heart. But I don't understand. If that's the case, why did you agree to the marriage with the Hu family back then? Hearing this, Dylan put down his beer bottle, took a cigarette for himself, and lit it. He then stared blankly at the ceiling, his voice low and hoarse. The marriage with the Hu family was my family's decision. They thought it would benefit our family. I didn't think much of it at the time, just thought I'd follow their arrangement, find someone to marry, have children, and live a peaceful life. After all, I'm well aware of the gap between our Yang family and the Mu family. I know I'm not good enough for Maya, so I never dared to have any extravagant hopes, let alone try to fight for anything. Ethan, hearing Dylan's words, slammed the table heavily and said, Dylan, what are you talking about? You can't just compromise on matters of the heart like that. If you love her, fight for her. What's this about not being good enough? Thinking like that is just too hard on yourself. Dylan smiled bitterly and shook his head. Ethan, you don't understand. The pressure from one's family is not so easy to bear. And even if I did fight for it, would Maya's family agree? Have you asked Maya what she thinks? How do you know she would give up just because of her family's opposition? Ethan said anxiously. Dylan was silent for a moment, taking a harsh drag from his cigarette. Through the swirling smoke, his expression grew heavy. He spoke slowly. I was afraid to ask. I was afraid of getting an answer that would crush me. If that happened, I don't know how I would face that reality. And I didn't want to bring any trouble or loss to my family because of my affairs. Ethan stood up, walked over to Dylan, and patted his shoulder. Dylan, you can't be so weak. If you really can't let go of Maya, then go find her and tell her everything that's in your heart. No matter the outcome, at least you tried, and you won't have too many regrets in the future. As for the Mu family, you don't have to worry at all. With me here, if they dare to make a move on your Yang family, I will absolutely not stand by and watch. Dylan looked up at Ethan, his eyes shining with gratitude, his voice a little hoarse. Ethan, thank you. Dylan, you don't have to thank me. Just follow your heart. I will always be by your side to support you. Ethan replied with a determined gaze. Dylan forcefully stubbed out the cigarette in his hand, as if he had made a decision, and nodded heavily. All right, Ethan, I'll listen to you. I'll find a suitable opportunity tomorrow to have a good talk with Maya. At this, Shan Shang, who had been listening, smiled and said, That's the spirit. Life is short. Don't leave yourself with any regrets. With that, Shan Shang raised his glass again and stood up. Come, to Dylan's brave decision. Let's have another one. The others all responded, raising their glasses once more and downing them. After an unknown number of rounds, the night had grown deep, and the men were all drunk and staggering. Dylan was still mumbling Maya's name, and Shan Shang was also quite intoxicated. Ethan used his spiritual energy to dispel the effects of the alcohol, then helped both of them into their rooms. He found an empty room for himself, quickly washed up, and lay down to sleep. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the window, waking Ethan. He rubbed his temples, slowly sat up, and after a quick wash, went down to the living room. Downstairs, Ethan found that Dylan and Shan Shang were already awake and chatting on the sofa. You two are sober already? Ethan greeted them with a smile. Yes, my head still hurts a bit, Dylan said, rubbing his head. Ethan, thanks to you yesterday, I really didn't know what to do. We're brothers, don't be so formal. Ethan waved his hand. So, are you planning to find Maya today? Dylan nodded. I've thought it through. I'm going to find her today. No matter the outcome, I have to try. Good, go for it. Ethan encouraged. If you need any help, just say the word. Just then, a crisp ringtone broke the silence. It was Ethan's phone. He quickly took it out. The screen showed, Leo Lee. Ethan's lips curved into a slight smile as he answered. Leo Lee's hearty voice immediately came through. Ethan, I've arrived. Where can I find you? Ethan smiled and replied. Haha, brother Leo, are you at the airport now? Should I come pick you up? No need to be so formal. Just give me the address, and I'll come over myself, Leo Lee quickly said. All right then, I'll send you the address in a bit. See you soon. With that, Ethan hung up and turned to Dylan to ask for the company's specific location. After getting the answer, he quickly sent the address to Leo Lee. Ethan, since Mr. Lee has arrived, let's go to my family's company first. I'll let my dad know on the way, Dylan suggested. Ethan nodded, and the two set off for the Yang Steel Group. They soon arrived at the Yang Steel Group. Before long, Leo Lee also arrived. As soon as Leo Lee got out of his car, he enthusiastically greeted Ethan and asked curiously, Ethan, why did you call me over so urgently? What's the matter? Ethan smiled and replied, Aren't you in the coal industry? So I wanted to ask for a small favor. He then pulled Dylan, who was standing beside him, and introduced him to Leo Lee. This is my good brother, Dylan Yang. The Yang Steel Group is his family's business. Dylan politely extended his right hand and shook Leo Lee's, saying with a smile, Mr. Lee, I'm so sorry to have made you come all this way. Let's go inside and talk in detail. The group exchanged pleasantries as they walked into the company building. In the office, Dylan's father, David Yang, was at his desk handling documents. Seeing them enter, David Yang stood up to greet them. Mr. Lee, welcome, welcome. Please have a seat, David Yang said with a smile. After everyone was seated, David Yang, as the host, spoke first. Mr. Lee, I never expected my son to have the honor of knowing such a prominent figure as yourself. It truly is a great honor for me. To be honest, our group is currently facing difficulties with our coal supply, so we are very much looking forward to establishing a long-term and stable cooperative relationship with your esteemed company. Leo Lee smiled and nodded in response. Mr. Yang, you're too kind. It's no problem for our two companies to cooperate. Since Ethan came to me, I must give him enough face. I'm just not sure how much coal you need. David Yang thought for a moment and then replied, Mr. Lee, our group's monthly coal consumption is about 150,000 tons. Although our consumption may be smaller compared to some other large enterprises, to show our sincerity, I am willing to purchase coal from you at a price 10% above the market rate. What do you think? Leo Lee looked at Ethan, who gave a slight nod. So, Leo Lee turned back to David Yang with a smile and said, Mr. Yang, there's no need to be so formal. How about this? I can supply you with coal at a price 20% below the market rate. But please don't refuse. I need to have Ethan owe me a favor, huh? It's too difficult to make him owe me one. Hearing this, David Yang's face immediately lit up with surprise. He shot up from his seat, tightly grasped Leo Lee's hand, and said excitedly, Mr. Lee, thank you so much. You've done us a huge favor. Then it's settled. Leo Lee smiled and nodded in agreement. Ethan, standing by, also smiled and said, Leo, thank you. I'll remember this favor. His eyes showed sincere gratitude for his friend. Leo Lee waved his hand and said firmly, Let's not be so formal between us. I'm glad I could help. Then, Leo Lee turned to David Yang and asked, Regarding the specific details of the cooperation, I will arrange for the relevant person in charge at my company to communicate with you, Mr. Yang, to ensure everything goes smoothly. David Yang nodded repeatedly, his eyes shining with excitement. He knew very well how significant this cooperation was for their company. Hearing this, David Yang's face lit up with joy, and he quickly said, That's wonderful, Mr. Lee. We will fully cooperate to sign the contract as soon as possible. Leo Lee nodded in acknowledgement and said, No problem, Mr. Yang. I will have my team expedite the process and finalize the contract details as soon as possible. Seeing that the cooperation was basically settled, David Yang was in high spirits and warmly invited. Mr. Lee, I have prepared a banquet at the hotel. Please do me the honor. Leo Lee turned to look at Ethan, his eyes questioning, as if seeking his opinion. Ethan, however, smiled and said, Leo, if you don't have anything else, please join Uncle Yang for a meal. It's a good opportunity to communicate more. I have some things to take care of in a little while, so I won't be going. With that, he looked at David Yang and continued, Uncle Yang, Dylan and I are heading out. I'll have to trouble you to entertain Mr. Lee. David Yang smiled in return. All right, you two go ahead and take care of your business. When you're done, have Dylan bring you over to our house for a visit. After Ethan and Dylan left, Leo Lee followed David Yang to the hotel. During the banquet, David Yang frequently raised his glass, and the two chatted happily in a very congenial atmosphere. Meanwhile, Ethan and Dylan arrived in front of a coffee shop. Dylan asked with a curious expression, Ethan, didn't you say you had something to do? Why did you bring me here? Ethan's lips curved into a mysterious smile, and he pushed Dylan into the coffee shop. He pointed to a corner seat and said to Dylan, Look who's there. You can thank me later. If we had waited for you to find her on your own, who knows when that would have been. All right, go on now. Dylan looked in the direction he pointed and saw Maya Moose sitting there quietly, looking at them with gentle eyes. He was a little surprised, and a surge of joy welled up in his heart. However, he was still a bit nervous and muttered under his breath, Ethan, I'm not ready for this. Ethan smiled faintly, patted Dylan on the shoulder, and encouraged him, Stop dawdling and go over there. Maya is already here. You're not thinking of deserting, are you? Dylan took a deep breath, nodded, straightened his clothes, and then slowly walked towards Maya's table. As he approached, Maya stood up with a smile. They looked at each other for a moment. Then Dylan, slightly flustered, scratched his head and said, Maya, long time no see. Maya's eyes reddened, and her voice choked slightly as she replied, Yes, it's been 1,927 days since we've talked face to face like this. Dylan sat down, embarrassed, scratching his head, at a loss for words. Seeing this, Maya took a deep breath, trying to calm herself, and then broke the silence. Don't you have anything to say to me? Don't forget how sad I was after you suddenly left. Hearing this, Dylan looked up, gazing at Maya's beautiful and familiar face. He opened his mouth, but found he still couldn't utter a word. His heart was filled with guilt and self-reproach, yet he didn't know how to express it. Maya felt a pang of disappointment. She sighed helplessly, gently pushed a glass of iced Americano in front of Dylan, and said with a smile, "This is your favorite coffee. You always like this. I don't know if your taste has changed over the years. Actually, Ethan told me your thoughts yesterday. I know you wanted to talk to me. Now, I'm sitting here, quietly listening to you. What? Where did your courage from yesterday go?" After saying this, a tear glistened in Maya's eye. She lowered her head and took a small sip of coffee, trying to hide her inner excitement and sadness. Dylan silently looked at the iced Americano, as if seeing the sweet moments he and Maya once shared. He slowly picked up the glass, took a sip, feeling the cool bitterness. Dylan put down the glass and finally mustered the courage to speak. "Maya, I've been thinking about you all these years. It was my fault for leaving back then. I was too cowardly to face the difficulties of reality." Maya looked up, her eyes filled with both anticipation and doubt. "And now?" Dylan clenched his fists, his tone firm. "Now I've figured it out. I don't want to lose you again. No matter how difficult it is, I won't give up." Maya's tears couldn't help but fall. "But do you know how I've lived all these years?" Dylan reached out, wanting to wipe away her tears, but his hand stopped midair. His voice trembled as he said, "I know I made you suffer. From now on, I will use everything I have to make it up to you." Maya looked at Dylan's sincere eyes, her heart touched, but she still said, "I do like you, but I'm not sure if you'll leave me again the next time you face difficulties." Dylan said anxiously, "Maya, please give me another chance. I promise I won't disappoint you again." Just then, the familiar melody of Eason Chan's "Long Time No See" began to play in the coffee shop, as if narrating their years of longing and connection. "I came to your city, walked the path you once took, imagining how lonely you must be without me." Dylan's eyes also welled up with tears. He murmured, "Just like this song, how I wish to see you one more time." Maya listened quietly, tears blurring her vision. Every note of the song struck a chord in her heart, reminding her of the moments she had spent with Dylan. Those beautiful times seemed like yesterday, yet were so far away. Dylan gently held Maya's hand and said, "Maya, let's start over, okay?" Maya gently took a tissue and slowly wiped the tears from the corner of her eyes. A sweet smile bloomed on her face as she whispered, "Start over? You never seem to have pursued me, nor have you ever confessed your feelings to me." Dylan gazed into Maya's eyes, his expression solemn and sincere. "Maya, I've always liked you. Please be my girlfriend. I promise, from now on, I will never leave you again. Otherwise, let me be alone for the rest of my life." Hearing Dylan's earnest confession, Maya couldn't help but burst into laughter. She replied coquettishly, "You're so straightforward. Who confesses like that, without even preparing flowers? But, seeing as you're so serious, I guess this young lady will reluctantly agree." With that, she shyly lowered her head, a blush spreading across her cheeks. Hearing Maya's answer, Dylan was as excited as a child. He jumped to his feet, drawing the attention of those around him. Realizing his gaffe, he quickly sat back down, tightly holding Maya's hand, and said, "Maya, I'm so happy. I will treat you well from now on and make up for all the time we've lost." Maya nodded gently and said, "You'd better keep your word." The two talked for a long time, ordering one cup of coffee after another, as if trying to catch up on all the missed time. Just then, a tall, handsome man walked into the coffee shop. His steps were steady and powerful, each one carrying a sense of determination. He was Vincent Mu, the eldest grandson of the Mu family. As soon as Vincent entered the coffee shop, he gave a slight nod to Ethan, who was drinking coffee alone by the door, and then walked straight to Dylan and Maya in the corner. Vincent approached the two and cleared his throat gently, catching their attention. His gaze fell on Maya, full of warmth and concern, as he softly said, "Little sister, grandfather wants me to bring you and Dylan home." Maya's heart skipped a beat. She thought to herself, "Oh no, I was so careful this time," but grandfather still found out. However, when she looked up at Dylan, a determined look flashed in her eyes. She took a deep breath and slowly said, "Brother, we understand. In that case, let's go back." Maya turned her head and looked at Dylan with gentle eyes full of trust and encouragement. She asked softly, "Darling, shall we go see grandfather together?" Dylan felt Maya's resolve and nodded firmly in response. "All right, Maya. This time, no matter what happens, I will not back down." Maya stood up, held Dylan's hand tightly, and said to Vincent with confidence, "Big brother, let's go now. We shouldn't keep grandfather waiting too long." Vincent looked at his beloved sister and smiled helplessly. He earnestly advised, "Little sister, when you see grandfather, don't be as willful as usual. Don't argue with him, and don't throw a tantrum. You should say a few soft words, act a little pitiful, and maybe grandfather's heart will soften, and he'll agree to your matter." Hearing her brother's words, Maya felt a little uncomfortable but still nodded in acknowledgement. She didn't want to worry her brother. After all, this matter was indeed very important. She decided to follow her brother's advice, hoping to gain her grandfather's understanding and support. Maya led Dylan by the hand to where Ethan was sitting. She winked playfully and asked, "Ethan, are you interested in being a guest at our Moo family home?" Ethan was taken aback by Maya's sudden invitation, but he quickly understood her intention. He smiled at the couple and readily agreed. "Of course. Since Miss Moo has so graciously invited me, I can't refuse. But you two will have to treat me to a big meal later." Hearing Ethan's reply, a happy smile appeared on Maya's face. She knew that with Ethan accompanying them to the Moo family home, it might ease some of the tension. Moreover, she believed that with Ethan's influence, he could surely help persuade her grandfather. The group soon arrived at the Moo family home. The old residence was grand and imposing, exuding an air of ancient solemnity. As soon as they entered, Maya grew nervous, tightly holding Dylan's hand. Vincent led the way, occasionally looking back to signal Maya not to forget what they had discussed. The group arrived at the living room, where their grandfather was sitting in the main seat, his expression serious. Maya took a deep breath, walked forward, and said obediently, "Grandfather, Dylan and I are here to see you, and I've also invited Ethan to be a guest at our home." Her grandfather glanced at her and snorted coldly. "Humph, you little rascal, you still know how to come back." Although his words were harsh, his heart still doted on this granddaughter. Maya quickly put on a pitiful expression, her voice tinged with grievance. "Grandfather, please don't be angry with me. I know I was wrong." As she spoke, she secretly glanced at her grandfather's face. Seeing his expression soften slightly, she breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, Ethan also stepped forward and said politely, "Elder Moo, I've long heard of your great name. I apologize for intruding today." His tone was humble yet dignified, making a good impression. Elder Moo sized up Ethan, a hint of admiration in his eyes. He nodded slightly and said, "Mr. Yi, you are too kind. With your status, it is an honor for my Moo family to have you as a guest. Please, have a seat." He personally stood up to welcome him and invited him to sit. After everyone was seated, Elder Moo spoke first. "Mr. Yi, may I ask the purpose of your visit today?" His gaze was as sharp as an eagle's, as if he had already guessed Ethan's intentions. Ethan glanced at Dylan and Maya, then slowly said, "Elder Moo, I'm sure you know my relationship with Dylan. I've come here today to plead on their behalf. After all, you are aware of their feelings for each other." His tone was sincere and hard to refuse. Elder Moo was silent for a moment, then sighed softly. Matters of the heart are complicated, but the Moo family also has its own rules and considerations. Hearing this, Maya grew anxious again, her eyes reddening. "Grandfather, Dylan and I truly love each other. Please grant us your blessing." Vincent also chimed in. "Grandfather, it's rare for Maya to be so persistent. You know what kind of person Dylan is." Elder Moo frowned and looked at Dylan. "Dylan, you tell me, what makes you capable of taking care of Maya?" Dylan took a deep breath and said solemnly, "Elder Moo, although I have not achieved great success yet, I have a sincere heart, and I am confident that I can make Maya happy." Elder Moo narrowed his eyes, thought for a moment, and then said, "Well, I need to consider this matter further." Hearing this, everyone felt a little disappointed, but they also knew that for the old man to say this meant he was already starting to soften. Just then, Ethan smiled and said, "Elder Moo, why not give them a chance and let time prove everything?" Elder Moo looked at Ethan, then at the expectant faces of Maya and Dylan, and finally nodded. "All right, then we'll observe for a period of time. If Dylan can truly achieve something, I am not an unreasonable person." Hearing this, Maya and Dylan were overjoyed and quickly thanked the old man. Elder Moo cleared his throat and continued, "Dylan, during this observation period, you must perform well. Do not disappoint me." Dylan quickly nodded and replied, "Rest assured, Elder, I will do my utmost." Maya, at this point, was so moved that tears welled up in her eyes. She held Dylan's hand and said, "Grandfather, please rest assured, we will not let you down." Vincent also smiled and said, "Grandfather, just you wait and see. This kid, Dylan, will definitely make it." Elder Moo waved his hand. All right, stop crowding around me. Go on with what you need to do." With that, the group dispersed. Maya and Dylan exchanged a smile and walked out hand in hand. Ethan watched their retreating figures, feeling happy for them. Meanwhile, in the conference room of the 9th Bureau in the capital, Director Zhong was frowning, his serious gaze sweeping over everyone present. He then spoke in a deep voice. "Regarding the visit of the Russian Minister of Commerce, I'm sure you have all heard about it. This bilateral exchange is of great significance, directly related to the trade cooperation and future development between our two countries. Therefore, the leadership has specifically instructed that the security work for this visit will be fully handled by our 9th Bureau." Hearing this news, Mu Changqing frowned, puzzled. He asked, "Director Zhong, are you sure you want us to handle this task? After all, each of our teams has many urgent matters to attend to. A ministerial-level visit could be handled by the National Security Department. Why the need for such a major mobilization?" The captains of several other teams nodded in agreement with Mu Changqing's view. They felt that such a task was like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut for the Dragon Squad. There was no need to deploy such a powerful force for security work. Director Zhong looked at their reactions and sighed inwardly. He knew what these team members were thinking, but as the director, he had to obey the orders from above. So, he said with a stern face, "This is an order from the higher-ups, not a discussion. Now, we're going to discuss how to assign the tasks and which team will carry out this security work." Director Zhong stood up, walked to the large screen, and pointed to the itinerary of the Russian Minister of Commerce displayed on it. He said seriously, "Everyone look. Minister Nishkov is scheduled to arrive in 5 days at 10 in the morning. We need to set up comprehensive security measures at the airport 2 hours in advance. We must not only screen for suspicious individuals and vehicles in the vicinity, but also ensure that all airport channels are secure and free of hidden dangers. Mu Chongqing, your Dragon Shadow team will be responsible for the main security at the airport. You must arrange for enough personnel to stand guard and patrol the terminal hall, boarding gates, and baggage claim areas, leaving no corner unchecked." He paused, then continued. "The minister's hotel has been confirmed. Starting tomorrow, a thorough security check of the hotel must be conducted. This includes checking for listening devices in the rooms, ensuring fire safety facilities are complete, and conducting strict background checks on the hotel staff. In addition, plainclothes patrols must be arranged on the streets around the hotel to prevent any emergencies. This part of the work will be handled by the Harbin branch. At the venue for the bilateral talks, security surveillance equipment must be installed in advance to ensure smooth communication during the meeting. Emergency plans must also be formulated to respond quickly in case of any accidents. Dragon Strike team, this arduous task is yours." Director Zhong's gaze swept over the captains of each team, his expression grave. At the same time, the Dragon Sword team will be responsible for coordinating resources and information from all sides, providing support to other teams at all times. Throughout the entire security period, all teams must maintain a high level of vigilance, communication equipment must be kept open at all times, and any situation must be reported immediately. This is a major mission that affects the friendly cooperation between the two countries. We cannot afford any slack or mistakes. Do you all understand? Director Zhong asked loudly. Everyone replied in unison, "Understood." The atmosphere in the conference room was tense and serious. Everyone knew the importance of this mission and dared not be careless. Director Zhong nodded with satisfaction, a hint of appreciation in his eyes. He then turned his gaze to Bai Qianhan, the captain of the Dragon Annihilation team, his expression becoming extremely serious. He said solemnly, "Qianhan, your mission is to ensure the personal safety of the Russian minister after he disembarks and escort him safely to the capital." "Understood," Bai Qianhan saluted. "Mission accepted." At this point, everyone finally understood why the higher-ups had assigned the 9th Bureau this important security task. Director Zhong, is he coming because of? Mu Chongqing frowned, a hint of curiosity and worry in his eyes. As a key figure in intelligence work, he had a keen insight into the international situation. Director Zhong glared at Mu Chongqing, a hint of displeasure in his eyes, his tone carrying a slight warning. "Some things are not for you to know. The most important thing is to do your job well. Remember, never question the decisions of the higher-ups. Just follow orders and carry out your mission. If there are no other questions, this meeting is adjourned. Everyone, go back and prepare for your upcoming work." The captains present exchanged glances, but no one dared to say anything more. They stood up silently and quietly left the conference room. Meanwhile, after leaving the Mu family, Ethan did not travel with Dylan and Maya, but went alone to the Ermin Hotel. After all, he still needed to stay in Harbin for a few days, and it wasn't appropriate to always stay at Dylan's home. Upon arriving at the hotel lobby, Ethan walked straight to the front desk, a friendly smile on his face. He took out his ID and asked politely, "Miss, are there any presidential suites available?" The front desk lady smiled and checked the computer. "I'm sorry, sir, the presidential suites are all booked. However, we still have deluxe suites available. The facilities are also very complete. Would you like to see one?" Ethan thought for a moment and nodded. "All right, show me." Following the front desk staff to the room, Ethan looked around and was quite satisfied. "This one will do." After completing the check-in procedures, Ethan returned to his room. He turned on the TV, lay down on the sofa, but his thoughts were on Nina Lee, who was far away in Shanghai. Ethan took out his phone and sent a text to Nina, telling her he had arrived in Harbin. Then he stood up, walked to the window, and looked at the scenery outside, his mood gradually calming down. Ethan returned to the sofa from the window and, before he knew it, had fallen asleep. He didn't know how much time had passed before a phone call jolted him awake. Groggily, Ethan picked up his phone and saw that it was Nina Lee calling. "Ethan, how are you doing in Harbin?" Nina's concerned voice came through the receiver. Ethan rubbed his eyes, sat up straight, and said, "I'm doing well. Everything is going smoothly here. I just miss you a little." They chatted for a while longer, and after hanging up, Ethan's stomach started to rumble. He decided to go out and find something to eat. Leaving the hotel, Ethan came to a bustling food street. The aroma of various delicacies filled the air. He sat down at a barbecue stall and ordered some skewers and a beer. Before long, the skewers and beer were served, and the owner even threw in 2 small side dishes for free. Since it was still early, the barbecue stall wasn't very crowded. The owner, after putting down the food and beer, didn't leave immediately. Instead, he said warmly, "Little brother, judging by your accent, you must be from Tianjin." Ethan laughed. "You're right, boss. I'm a native of Tianjin. But please don't ask me if I can do crosstalk. I listened to a lot of crosstalk growing up, but I really can't perform it." The barbecue owner also laughed heartily. "Haha, little brother, I love chatting with people from Tianjin. It's so interesting. Since it's not busy right now, how about I waive your bill and sit here and chat with you for a bit?" Hearing this, Ethan quickly waved his hands. "That won't do. It's not easy for you to run a business, boss. I'll pay what I owe." Seeing his insistence, the barbecue owner didn't press further and smiled. "All right, since you're being so polite, little brother, I won't argue. But I'd still like to chat with you." With that, he pulled up a stool and sat down opposite Ethan. After sitting down, the owner eagerly started the conversation. "Little brother, your Tianjin has been all over the short video platforms recently. Especially that incident with the police trying to talk a young man down from a building. It had me in stitches. Listen to bye-bye, and there are plenty of women out there had me roaring with laughter." Ethan was a bit surprised by the owner's words. He knew that Tianjin had recently attracted a lot of attention online due to some incidents, but he didn't realize it had become so popular. However, as a native of Tianjin, he was already accustomed to these phenomena and didn't find them particularly amusing. Perhaps it was a case of familiarity breeding contempt. Yet, seeing the owner's happy expression, he couldn't help but laugh along. After all, everyone perceives things differently, and this difference is one of the joys of life. The owner continued, "And your Tianjin cuisine is to die for. Just thinking about it makes my mouth water." Ethan smiled in response. "That's for sure. The food in Tianjin has never disappointed. But to get the authentic stuff, you have to find those little local shops." At this moment, the night sky was dotted with stars, and a gentle breeze rustled through the streets, carrying a hint of summer coolness. The leaves of the trees by the roadside rustled, as if they too were listening to their conversation. As the two were chatting animatedly, the owner warmly invited Ethan. "Come on, little brother, try my cooking. We can eat and chat." Ethan picked up a skewer, took a bite, and couldn't help but give a thumbs up. "Boss, this barbecue is amazing. No wonder your business is so good. I've been to many places and eaten a lot of barbecue, but yours is definitely top tier." The owner's face beamed with pride. "That's right. This craft has been passed down from my grandfather's generation, refined over several generations. From selecting the ingredients to mixing the spices and controlling the heat, every step is done with meticulous care." The owner continued, "Seeing you all eat happily makes me happy too. Business is all about honesty and reputation." Ethan agreed. Indeed, it's rare to find someone who puts so much heart into their food these days. The owner became sentimental. "Sigh, it's a commitment. It's hard work, but seeing the customer satisfied makes it all worthwhile." The two chatted enthusiastically, one after the other. Just then, brilliant fireworks suddenly bloomed in the sky, illuminating the entire night. The owner looked up at the sky, his eyes full of memories, and said with emotion, "These fireworks are beautiful. They remind me of the good old days. When I was a child, I always looked forward to setting off fireworks during the new year. It was simple and happy back then. Now, even though life is better, it always feels like something is missing." Ethan was also captivated by the beautiful scene, his thoughts drifting far away. "Maybe what's missing is that innocence and carefreeness," he said. As time passed, more and more customers arrived, and the owner had to leave Ethan's table to help with the grilling. Seeing this, Ethan leisurely finished his last skewer, paid his bill, said goodbye to the owner, and then got up to leave. His steps were light and firm, as if filled with a sense of satisfaction. The gentle night breeze brushed against his face, bringing a hint of coolness. Ethan blended into the crowd, his figure gradually disappearing at the end of the street. Back at the hotel, Ethan took a shower and lay down on the bed, ready to sleep. After all, he had had a busy day. However, just then, his phone suddenly rang. Seeing that the caller was Director Zhong, Ethan couldn't help but wonder why he was calling at this hour. He answered the phone. "Hello, Director Zhong. Aren't you asleep yet?" Director Zhong's anxious voice came through. "Ethan, it's an emergency. I need you to come to the 9th Bureau as soon as possible. The situation is serious and time is of the essence." Ethan could hear the urgency in Director Zhong's voice and quickly replied, "All right, I'm on my way." With that, he hung up. Ethan got dressed, marked a spatial coordinate in his hotel room, and then, using the system's space transfer function, arrived at the courtyard house in the capital in the blink of an eye. He didn't even linger in the courtyard, directly using his spatial ability to appear in Director Zhong's office in an instant. As soon as he entered the office, Ethan saw Director Zhong sitting at his desk with a grave expression, piles of documents and materials in front of him. He couldn't help but ask curiously, "Director Zhong, what happened?" Director Zhong looked up at Ethan, his expression serious. We just received intelligence that a group of foreign operatives has infiltrated the country. They seem to be planning a large-scale attack. Ethan frowned, surprised. Who are these people? Why would they launch an attack against our country? Director Zhong shook his head helplessly. We don't know yet. But according to intelligence analysis, their target is likely related to the recent visit of high-level Russian officials. Ethan immediately realized the seriousness of the situation. He pondered for a moment and then asked, Director Zhong, what do you need me to do? Director Zhong took a deep breath, his face grave. Ethan, the situation is urgent. I need you to go to Harbin immediately and find out the specific operational plans and hiding places of this group of foreign operatives as soon as possible. Time is of the essence. We must capture or eliminate them before they can act. Ethan's expression was serious. He nodded forcefully, his eyes filled with determination. All right, Director Zhong. I guarantee I will complete the mission. Director Zhong patted Ethan on the shoulder, his tone heavy. This mission is extremely important. It concerns national security, and there can be no mistakes. I trust you will be able to complete it successfully. I will do my utmost, Director Zhong. Please rest assured. Ethan responded. Director Zhong nodded slightly, and then said, Go to Mu Changqing first to get the detailed information, then set off as soon as possible. Ethan nodded to Director Zhong and turned to leave the office. He walked briskly towards Mu Changqing's office. When he pushed open the door, he found that Mu Changqing was not alone. There was also a man with sharp eyes and a stern expression. The two seemed to be discussing something important. Seeing Ethan walk in, a look of pleasant surprise flashed in Mu Changqing's eyes. He quickly stood up to greet him, saying excitedly, Ethan, I didn't expect Director Zhong to call you in. This is great. With that, he turned and pointed to the man behind him, introducing him. This is Bai Qianhan, the captain of the Dragon Annihilation team. He was on an external mission and just got back. Bai Qianhan looked at Ethan, his eyes full of respect. He had long heard of Ethan's name, especially since the pills and spirit stones Ethan provided had greatly increased the strength of his Dragon Annihilation team. Chief Inspector, Bai Qianhan greeted respectfully. Ethan looked at the tall, resolute man before him, Bai Qianhan, and couldn't help but frown slightly. This wasn't because he sensed anything unusual or dangerous. On the contrary, with just one glance, he could see the many hidden injuries Bai Qianhan carried. These old wounds were like invisible shackles, binding his cultivation and preventing him from making any further breakthroughs. Ethan walked forward and gently patted Bai Qianhan's shoulder, saying earnestly, Captain Bai, I can see that you have many hidden injuries. These injuries not only limit your strength, but also make it difficult for your realm to advance. Why not take some time to recuperate? Hearing this, a bitter smile appeared on Bai Qianhan's face. It's nothing, Chief Inspector. These injuries have long become a part of my body, and I've grown accustomed to them. Besides, compared to my comrades who have sacrificed themselves, I am already fortunate. Ethan shook his head, his expression becoming extremely serious. That won't do. The body is the foundation of cultivation. If you don't take care of it, you will surely regret it in the future. I happen to have a pill here that might help you. Take it. With that, he took out a jade bottle from his pocket, poured out a pill that exuded a rich medicinal fragrance, and handed it to Bai Qianhan. A look of gratitude flashed in Bai Qianhan's eyes as he quickly took the pill. Thank you, Chief Inspector. Ethan nodded slightly and said, Take it as soon as possible. I will protect you and help you refine the pill's power. Bai Qianhan no longer hesitated. He put the pill in his mouth and sat down cross-legged. Ethan formed hand seals, and streams of spiritual energy enveloped Bai Qianhan, guiding the pill's medicinal power through his body. A moment later, wisps of black gas emerged from Bai Qianhan's body. It was the hidden injuries being forced out by the pill's power. His forehead was covered in sweat, but his expression gradually relaxed. After a while longer, Bai Qianhan slowly opened his eyes, which shone with a sharp light. He stood up and bowed deeply to Ethan. Chief Inspector, this pill is astonishingly effective. I feel that the constraints of many years have been greatly alleviated. Ethan smiled and said, This is only a temporary relief. You still need to recuperate properly in the future. With that, he handed the remaining pills to him. This bottle of pills is for you. Take one more, and your hidden injuries should be completely cleared. Mu Changqing, seeing Bai Qianhan's hidden injuries being relieved, was also very happy. He smiled and said, Old Bai, you've turned a misfortune into a blessing. Once your injuries are fully healed, you should be able to break through to a minor realm. Just then, Captain Shangwan pushed open the door. He seemed very happy to see Ethan. After all, Ethan had given him a great merit on Westland Island. Chief Inspector, I didn't expect you to be here too. Are you also participating in this mission? Ethan looked at Captain Shangwan without speaking, instead staring at him intently. He noticed a faint black aura inexplicably appearing on the other man's face. It was almost unnoticeable without careful observation. Ding, congratulations, host, for triggering a system mission. Help Captain Shangwan remove the poison from his body. Mission reward. Restore host Golden Core Realm Cultivation, 1 Golden Core Realm character card. Hearing the system's voice, Ethan's interest was piqued. This mission not only allowed him to restore his own strength, but also gave him a Golden Core Realm character card. But how was he to help Captain Shangwan detoxify? Thinking of this, Ethan directly used his divine sense to check Captain Shangwan's physical condition. When he saw the situation inside Captain Shangwan's body, he couldn't help but gasp. He saw that Captain Shangwan's internal organs had been corroded by a black poison. The poison was spreading along his meridians and was about to reach his heart. If it were a few days later, it would probably be too late. Captain Shangwan, seeing Ethan staring at him, felt a little uneasy and couldn't help but ask, "Chief Inspector, is there something on my face?" Ethan snapped back to reality and shook his head. "Nothing, I just think you look a little tired. Have you been too busy recently?" Captain Shangwan smiled bitterly. "Yes, there have been too many things recently. I've been overwhelmed." Ethan nodded, then walked over to Captain Shangwan and said in a low voice, "Captain Shangwan, you don't look well. How about I check your pulse?" Captain Shangwan was a little surprised, but still extended his wrist for Ethan to check his pulse. Ethan pretended to take his pulse while secretly infusing a trace of spiritual energy into Captain Shangwan's body, trying to dispel the poison. However, the poison was unusually stubborn, clinging tightly to Captain Shangwan's meridians, making it difficult to remove. Ethan frowned. It seemed that ordinary methods would not work. He directly took out the antidote pill previously rewarded by the system from his system space, placed it in Captain Shangwan's mouth, and then carefully observed the poison in his body. Before long, Ethan found that the poison in Captain Shangwan's body receded like a tide until it disappeared completely. Only then did he feel relieved. At the same time, the system's prompt sounded, "Congratulations, host, for completing the mission and successfully helping Captain Shangwan remove the poison from his body. The reward has been sent to your system space. Please check." Captain Shangwan felt the change in his body. The original weakness and powerlessness gradually dissipated, replaced by a warm strength, as if his entire body had been reignited. He looked at Ethan in surprise, his eyes flashing with disbelief, and murmured, "Chief Inspector, what kind of medicine is this? It's so miraculous." Ethan smiled faintly and looked at Captain Shangwan seriously. "That was an antidote pill. It can expel toxins from the body. How do you feel now?" Captain Shangwan nodded repeatedly. "I feel much better. Not only is the fatigue gone, but my spirits are much higher too. It's truly amazing." However, Ethan's brow furrowed, and his expression turned grave. "Captain Shangwan, have you been anywhere unusual recently? Or been in contact with anyone strange? Why would you suddenly be poisoned?" The word poisoned stunned Captain Shangwan. He hadn't noticed any signs of being poisoned at all, but he knew Ethan wouldn't lie to him. So he tried to recall his recent experiences, but still shook his head in confusion. "Chief Inspector, that can't be right. I've just been feeling a bit tired lately, no signs of poisoning. Besides, ever since returning from Westland Island, I haven't been on any missions. I've been recuperating at the 9th Bureau this whole time." Ethan's gaze sharpened, and he thought to himself, could someone have poisoned him right here? But who would be so bold? Ethan decided not to alert the enemy just yet. He turned to Captain Shangwan and instructed, "Don't mention this to anyone. We will investigate thoroughly after we complete our current mission." Captain Shangwan nodded in understanding. Ethan then turned his gaze to Mu Changqing and said slowly, "Changqing, give me the briefing on the individuals who have secretly infiltrated the country." Mu Changqing nodded slightly in response. "Of course, Chief Inspector." In fact, he had only just received the detailed information himself. He continued, "Based on current intelligence, the number of infiltrators is conservatively estimated at around 20. They all have East Asian features, most likely Japanese or Korean, since Western faces are too easily exposed here. Furthermore, their target is likely the upcoming Russian delegation." Hearing this, Ethan frowned and asked with confusion, "Just for a Minister of Commerce, is it necessary for them to deploy such a large force?" Mu Changqing looked at Ethan, knowing he might not be fully aware of the situation, and explained, "Actually, the Russian leader will also be arriving secretly with this delegation." Ethan's expression became grim. He said in a deep voice, "This is no small matter. We must ensure there are no mistakes. Do we have any leads on their current whereabouts?" Mu Changqing's expression was serious. "We don't have any exact locations yet, but based on various clues, we speculate they may be scattered and hiding throughout Harbin." Ethan nodded and said sternly, "In that case, we must act swiftly. Arrange for personnel to go to Harbin for a comprehensive search immediately. If you have any clues or notice anything unusual, contact me at once." As he finished speaking, a powerful spatial force flickered, and in the next instant, Ethan's figure vanished from their sight. Witnessing this, Bai Qianhan was so astonished his jaw dropped. He couldn't help but ask Mu Changqing, "Changqing, isn't the Chief Inspector a cultivator? How does he also possess a spatial ability?" Mu Changqing was equally surprised by the ability Ethan had just displayed. It was the first time he had seen him use it. However, he couldn't provide a definite answer. He turned to Bai Qianhan and said seriously, "Let's not get hung up on that. Our most urgent task now is to organize our teams and lead everyone to Harbin to start the investigation." Meanwhile, Ethan, who had already left, did not return directly to Harbin but went straight back to his home in Tianjin. After the poisoning of Captain Shangwan, he realized there might be a traitor or a mole within the Ninth Bureau. Since his identity within the Bureau was not a secret, he began to worry about his family's safety. He knew all too well that if someone wanted to get to him, they might very well target his parents. Ethan rushed home and saw that his parents were safe and sound, which temporarily put his mind at ease. But he was still uneasy, so he decided to observe secretly for a while to see if anyone was lurking around his parents. With this in mind, Ethan immediately focused his spiritual energy. His powerful psychic force spread out like an invisible net, quickly enveloping the entire East Lake Villa. Every inch of space, every corner, was covered by this mysterious and powerful force, not letting any subtle fluctuation escape his notice. However, to his disappointment, he found nothing unusual. This made him frown. Could it be that no one was really hiding here? Just then, he suddenly remembered his two shadow guards and quickly called out, "Shadow 1, Shadow 2. Before his voice had faded, two dark figures appeared before him, saying respectfully, "Master, what are your orders?" Ethan looked at them and asked, "Have you noticed anything unusual around my parents recently? Or have any martial artists approached them?" The two exchanged a glance and replied in unison, "Master, we have been guarding them constantly and have found nothing unusual. No martial artists have approached them." Ethan nodded slightly, pondered for a moment, and then said, "Continue to be vigilant. There can be no slack." Shadow 1 and Shadow 2 responded in unison, "Yes, Master." Then, with a flicker, they once again concealed themselves in the shadows. Turning and walking into the villa, his spiritual energy gently swept over his sleeping parents. Ethan felt that he still couldn't be careless. He decided to set up a protective barrier around the house. That way, if any enemies invaded, he would be able to sense it immediately. He slowly closed his eyes, muttering incantations, his hands continuously forming various strange seals. As he moved, visible rays of light emanated from his body, weaving together to gradually form a complex and mysterious pattern. When Ethan completed the final hand seal, the entire villa instantly shimmered with a faint light, as if enveloped by an invisible and sturdy shield. After finishing all this, Ethan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Although he trusted the strength of Shadow 1 and Shadow 2, an extra layer of protection was always a good thing. Now, he had to hurry back to Harbin to meet up with Mu Changqing and the others. After setting everything up, Ethan didn't linger. He used the system's space transfer to return directly to his room at the Ermin Hotel in Harbin. Seeing that it was already late, Ethan decided to get some rest. He took off his jacket, changed into comfortable pajamas, and lay down on the soft bed, closing his eyes and gradually drifting off to sleep. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the curtains, falling on Ethan's face. He slowly opened his eyes, glanced at the time, and realized it was almost noon. He stretched, sat up in bed, rubbed his eyes, and began to get ready. He picked up his phone and saw several unread messages on the screen. Most were work-related, but there was one from Nina Lee, checking in on him. He smiled and replied, telling her he was fine and that he missed her too. There was also a message from Wayne Wong, reminding him to go to Dylan Yang's house at noon. Ethan thought that perhaps there was something important to discuss. So, he quickly got himself ready, changed his clothes, and prepared to leave. In a flash, Ethan appeared outside Dylan's villa. Since acquiring his spatial ability, his travel had become incredibly convenient. This ability not only saved time, but also brought him great ease. However, for now, his spatial ability could only be used over short distances. There were still limitations on long-distance teleportation. Thinking about this, Ethan mused to himself, "I need to find an opportunity to enhance my spatial ability." Ethan walked up to the villa's front door and gently rang the doorbell. Before long, a young, beautiful girl opened the door. When she saw Ethan standing there, a flash of surprise crossed her eyes. "Hello, I'm Dylan's cousin, Sherry Yang. Are you Wayne Wong?" Sherry asked shyly, her face blushing. The girl was very pretty, with large, clear eyes, fair skin, and a tall, slender figure. Dressed in casual clothes, she looked exceptionally beautiful. Hearing this, Ethan knew that Sherry had mistaken him for Wayne. He quickly explained, "I'm sorry, I'm not Wayne. I'm Dylan's friend, Ethan Yi." Just then, Maya Mu walked out from inside. Seeing the person at the door, a smile appeared on her face. She said to Ethan, "Ethan, you're here? Come on in, Dylan is inside." Hearing Maya call his name, Ethan smiled and said, "Maya, I didn't expect you to be here too." Maya smiled and said, "Dylan and I just officially got together, so of course we're together. Please come in." With that, Maya stepped aside, inviting Ethan into the living room. The three of them entered the main hall together. Dylan enthusiastically gestured for Ethan to sit down, then asked, "Ethan, didn't Wayne come with you?" "No, I saw the message he sent me and came straight over." By the way, is your sister not here? Ethan asked as he sat down, looking around. Just then, Leah Young walked out of the kitchen carrying a platter of fresh fruit. She gently placed the fruit in front of Ethan, her face beaming with a friendly smile as she said, "Ethan, you were just talking about me. Are you hoping I'll introduce you to a girlfriend too?" Hearing this, Ethan quickly waved his hands in refusal. "No, not me, big sister. I already have a fiancé. If she weren't still in school, I might have gotten married before Dylan." As they were talking, the crisp sound of the doorbell suddenly rang, drawing their attention. Leah's eyes lit up, and she said with a smile, "This must be Wayne." Leah walked quickly to the door and opened it. There stood Wayne, holding a bouquet of lilies, standing straight and tall, a confident smile on his face, his eyes filled with anticipation and excitement. "Wayne, you're finally here. Come in, my cousin is already here." Leah greeted him warmly. Wayne smiled and nodded, following her inside. As soon as he entered, Wayne's attention was captured by the scene before him. Sitting in the living room was a beautiful and moving girl. She was dressed in casual attire, her skin as fair as snow, her long hair cascading over her shoulders like a waterfall. Her large eyes sparkled with a bright light, and she exuded a fresh and refined aura. This girl was Leah's cousin, Sherry Young, the main character of this blind date. Leah brought Wayne over to Sherry and introduced them with a smile. "This is my cousin, Sherry Young. She's a senior at Harbin University and is about to graduate." Then she turned to Sherry and said, "Sherry, this is Wayne Wong. You two should get to know each other." Wayne looked at Sherry, and a ripple went through his heart. He hadn't expected Sherry to be so beautiful, like a fairy from a painting. He tried to remain calm and said to Sherry with a smile, "It's a pleasure to meet you, Sherry." With that, he handed the bouquet of lilies to her, his eyes filled with a gentle expression. Sherry took the flowers, a faint blush on her cheeks, and said softly, "Thank you. These flowers are beautiful." She looked up at Wayne, their eyes met, and a subtle chemical reaction sparked between them. Wayne took the opportunity to introduce himself. "My name is Wayne Wong. I graduated from Shanghai University, and I'm currently the president of Huafu Trading Company." Leah watched the interaction between them and nodded with satisfaction. She felt that this blind date had a good chance of success, so she decided to give them some time alone to get to know each other better. "It's crowded here. Why don't you two go to the study to chat? It's quieter there, and you can get to know each other," Leah said with a smile. She then led them to the study, opened the door, and gestured for them to go inside. Upon entering the study, a faint scent of books filled the air. The room was simply and comfortably furnished, with bookshelves filled with a variety of books, from literary classics to scientific research. A spacious desk was placed by the window, and sunlight streamed in, illuminating an open notebook and a pen. After bringing them into the study, Leah left and returned to the living room. Wayne and Sherry sat opposite each other in the study, the atmosphere a bit delicate. Wayne was the first to break the silence. "Sherry, what's your major?" Sherry lowered her head slightly and answered softly, "I'm studying fashion design." A look of surprise flashed in Wayne's eyes. "That's very creative. Do you plan to work in a related field in the future?" Sherry nodded gently. "Yes, I hope to design clothes in my own style." Wayne smiled encouragingly. "I'm sure you can do it. You must have had a lot of interesting experiences at university, right?" Sherry looked up, her eyes sparkling, and began to recount stories from her campus life. Wayne listened intently, nodding from time to time in response. Before they knew it, they had been talking for a long time. Wayne looked at the time and said, "Time flies. I've really enjoyed talking with you." Sherry also smiled and said, "Me too." Just then, Leah's cheerful voice came from outside the study. "How's the chat going in there?" Wayne and Sherry exchanged a glance, then stood up together and walked out of the study side by side. Leah stood at the doorway, her gaze eagerly fixed on the two of them, and asked impatiently, "So, how do you feel?" Wayne smiled slightly, turned to look at Sherry, and said softly, "Sherry is excellent, and very lovely." Hearing this, a shy blush appeared on Sherry's face. She lowered her head and responded softly, "Wayne is very nice too." Seeing this, a great weight was lifted from Leah's heart. She laughed happily, her voice full of hope. "That's wonderful. You two should keep in touch more often." With that, the three of them returned to the living room together. Sitting on the sofa, Ethan immediately noticed the joy radiating from Wayne's face and knew that things were already more than halfway to success. He couldn't help but tease, "Wayne, it looks like you owe us a meal." Wayne nodded without hesitation, patting his chest grandly. "No problem. Pick whatever you want to eat." Ethan immediately turned to Dylan, a teasing smile on his face. "Dylan, we have to make him pay for a really expensive one." Dylan laughed along, nodding in agreement. "Exactly, we have to make him bleed a little. My amazing cousin can't be won over that easily." Leah smiled and said, "In that case, we need to carefully consider where to have this celebratory feast." Everyone began to think. Wayne scratched his head and said, "How about that new seafood restaurant? I hear it's very good." Ethan shook his head. "I've had too much seafood recently. Let's pick something else." Sherry suggested, "Why don't we go for hot pot? It's lively and has a great atmosphere." Her suggestion was met with unanimous approval, so they decided to head to a hot pot restaurant. However, just as they arrived, Ethan received a call from Mu Changqing. Ethan, we've arrived. We're at the Harbin branch now. The deployment is arranged, but we don't have any leads yet. Ethan frowned. He knew very well that finding those people wouldn't be easy, but time was short, and they had to act quickly. He said in a deep voice, Changqing, thank you for your hard work. The leads might not be easy to find, but we can't give up. Mu Changqing replied, don't worry, we'll do our best. It's just that the situation is quite complicated right now. These people are hiding very well. Ethan nodded. I know, but we must hurry. This mission is critical. We absolutely cannot let those people succeed. Mu Changqing agreed, and then asked, so, what should we do next? Ethan thought for a moment, then said, Changqing, first, contact the local authorities and request their cooperation in our investigation. Tell them that if they find anything unusual, they should not act rashly but notify us immediately. Mu Changqing responded, all right, I'll get in touch with them right away. I'll notify you at the first sign of anything. Ethan urged, be safe and stay vigilant. If you encounter danger, make sure to get to safety immediately. Mu Changqing said firmly, don't worry, we'll be careful. After hanging up, Ethan took a deep breath, silently praying that they would find the whereabouts of those people soon. Returning to the private room at the hot pot restaurant, Wayne greeted him warmly. Ethan, I thought you had left for a second there. Come on, sit down. See if there's anything else you want to eat. I'll add some more. Ethan smiled and walked over to the empty seat next to Dylan, explaining, I couldn't possibly leave when I have a chance to make you pay for a big meal. I just had something I needed to take care of. Now that everyone's here, let's start eating. Don't be polite with me, everyone. Dig in, Wayne said magnanimously. Everyone picked up their chopsticks and began to enjoy the food. The hot pot restaurant was filled with laughter and cheerful chatter. However, Dylan noticed that Ethan seemed distracted. He frowned with concern and asked, Ethan, did something happen? Ever since you took that call, you seem a bit off. Ethan shook his head slightly, forcing a smile. It's nothing major, just a small work issue. It won't affect our meal. Let's just enjoy ourselves. But Dylan was clearly not convinced. He put down his chopsticks and looked at Ethan seriously. Brother, we've been friends for so many years. Don't hide things from us. If you're really in trouble, we'll all help you figure it out. Wayne also chimed in. Yeah, Ethan, don't carry the burden by yourself. Ethan's heart warmed, feeling the care and support from his friends. After a moment of hesitation, he slowly said, well, it's not a huge deal, but I've been thinking about something recently. I wanted to ask you all, if someone wanted to hide in Harbin and then ambush another person, where do you think they would choose to hide? Hearing this, Dylan immediately grew tense. Ethan, who's trying to ambush you? Is it one of your business rivals? If you need help, just say the word. Don't be a stranger with us. Maya quickly added, yes, Ethan, tell us if something is wrong. While I may not be much help elsewhere, here in Harbin, or even in the entire Northeast region, my Mu family has some connections. We can help you. Seeing everyone's concern, Ethan couldn't help but give a wry smile and quickly explained, you've misunderstood. No one is trying to ambush me. I just want to understand, in such a situation, where people would typically hide to avoid detection while still being able to openly approach their target. You don't need to be so tense. It's just a hypothetical. Hearing Ethan's explanation, everyone breathed a sigh of relief, but they remained concerned and began to ponder the question seriously, trying to find the most logical answer. Wayne was the first to break the silence, picking up a piece of tripe and swishing it in the pot. Well, I think if you want to hide but still be able to approach the target, you might choose a public place the target often visits, like a supermarket or a gym, and disguise yourself as an employee or a regular customer. Dylan shook his head, refuting, that's too easy to expose. I think they would hide near the target's residential area, maybe rent an apartment or find a corner to stake out. Maya took a sip of her drink and said, it could also be the target's workplace, like a parking garage or some corner of the building. Everyone offered their own opinions, the discussion growing lively. Ethan listened intently to each person's thoughts, continuously analyzing and pondering them himself. Just then, Sherry, who had been quiet for most of the conversation, suddenly spoke up. I think the most dangerous place is also the safest place. For example, disguising oneself as a security guard. After all, no one would suspect a security guard. Ethan's eyes lit up. He found this idea very valuable and nodded. You all have very good points. It's given me a lot to think about. Everyone was pleased that their ideas could be of help to Ethan. After the meal, the two couples went on their respective dates, while Ethan returned to his hotel alone. What could it be? Sitting on the sofa, Ethan frowned, continuously mulling over what they had said. He felt as if he had grasped something, but upon closer thought, it seemed like an elusive phantom, impossible to pin down. After much deliberation, Ethan finally decided to go to the Harbin branch to investigate. He picked up his phone, called Mu Changqing, and asked for the specific address. After hanging up, Ethan stood up to leave the hotel. However, he didn't use his spatial ability to teleport to his destination as usual. Instead, he chose to walk. He knew that perhaps he could find more clues along the way. Throughout his walk, Ethan remained vigilant, spreading his spiritual energy to carefully observe everyone around him. He hoped to discover some leads or capture any information related to the mission. Unfortunately, despite his efforts, he found nothing. After some time, Ethan finally arrived at the Harbin branch. By the time he reached it, his spiritual energy had already located Mu Changqing and the other team members. With a flicker, he appeared before them like a phantom. No one showed much surprise or shock at Ethan's sudden appearance. He walked to an empty seat, sat down, and immediately asked, "Have you found any clues? And how is the investigation progressing?" Mu Changqing shook his head helplessly, indicating that he was also at a loss. As a metropolis with a population of over 10 million, finding the foreign agents in such a short time was an almost impossible task, especially since they had no idea what these people looked like. "No leads yet. We can only hope to find suspicious individuals through the screening process." Ethan knew that finding clues under such tight time constraints was indeed difficult. He nodded in understanding and didn't press further. He then gently closed his eyes and quietly released his spiritual energy, which spread like invisible tentacles throughout the entire Harbin branch. He was secretly worried that there might be a mole or a traitor within the branch. After all, the recent poisoning of Captain Shangwan was a stark lesson. As Ethan's spiritual energy probed the branch, he suddenly felt a strange psychic fluctuation. The fluctuation was extremely faint. If he hadn't been fully focused, he would have hardly noticed it. Ethan's eyes snapped open, a hint of vigilance in them. He silently continued to sense the source of the fluctuation, his mind racing. Could my guess have been right? Ethan whispered to himself. He decided not to act rashly for now, wanting to understand the situation better first. He quietly stood up and said to Mu Changqing, "I'm going out for some air," and then nonchalantly left the room. Ethan followed the fluctuation, carefully moving through the corridors and rooms of the branch. Finally, he stopped in front of a seemingly ordinary office door. Just as he was about to investigate further, he heard footsteps behind him. Ethan quickly ducked around a nearby corner and observed the newcomer. It was a staff member from the branch, looking hurried and holding a file. He entered the office. Ethan's suspicion grew. He decided to wait for the man to come out before making his next move. After a while, the staff member came out. Ethan quietly followed him, wanting to see what he would do next. The staff member looked around nervously, his steps quick as he headed straight for the branch's basement. Ethan felt that something was definitely wrong and followed even more cautiously, careful not to make a sound. The basement was dimly lit, filled with a musty smell. The staff member stopped in a corner piled with clutter. He squatted down, seemingly searching for something. Ethan hid behind a pillar, watching his every move. He saw the staff member take a black box from the pile of junk, quickly tuck it into his coat, and prepare to leave. At that moment, Ethan decided to reveal himself and stop him. When the staff member saw Ethan, a look of terror crossed his face, and he turned to run. Ethan lunged forward, blocking his path, and shouted sternly, "Stop! Hand over the item." The staff member trembled and said, I can't. Someone threatened me. If I don't deliver it, my family will be in danger." Ethan frowned. "If you cooperate, we will protect your family. But if you persist, the consequences will be dire." The staff member hesitated for a moment, but finally he slowly took the black box from his coat and handed it to Ethan. Ethan reached out to take the box, but as soon as he opened it, a dazzling light flashed out. The light was as swift as lightning, striking Ethan's body in an instant. With the appearance of the light, a huge and irresistible force erupted. This force sent Ethan flying backward with astonishing speed, as if pushed by an invisible giant. Ethan's body flew through the air, crashing through the first wall and continuing backward. The force didn't stop, pushing him through a second wall. Finally, his body slammed violently into the third wall. The impact was so strong that his body was deeply embedded in it, leaving a deep indentation. Ethan slowly slid down from the wall, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. He wiped it away with the back of his hand, his face a mask of pain and shock. He secretly felt fortunate that he had already recovered his golden core realm strength. Otherwise, this attack could have seriously injured or even killed him. After all, this was a blow that was infinitely close to the golden core realm. Without sufficient cultivation, the consequences would have been unthinkable. Ethan quickly took out a great recovery pill and put it in his mouth, hoping to recover from his injuries as soon as possible. The pill dissolved instantly, turning into a warm stream of energy that flowed through his body, helping to repair his damaged meridians and organs. Just then, Mu Changqing and the others belatedly arrived on the scene. When they saw Ethan's battered appearance, they were overcome with anxiety. Several of them rushed forward to help him up, asking with concern, "Chief Inspector, what on earth happened? Why were you attacked? Did you get a good look at the attacker?" However, Ethan didn't immediately answer their questions, only saying softly, "Just help me leave this place first." In reality, his injuries weren't severe. In fact, after taking the precious great recovery pill, His condition had already recovered by 70 or 80%. At this moment, he was deliberately feigning serious injury, hoping to lure the hidden mastermind into making another move. The group escorted Ethan out of the basement and into a quiet room. Mu Changqing posted guards outside, leaving only a few of them in the room. Ethan looked at the group with a serious expression and said, "Don't worry, my injuries are not serious. I was just pretending to be seriously hurt." Captain Shangwan was a bit confused and asked, "Chief Inspector, why did you pretend to be injured?" Ethan recounted the entire incident in detail, then voiced his suspicions and speculations. "Ever since Captain Shangwan was poisoned, I have suspected there might be a mole in our team. But what just happened makes me think there might be a psychic user behind the scenes. He used some means to control some of our internal personnel and obtained our intelligence through them. Therefore, I decided to feign injury for now, hide in the shadows, and try to find this mysterious psychic user." Mu Changqing's brow furrowed, his expression grave. "It seems that every step we take from now on must be kept strictly secret. We also need to release some false information to confuse the enemy." Bai Qianhan couldn't help but give a wry smile. "This is a real headache. Regardless, we must find this detestable psychic user as soon as possible. Then let's put out the news that the Chief Inspector is seriously injured and his life is in danger," Captain Shangwan suggested. "Isn't that too risky? What if the enemy takes advantage of the situation?" Bai Qianhan expressed his concern. "They won't. We can strengthen our defenses, and Ethan can observe in secret to see if any suspicious people approach," Mu Changqing analyzed. "All right, let's do that," Ethan decided. Thus, they spread the news of Ethan's serious injury while strengthening the base's security measures. Ethan, meanwhile, hid in a safe place, closely monitoring the surrounding activities. Days passed, and the Harbin branch remained calm, with no new incidents. At the same time, the comprehensive screening of all potential security risks continued, but no useful clues were found. This made Ethan extremely anxious and worried. After all, there was only one day left before the delegation's arrival. If something were to happen then, the consequences would be unimaginable. So, he decided to temporarily put aside his work and return to the hotel to rest properly. As soon as he got back to his hotel room, he took a long, hot shower, trying to relieve his tense nerves. After the shower, he began to check his spatial inventory. It was filled with all sorts of items, rewards he had obtained by completing missions, each one of immense value. However, at this moment, Ethan was in no mood to appreciate them. Instead, his attention was focused on a mysterious card, a Golden Core Realm character card. He chose to use it without hesitation. With a crisp notification sound, the system's voice echoed in his mind. "Ding, Golden Core Realm character card used successfully. Now randomly generating character information. Name, Brock Bailey. Age, 33. Strength, Early Golden Core Realm, Body Cultivator. Cultivation Technique, 1,000-ton Body Tempering Art. Weapon, Mountain-Splitting Gauntlets, Low-Grade Spirit Tool. Loyalty, 100. Looking at the character information that appeared in his mind, Ethan was so excited he almost shouted out loud. A Golden Core Realm Body Cultivator. This was like a gift from the heavens. On an earth with scarce spiritual energy, a body cultivator's strength was far greater than that of a spell-based cultivator. Just then, a dazzling golden light flashed, and a middle-aged man with a resolute face and a burly physique appeared before Ethan. That man was Brock Bailey. His eyes were at first dazed, but they quickly regained their clarity. Brock Bailey strode up to Ethan, knelt on one knee, clasped his fists, and said respectfully, "Brock Bailey greets the master." Seeing this, Ethan quickly went forward, helped Brock Bailey up, and said with a smile, "Brother Brock, please rise. There's no need for such formalities. From now on, you can just call me by my name, Ethan." Brock Bailey stood up and nodded heavily, indicating he understood. Ethan seriously and concisely explained the current situation to Brock Bailey, conveying all the details clearly. After quietly listening, Brock Bailey's eyes shone with a determined light, and he replied resolutely, "Brother Ethan, rest assured. With me here, I will do my utmost to assist you in completely eliminating this group of ants." Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, it was the next day. The various teams of the 9th Bureau were already stationed at the Harbin military airport, rigorously securing every corner to ensure everything was foolproof. Director Zhong himself was on site, personally commanding the operation. Director Zhong stood in the terminal, his gaze as sharp as a hawk's, scrutinizing every movement around him. His face was etched with seriousness and tension, as if he sensed an impending storm. "Changqing, how are Ethan's injuries?" Director Zhong suddenly turned his head and asked in a low voice. Mu Changqing quickly leaned in and replied softly, "Director Zhong, Ethan's injuries have fully recovered. At this moment, he is hidden in the shadows, ready to respond to any emergency." Director Zhong nodded with satisfaction. He knew that Ethan was one of the 9th Bureau's most powerful assets. As long as he was here, it was the greatest deterrent to the enemy. Director Zhong glanced at his watch and saw that there were less than 10 minutes until the delegation's arrival. Although everything seemed calm at the moment, he had a persistent, inexplicable sense of unease, as if something was about to happen. Director Zhong frowned, thinking to himself, could I have been wrong? Maybe it's just my imagination. However, as he looked up into the distance, a strong premonition washed over him, telling him that today was destined to be anything but ordinary. Just then, a fierce gust of wind swept through, and the trees outside the terminal rustled loudly. Director Zhong's heart tightened, and his sense of foreboding grew stronger. Everyone on high alert. Director Zhong shouted. No sooner had he spoken than a violent explosion erupted in the distance, sending flames soaring into the sky. Not good. We have a situation. Mu Changqing's face changed dramatically. Director Zhong's eyes instantly became sharp as daggers. Immediately organize a response and ensure the safety of the delegation. Everyone moved swiftly, and a tense atmosphere filled the entire terminal. Ethan, observing from the shadows, did not go to the explosion site. He had just scanned the area with his spiritual energy and found that apart from some firearms, there weren't many martial artists. The strongest was only at the Grandmaster level, no match for the Ninth Bureau. An attack of this scale was clearly a diversion. The real attack was yet to come, especially since the hidden psychic user had not yet appeared. Ethan looked at Brock Bailey beside him and whispered, don't make any rash moves. Follow my orders for all actions. Brock Bailey nodded. In his mind, the lives and deaths of these people were of little consequence. He was only following Ethan's orders. Everything else was irrelevant to him. However, just then, the system's voice sounded. System mission issued. Stop Ella's attack and eliminate her. Mission reward. Unknown. Hearing the system's voice, Ethan frowned slightly and muttered to himself, Ella? Could it be that girl? But she's only an intermediate level ability user. Isn't she afraid of dying if she comes to our country? Before he could think further, the delegation's plane began to land. However, Ethan pushed his spiritual energy to its limits, trying to find any potential dangers. But no matter how hard he tried, he found nothing unusual. This is impossible. The system has already issued a mission. There can't be nothing unusual. What went wrong? Ethan murmured to himself, his heart filled with doubt and unease. Just then, he suddenly heard Director Zhong's loud shout. Ethan, get out of here. Get out of here. Don't worry about anyone else. Hearing this shout, Ethan was stunned. He had no idea what was happening. He hadn't detected anything unusual, so why was Director Zhong telling him to leave? Just as he was about to go and ask, a strong intuition told him that danger was approaching. Ethan immediately activated his spiritual energy to its fullest and scanned his surroundings. In an instant, he was horrified to find two missiles hurtling towards them at high speed from the north and south, their speed astonishing. He had no time to think and reacted instinctively. He quickly threw a mid-level defensive talisman to Brock Bailey and shouted, You must stop the one from the south. Then, with a flicker, he rushed towards the other incoming missile at his top speed. Ethan summoned all his strength and shot towards the northern missile like a bolt of lightning. There was only one thought in his mind. He had to prevent this disaster. At this critical moment, a powerful energy wave erupted from his body, and the air around him seemed to distort. Finally, when he was just a hair's breadth away from the missile, he violently stretched out his hands and grabbed its front. The powerful impact made his body tremble uncontrollably, every muscle straining under immense pressure. His face instantly turned red, and the veins on his forehead bulged. But he gritted his teeth and, through sheer willpower and astonishing strength, managed to gradually change the missile's direction. With a deafening boom, the missile exploded in the sky, 10,000 meters up, and the massive shockwave sent Ethan flying. Searing flames and rolling smoke filled the air, and Ethan's body drifted in midair like a falling leaf. On the other side, Brock Bailey had also successfully intercepted the southern missile with the mid-level defensive talisman. However, he was also seriously injured by the immense recoil, with blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his body swaying unsteadily. After a violent jolt, the plane finally landed successfully. The members of the delegation watched the scene before them in terror, their hearts filled with fear and despair. The Russian Minister of Commerce, Nishkov, was pale. He had thought he was a dead man. The missile, launched from Russia's Far East base, was one of the most powerful on the planet. He had already prepared himself to meet his maker, never expecting to stand safely on Chinese soil again. At this moment, Director Zhong completely ignored the delegation. He rushed anxiously to where Ethan had crashed deep into the ground. He cried out in distress, You fool! Didn't I tell you to leave? Why did you have to rush in? Ethan slowly opened his eyes, a faint, pained smile on his face, as if it took all his strength. His voice was weak but firm. Because I am Chinese. With those words, he lost consciousness completely. Director Zhong held Ethan tightly, tears glistening in his eyes. He remembered all their past moments, all the experiences they had shared. At this moment, this child, whom he once worried might threaten the stability of the nation and later came to regard as a confidant, was so heart-wrenching to see. "Don't worry, I will save you, no matter the cost," Director Zhong roared, as if making a promise to Ethan. Time flew by like a fleeting shadow, and in the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. The Russian delegation had long since left the country, but one little-known detail was that the Russian leader had never gone to Harbin. Instead, he had secretly traveled directly to the capital. The so-called Harbin delegation had been nothing but a decoy to confuse and mislead. As for what the leader and the top officials discussed in the capital, it remained a mystery. All that was known was that upon his return to the Kremlin, the Russian leader conducted a major internal purge, resulting in a bloodbath. Meanwhile, Ethan, lying in the internal hospital of the 9th Bureau in the capital, had regained consciousness on the very night he was injured. However, due to his failure to complete the system mission, he was punished by being unable to control his body for a full 3 months. Finally, 3 months passed. As the sun rose, its light streamed through the window and fell on Ethan's face. He felt a surge of warmth and strength. Just then, he suddenly opened his eyes, his body once again under his control, and he sat up abruptly. The attendant who was with him was startled and looked at Ethan in surprise. But they quickly realized what was happening and ran out excitedly. Before long, Director Zhong and Mu Chongqing arrived at the ward. They looked with pleasant surprise at Ethan sitting on the bed, their eyes filled with concern. Director Zhong quickly walked to the bedside and carefully observed Ethan's condition. Mu Chongqing stood by, watching quietly, his heart filled with emotion. "Ethan, you're really awake. That's wonderful," Director Zhong said excitedly. Ethan smiled slightly and nodded. "I'm fine now, don't worry." Director Zhong sighed and said, "Ethan, you really had us worried this time. You were unconscious for so long, we all thought." "I don't go down that easily," Ethan interrupted, his tone firm. "I'm fine now. Even if there are some minor issues, I can fully recover quickly with some pills." At this moment, Director Zhong took out an exquisite wooden box from his storage pouch and gently handed it to Ethan, saying with a serious expression, "This is a commendation and thanks from the leadership. Although your deeds cannot be made public, you will not be shortchanged on the rewards you deserve." Ethan took the box, a hint of anticipation in his eyes. He carefully opened it. Inside, a shining first-class merit medal lay quietly, its golden light seeming to speak of its value and honor. Ethan's voice trembled with excitement as he said, "Director Zhong, do you think I can get my own page in the family genealogy book with this medal?" Seeing Ethan's excitement, Director Zhong couldn't help but laugh out loud, teasing, "I don't know about a new page, but you've been missing for 3 months. You're definitely in for a scolding when you get home, huh?" Hearing this, the smile on Ethan's face instantly froze, replaced by a pained expression. He complained, "Director Zhong, that's not fair. I've shed blood for the country here. You could at least help me come up with an excuse for my family." Seeing Ethan's aggrieved look, Mu Chongqing, who was standing by, couldn't help but laugh. He patted Ethan on the shoulder and comforted him. All right, Director Zhong is just joking with you. Don't be so sensitive. I already had Peter Zhao inform your sister that you went to Russia for a business deal, but you'll have to come up with your own reason for being unreachable all this time." Hearing Mu Chongqing's words, Ethan's heart immediately relaxed. He looked at Mu Chongqing gratefully and smiled brightly. "Chongqing is always so reliable. Thanks, I knew you would help me." With that, Ethan teased Director Zhong again. "Director Zhong, you're getting more and more humorous. But I think, with Chongqing's abilities, he's more suited to be the director than you are. Why don't you consider stepping down? If he becomes the director, I'll fully support him." Director Zhong, hearing Ethan's words, couldn't help but laugh and scold. "You little rascal, you just woke up and you're already causing trouble for me. Seeing that you're in good spirits now, you must have recovered well, right? In that case, don't linger here any longer. Go home and see your family. They've been very worried about you." Ethan chuckled and nodded. "All right, Director Zhong, I'll follow your arrangements. To be honest, I do miss home. By the way, how is Brock Bailey?" Hearing Ethan mention Brock Bailey, Director Zhong frowned slightly, thought for a moment, and then asked, "Brock Bailey? Are you talking about that body cultivator from that day?" Ethan quickly nodded and explained, "He's my friend. I was worried something might happen, so I asked him to come. Is he here too? Is he seriously injured?" Mu Chongqing glanced at Director Zhong beside him, a hint of hesitation in his eyes, and then said somewhat awkwardly, "Ethan, after the battle that day, Brock Bailey left. We don't know where he went, but from his condition at the time, his injuries didn't seem too severe." Ethan frowned upon hearing this, a wave of confusion washing over him. Why did Brock Bailey suddenly leave? Was it because his injuries were too severe and he needed to find better treatment? Or did something else happen? All sorts of speculations flooded his mind, leaving him deep in thought. Seeing this, Director Zhong gently patted Ethan on the shoulder and comforted him. "Ethan, don't worry. With Brock Bailey's strength, even if he's injured, he won't fall easily. And since he chose to leave, he must have his own plans. Maybe once he's taken care of his business, he'll naturally come back to see you. Ethan nodded. Although he was still confused, he could only set it aside for now. After all, with Brock Bailey's strength, he believed he could take care of himself. Director Zhong, Chongqing, since Brock Bailey has left, it means his injuries are not serious. I'll contact him later. I won't stay here any longer. I need to go home and see my family, or I'll really get a scolding, Ethan said with a helpless smile, deciding to go home and check on the situation. After all, he had been away for so long, and his family must be very worried about him. Mu Chongqing and Director Zhong nodded, watching as Ethan's figure flickered and disappeared from the ward. In the next moment, Ethan appeared at the East Lake Villa in Tianjin. He walked up and pushed open the main door. Mei Wang, who was drinking tea in the living room, heard the sound and turned to look at the door. Seeing that it was Ethan who had returned, she immediately rushed over in surprise. But as she reached him, her expression instantly changed. With her hands on her hips, she pointed at Ethan and scolded. "You little rascal, you think you've got wings now, don't you? It's bad enough that you disappear for over 3 months. You don't even answer your phone. I think you're asking for a beating." Ethan put on a pleasing smile and quickly explained, "Mom, I went to Russia for a trip and helped the country facilitate some collaborations. But because it involved state secrets, I couldn't contact the outside world. I came home to see you as soon as I got back. You still know how to come back, do you?" Mei Wang glared at Ethan, but still pulled him closer to look him up and down. Seeing that he was all right, she finally relaxed. Ethan smiled and said, "Mom, I'm your son. Where else would I go if not home?" Mei Wang snorted. "At least you have some conscience," Ethan said with a grin. "Mom, I'm back now, aren't I? Don't be angry." Mei Wang rolled her eyes at him. "How can I not be angry? You're gone for 3 months without a word. I thought something had happened to you." Ethan quickly promised, "It won't happen again, Mom. I'll spend more time with you this time I'm back." Only then did Mei Wang nod with satisfaction. "That's more like it. By the way, you must not have eaten or slept well while you were away for so long. Go take a shower and change your clothes. I'll make you a nice meal." Ethan agreed and went to shower and change. By the time he came out, Mei Wang had already prepared a sumptuous meal. Smelling the aroma, Ethan couldn't help but swallow. "Mom, your cooking smells amazing." Mei Wang smiled proudly. "Of course, your mom's cooking skills are no joke. Go on, try it and see if you like it." Ethan picked up his chopsticks and took a bite, his eyes immediately lighting up. Delicious. Mom's cooking is still the best." Mei Wang laughed happily. "I'm glad you like it. Eat more." The mother and son chatted as they ate, the atmosphere warm and cozy. After dinner, the mother and son sat together on the soft sofa. Mei Wang gently reminded him, "Ethan, have you told Nina you're back this time? If not, you should let her know quickly, so she doesn't keep worrying." Ethan smiled and nodded in understanding, then quickly took out his phone to inform Nina Lee that he was home safely. However, when he pressed the power button, the screen remained black. The phone was dead. Helpless, he stood up and explained to his mother, "Mom, my phone is dead. I'll go to my room to charge it for a bit, and then talk to her." Mei Wang nodded in understanding and replied with a smile, "All right, go charge it then. You should also get some rest in your room. I'll go tell your dad you're back, so he can rest easy too." Ethan went into his room and plugged his phone into the charger. Before long, the phone successfully rebooted, and the screen lit up again. When he unlocked the screen, he was surprised to find over 99 unread messages on his messaging app. He quickly found Nina Lee's chat and tapped on it. "Ethan, why haven't you messaged me? Spit it out. Did you fall for some other girl? Yeah. Where did you go? Why is your phone out of service area when I call? Carrot, I saw your phone in Dream Garden today. Where on earth did you go? It's been 3 days without any news from you. I'm really worried about you. I think about you every day. I wonder how you're doing. Did something happen to you? Or did you run into some trouble? I know you might be busy, but please be safe and don't get hurt. First day of missing you. I hope you can come back soon, and we can spend some wonderful time together. Second day of missing you. Where are you? Why aren't you replying to my messages? I really want to hear your voice. 12th day of missing you. I really want to hug you. 13th day of missing you. 93rd day of missing you. I'm begging you, please come back. Oh. Ethan looked at the messages, his heart filled with self-reproach. He quickly typed a message and sent it to Nina Lee. "Nina, I'm back. I'm sorry for making you worry." At this moment, Nina Lee, who was in class, saw the message from Ethan, and her eyes immediately welled up. Disregarding the ongoing lecture, she grabbed her books and rushed out of the classroom, leaving the teacher and her classmates utterly bewildered. Nina Lee ran all the way to a deserted corner, then entered the system space. In the next instant, she appeared in Ethan's room. She was panting, her heart filled with immense excitement. She rushed straight into Ethan's arms and began to pound on his chest. "I'm sorry for making you worry for so long," Ethan said, full of apology. Nina Lee buried her head in Ethan's chest, feeling his warmth, and couldn't help but let her tears fall. "You're finally back? I was so worried about you," Nina Lee sobbed. Ethan gently patted her back and comforted her. "Don't worry. I'm fine now, aren't I? I won't make you worry like that again." They held each other for a long time before slowly separating. Nina Lee, her eyes red, looked at Ethan and said, "Where have you been all this time? Why was there no news from you?" Ethan gently took Nina Lee's hand, led her to the bed to sit down, and then sighed softly. "Nina, I was involved in a highly confidential mission and got injured. I only just woke up from a coma today. Due to the classified nature of the mission, I can't tell you more details." Hearing this news, Nina Lee's face immediately tensed up. She asked anxiously, "Ethan, tell me quickly, where were you injured? Is it serious?" Looking at Nina Lee's concerned gaze, Ethan smiled and comforted her. "Darling, don't worry. My injuries have been well treated, and I've fully recovered now. If you're not convinced, you can check for yourself anytime." However, Nina Lee was not fooled by Ethan's smile. She glared at him and said coquettishly, "Humph, don't try that on me. Even if you seem fine now, you must rest well for a while. I need to go back and take care of some things. I'll come see you tonight. Remember, no matter what, you must take good care of yourself, understand?" With that, she entered the system space and left, leaving a helpless Ethan behind. After Nina Lee left, Ethan replied to all the messages in his app and was about to go for a walk. But just then, he received a call from Russia. He looked closely. It wasn't Petrov's number. Puzzled, he answered the phone. "Hello, this is Ethan Yi. Who is this?" "Ethan, it's me, Brock Bailey. Your phone is finally reachable." "Brock, where did you go? I see your number is from Russia. I went to get revenge for you. After you were injured that day, I heard that the missile you intercepted was launched from a base in the Russian Far East, so I went and destroyed that base." "What? You went to Russia alone and destroyed one of their bases?" "Yes, but that base seemed quite important. When I got there, I found a meeting in progress with many military officers and scientists. So I killed them all. Then I found some documents about the base. It turned out the person in charge had been bought by the Americans. They wanted to eliminate the Russian leader and take control of the entire country. So I destroyed all those documents and blew up the entire base." You're insane. Do you know that what you did could cause an international incident? What's there to be afraid of? They dared to attack our country with missiles. Are we not allowed to retaliate? I was serving justice this time, for you, and for the country. "Thank you, Brock, but you also need to be careful. Where are you in Russia now?" "I'm in a small town near Vladivostok, not far from the border. I plan to go back in a couple of days." "Are you injured? If you have any problems there, you can contact Petrov. He's a friend of mine." "Oh, you have connections in Russia too?" "Yes, our relationship is quite good. He's also a trustworthy person." "All right, then send me his phone number later. I'll see if there are any fish that escaped the net." "Okay, I'll send it to him right away. By the way, have you run into any other trouble during this time?" "No, everything has been smooth." "That's good. Be careful. If you need any help, you can contact me anytime." "All right, goodbye." "Okay, be extra careful over there. There should be many powerful individuals in Russia as well." "All right, you get some rest. I'll come find you after I've taken care of everyone who hurt you." After hanging up, Ethan sent Petrov's number to Brock Bailey and then left the villa. He wandered aimlessly down the street. Unconsciously, snowflakes began to fall from the sky. The crystal-clear snowflakes drifted down like feathers, blanketing the earth in a beautiful, silver-white coat. Ethan looked up at the sky, reached out to catch a snowflake, and felt the coolness as it melted on his fingertips. He murmured to himself, "This must be the first snow of the year, right?" Just then, a tall, slender girl nearby smiled at him and said, "That's not quite accurate. It should be the first snow of this winter." The girl's voice was crisp and melodious, like the song of a nightingale. She was wearing a white down jacket and a red scarf, her hair cascading freely over her shoulders. Her skin was as fair as snow, and her face radiated youthful vitality and a warm smile. Ethan turned to look at the girl and saw that she was looking at him with a smile, her eyes clear and bright like a spring. Ethan's lips curved into a gentle smile, and he said softly, "Yes, you're right. Thank you for the correction." With that, he was about to walk away. "Can I buy you a meal?" the girl called out, mustering her courage. Ethan stopped, turned back to look at her in surprise, a faint smile still on his lips. He said gently, "I'm sorry, but I'm afraid my girlfriend would be unhappy, so I'll have to decline." The girl quickly walked up to him, her cheeks slightly flushed, and said with some embarrassment, "Mr. Yi, please don't misunderstand. I just want to thank you. If it weren't for you, I might not be alive today. Thank you so much." The girl looked at Ethan sincerely, her eyes full of gratitude. Ethan looked at the beautiful girl before him with a puzzled expression, but he couldn't remember who she was. He replied politely, "I'm sorry, miss, but have you mistaken me for someone else? I don't think we've ever met before." A flash of disappointment crossed the girl's eyes, but she quickly recovered and explained, "Mr. Yi, I'm Anna Hu. I'm sure I'm not mistaken. We first met at the Tianjin Oncology Hospital. Do you remember that day you harshly reprimanded the agent for the cancer drug, which allowed all of us patients to get the medication? I even wrote an article about it back then." It dawned on Ethan. He remembered reading that article. "Oh, so you're the blogger known as the Vlogger Sister." "Haha, I'm so glad to see you've fully recovered. But for a beautiful girl like you to have such a username is quite unexpected. Anna, who smiled happily and said gratefully, yes, Mr. Yi, if it weren't for you, I might have been long gone. Now, not only have I recovered my health, but I also have the honor of being a member of the Universal Charity Foundation. So, I would like to invite my great benefactor to dinner. May I? Hearing Anna whose words, Ethan did not accept her invitation, but shook his head. He asked, Anna, how is the foundation implementing the subsidies for the cancer drugs? Has there been any feedback or have you encountered any difficulties? Anna smiled and replied, Mr. Yi, rest assured, the subsidies are being implemented very well. Generally, as long as the application materials are complete, the funds can be released to the patients or their families within 3 days. The patients are very satisfied with our work. After all, compared to the tens or even hundreds of thousands in treatment costs before, the current subsidy policy has greatly eased their financial burden. Her tone was full of pride and relief. Ethan nodded with satisfaction. He knew what this subsidy policy meant for cancer patients, and he was willing to work for it. He then asked with concern, what about you staff members? Has your workload been particularly heavy recently? Anna smiled and said, yes, since the drugs came onto the market, our workload has indeed increased a lot, but everyone is very proactive, and no one complains. Because everyone knows that these drugs could be a lifeline for some family. Ethan was deeply moved. He was grateful to these people who worked silently and dedicatedly. Without their hard work, this subsidy policy could not have been implemented so quickly. Finally, he smiled at Anna and said, thank you all for your hard work. When this busy period is over, I'll treat all the employees of the foundation to a big meal. Anna happily nodded in thanks. Ethan looked at the time, then said goodbye to Anna and left. When Ethan got home, Mei Wang had already prepared dinner. Hearing the door open, she hurried out to greet him, saying happily, son, you're finally back. Evan Yi also stood up from the sofa and complained with a smile. You rascal, your mom told me you were back, and I came home immediately, but you had gone out, making me wait for so long. Come on, sit down. I'll go cook some noodles. Dumplings when you leave, noodles when you return. You have to eat at least 2 bowls. With that, he turned and went into the kitchen to get busy. Ethan came to the dining table and sat down. Before long, a steaming bowl of noodles was brought to the table. Mei Wang held a small basin and carefully ladled the noodles into his bowl, then said with concern, Ethan, you have to eat more. I think you've lost weight. Ethan touched his face and asked with a puzzled look, really? I don't feel any different. He then turned to his father, as if seeking support. Evan Yi placed 2 cloves of peeled garlic into his son's bowl and replied seriously, what are you looking at me for? Your mom says you've lost weight, so you've lost weight. Now eat. Ethan smiled, his heart warm. He knew his parents' care and love for him. This warm family atmosphere made him feel incredibly happy. So he picked up his chopsticks and began to eat the noodles filled with love. After finishing his noodles, Ethan let out a satisfied burp, leaned back in his chair, a happy smile on his face. Mei Wang, while chiding him with a smile, you child, eating so fast. Slow down, don't choke, nimbly cleared the dishes and put them in the sink to be washed. Evan Yi, on the other hand, pulled Ethan to the living room sofa, his face full of concern, and said seriously, Ethan, I know you're busy, but for you to suddenly disappear for 3 months without any news, we were very worried. You're a grown man now, and your mother and I won't restrict you, but you must also be careful. His eyes were full of concern. Hearing his father's words, a wave of guilt washed over Ethan. He quickly said, Dad, I'm sorry for making you and Mom worry. I'll be more careful in the future. It won't happen again. Evan Yi sighed softly. Ethan, Dad knows you're busy, but no matter how busy you are, you have to let your family know you're safe. You don't know how much your mom has been worrying these past few months. She couldn't even sleep well at night. Mei Wang walked out of the kitchen and added, Yes, Ethan, we don't ask for much, just to know that you're safe and sound. Ethan stood up, walked over to his mother, and gave her a gentle hug. Mom, I know I was wrong. It won't happen again. The family of 3 sat on the sofa and chatted for a long time, reminiscing about the past, their laughter filling the room. As the night deepened, Ethan returned to his room. Lying in bed, thinking of his parents' care, his heart was filled with warmth and strength. He slept exceptionally well that night. The next morning, a ray of sunlight streamed through the window into the room. Ethan slowly opened his eyes and stretched. Just then, his phone suddenly rang, breaking the peaceful atmosphere. Ethan picked up his phone and saw Peter Zhao's name on the screen. He smiled and answered, Hello. Peter, what's up so early in the morning? Peter Zhao's excited voice came from the other end of the line. Brother Ethan, how did you rest? I wanted to call you yesterday, but I was afraid you had just gotten home and needed to rest, so I held back. Ethan couldn't help but laugh. Well, aren't you a considerate one? Where are you now? Peter Zhao chuckled. Hee hee, Brother Ethan, I'm in Shenyang, and I have some good news for you. I'm about to be off the market. Ethan, intrigued, asked, Oh, for real? Don't you be bluffing. Peter Zhao quickly explained. Of course it's for real. That little girl, Lin Shi, is hard to pursue, but I've been pestering her relentlessly lately, and I'm almost there. Hearing this, Ethan couldn't help but tease. Well, Peter, it seems you have some skills after all, but don't get too complacent. Maybe she's just stringing you along. Peter Zhao quickly retorted, impossible. I can feel that her attitude towards me has changed. And now when we chat, she even initiates topics, unlike before when she was so cold. Ethan smiled and shook his head. All right, I hope you succeed this time. But, by the way, why did you call me today? It wasn't just to show off your romantic progress, was it? Peter Zhao laughed awkwardly. Haha, brother Ethan. Actually, I have a small favor to ask you. Ethan raised an eyebrow. Oh, what is it? Let's hear it. Peter Zhao hesitated, as if he had something to say but found it hard to bring up. Finally, he carefully began. It's like this, brother Ethan. In a few days, it will be Lin Shi's grandfather's birthday, and I was thinking. Hearing this, Ethan couldn't help but find it amusing. He teased, thinking what? Why are you being so wishy-washy? Are you asking me to propose on your behalf? Peter Zhao quickly waved his hands and explained anxiously. No, brother Ethan. I just wanted to ask if you still have any of that 1,000-year-old ginseng. I want to buy one as a birthday gift for her grandfather. Ethan smiled and replied, oh, so that's what this is about. But do you know how precious a 1,000-year-old ginseng is? Even if you emptied out all your pocket money, you probably couldn't afford it. Peter Zhao blushed and said awkwardly, I know. That's why I wanted to ask for your help, brother Ethan. Seeing Peter Zhao's nervous expression, Ethan couldn't help but laugh. He comforted him. All right, don't be so tense. Since you've asked, I naturally won't refuse. How about this? If you have time, come to Tianjin and get it from me. Hearing this, Peter Zhao was immediately thrilled. He nodded repeatedly and said excitedly, all right, thank you, brother Ethan. I'll book a flight right away. You have to wait for me. With that, he eagerly took out his phone to book a flight to Tianjin. At this moment, Peter Zhao was filled with joy and anticipation. He could already picture the surprised look on Lin Shi's face when he presented her with the 1,000-year-old ginseng. And this gift would also be a chance for their relationship to deepen. Thinking of this, Peter Zhao couldn't help but break into a brilliant smile. After hanging up, Ethan went downstairs in his pajamas. He looked at his busy mother, Mei Wang, and said, Mom, aren't you tired from being busy all day? I think you should hire a housekeeper. Mei Wang stopped what she was doing, turned to look at Ethan, and smiled. Oh son, I can't stay idle. Besides, I feel more at ease doing things myself. And with me taking care of the house, you can all work with peace of mind. Ethan walked over to his mother and gently patted her shoulder. Mom, you've worked hard for most of your life. It's time for you to enjoy life. A housekeeper can help you with some of the chores, and you can get more rest. Mei Wang smiled and shook her head. Son, I know you care about me, but I'm really used to this way of life. Doing some housework and taking care of the family is a kind of joy for me. If I suddenly stopped, I would feel unaccustomed to it. Ethan couldn't help but sigh. Mom, you worry too much. But sometimes you have to learn to relax and not be so tired all the time. Mei Wang nodded. All right, I know. I'll try to change my lifestyle when I have the chance in the future. Ethan continued. Mom, if you have nothing to do, you should take my aunt's and uncle's wife on a trip. My other aunt is in the south. You could go visit there. Hearing this, Mei Wang's eyes lit up. Yes, that's a good idea. I haven't seen your aunt in a long time. It would be a good chance to go out and catch up. Seeing his mother's interest, Ethan continued. Yes, everyone is getting older. We should get together more often while we still can. Mei Wang said with emotion. All right, I'll discuss it with them when I get back. The school will be on break soon too. I'll have Elaine take us. You should also take Nina out for a trip. Ethan quickly nodded in agreement. Yes, okay mom, I know. I'll discuss it with Nina when I get back and figure out where to go. Seeing her son being so obedient, Mei Wang was very happy, but she couldn't help but nag. When you have time, you should also visit Nina's parents more often. When your father and I were dating, your father used to come to my house to help with chores all the time. Unlike you now, you don't even take the initiative to visit her family. Hearing his mother's nagging, Ethan felt a little embarrassed and scratched his head with a smile. All right, Mom, thank you for the reminder. Actually, I've only been to Nina's house twice before and haven't been back since. It seems I haven't been doing enough. Mei Wang nodded with satisfaction and continued. Exactly. So you have to remember this. Don't always ignore other people's feelings. Since you've decided to go see them, you should act on it quickly. Ethan replied with a laugh. Haha. Okay. Then I'll go to Shanghai this afternoon to visit Nina's parents. With that, he prepared to get up and leave. Mei Wang gently reminded him. All right, remember to say hello to them for me. And be safe on the road. After leaving home, Ethan didn't head directly to Shanghai, but instead went to the East Lake Hotel. Upon arrival, he took out the 1,000-year-old ginseng and a longevity pill he had prepared, placing them in an exquisite box. He then handed the box to the hotel manager, Qin Xian, and told him that Peter Zhao would be coming to pick it up in the afternoon. After settling matters, Ethan left the hotel. Finding a deserted spot, Ethan opened his system space and instantly teleported to his cloud villa. The moment he appeared, a calico cat darted into his arms at the sound. "Master, you're finally back. Ollie missed you so much." Ollie rubbed its furry head against Ethan's chest, acting very affectionate. Ethan looked down at Ollie in his arms and noticed it had grown quite a bit, its body becoming much rounder. He couldn't help but laugh, stroking Ollie's head dotingly. "Little one, you've grown so big. It seems you've been eating well." Ollie narrowed its eyes, enjoying its master's touch, and replied softly, "Ollie eats lots of yummy food every day, but it's not as good as the spirit beast food master gives." Hearing this, Ethan casually redeemed 10 bags of spirit beast food and carefully placed them next to the cat enclosure on the second floor. Then, he carried Ollie downstairs to the main hall. At that moment, Bianca was in the hall, fully engrossed in a meeting with her management team. She showed no surprise at Ethan's sudden appearance. After all, she was long accustomed to her boss's unpredictable comings and goings. With a smile, she gracefully approached Ethan and said respectfully, "Mr. Yi, you're back. Will you be dining at home today? I can inform the chef in advance so they can prepare." Ethan gently shook his head, a warm smile still on his face. "Bianca, I have to go out in a bit, so I won't be eating at home today." Bianca smiled and bowed as she retreated, her posture a picture of elegance and deference. Ethan then carried Ollie and walked briskly to the garage, driving towards the United Shopping Center. Along the way, he drove with focus while gently stroking Ollie's head, asking expectantly, "Ollie, what do you think I should get as gifts for your mistress's parents?" Ollie tilted its head, blinking its lively eyes, and said, "Master, I think spirit beast food and dried fish would be great, and a big tub of yogurt would be even better." Hearing Ollie's answer, a dark line appeared on Ethan's forehead. He felt a wave of helplessness, shaking his head at his own foolishness for asking a cat for gift advice. Ethan sighed and continued driving. Arriving at the United Shopping Center, he carried Ollie into various shops, carefully selecting gifts. In a jewelry store, he chose a pair of exquisite jade bracelets, thinking they might please his future mother-in-law. In a high-end clothing store, he picked out a fine cashmere sweater for his future father-in-law. Ollie fidgeted restlessly in his arms, seemingly fascinated by everything. Ethan smiled and patted its head. "Ollie, don't cause trouble, or you might get lost." He then bought many nutritional supplements, filling his shopping cart to the brim before leaving the shopping center, satisfied. Back in the car, he took out his phone and dialed Nina Lee's number. After a few rings, the call was connected. "Nina, I'm back in Shanghai. What do you think about me crashing your place for dinner tonight?" Ethan asked with a smile. Hearing that Ethan was back and wanted to come over, Nina immediately became excited. "Ethan, my parents have been talking about you for a long time, wondering why you haven't come over for dinner. I'll tell them right away. They'll be so happy." "So, should I meet you at the university, or go straight to your place?" Ethan asked. Nina thought for a moment and replied, "My class ends at 3:30. You can come to the university then, and we can go together. Of course, if you don't mind, you can go over by yourself first." Ethan thought about it and decided it was better to go with Nina. "Then I'll come find you, and we'll go together." After a bit more chatting, they hung up. Seeing that it was already noon, Ethan grabbed a quick bite to eat outside, and then drove to the Chungji building. Upon arrival, he parked the car and placed Ollie into his system space. After all, if he brought a cat into the company, he might be seen as a cat person by his employees, which wasn't the image he wanted to project. As he walked into the building, a young security guard immediately approached him and asked politely, "Hello, sir. May I help you?" Ethan answered frankly, "I'm just here to look around." Just then, the security guard Ethan knew walked over, holding a thermos. He recognized Ethan at once and hurried over, saying enthusiastically, "Chairman Yi, are you here for an inspection?" Ethan smiled in response. "It's been a while, uncle. I'm just here to look around. Is President Shen in today?" The security guard quickly nodded. "Yes, President Shen came in this morning and hasn't left. You can go directly to the president's office to find her." Ethan smiled and nodded, then headed for the elevator. Soon, he arrived at the president's office. He took a deep breath, straightened his clothes, and knocked on the door. "Come in." A crisp, familiar voice answered from inside. Ethan pushed the door open and saw Luna Shen sitting at her desk, focused on a document. When Luna looked up and saw it was Ethan, a surprised smile spread across her face. "Ethan, what are you doing here?" Luna stood up to greet him. Ethan smiled. "I had some free time, so I thought I'd come by and see how the company is doing." They sat on the sofa and chatted for a while about the company's recent business progress. Suddenly, Luna's phone rang. After answering it, her expression became a bit grave. "A small issue has come up that I need to handle. Ethan, could you wait here for a moment?" Luna said apologetically. With that, Luna hurriedly left the office. After she left, Ethan took out an exquisite box from his system space. The box radiated a faint spiritual energy, indicating that its contents were no ordinary items. Ethan gently opened the box, revealing the spirit tea inside. The tea leaves were a deep green, with fine veins that seemed to hold endless vitality. He carefully took out some tea leaves and placed them in a nearby teapot. As hot water was poured in, the tea leaves in the pot began to unfurl, releasing a rich aroma. The fragrance gradually filled the entire office, a refreshing scent that was a delight to the senses. Before long, the aroma of the tea grew even stronger, as if it could penetrate the walls and drift outside. Ethan took a deep breath, enjoying the fresh scent, and his mood brightened. He gently picked up a teacup and poured the brewed tea into it. The tea was clear, a pale yellow color, with a fine layer of mist floating on the surface. Ethan lifted the cup and took a small sip. The liquid slid down his throat, bringing a sweet and refreshing sensation. He closed his eyes, savoring the unique taste, feeling the spiritual energy it contained flow through his body. For a moment, the entire office fell silent, with only the gentle aroma of the tea filling the air as Ethan enjoyed this moment of peace and tranquility. Just then, his phone suddenly rang, breaking the silence. Ethan took out his phone and saw Peter Zhao's name on the screen. He then realized he had forgotten to inform Peter after giving the items to Ken Chun. He quickly answered the call. Peter's slightly excited voice came from the other end. "Brother Ethan, I'm in Tianjin. Send me your location. I'll come find you." Ethan replied with a laugh. "Peter, I'm sorry. I'm already in Shanghai. But don't worry, I've left the things you wanted at the East Lake Hotel. You can just get them from the hotel manager, Ken Chun. By the way, I also added a longevity pill for you." Peter asked in surprise. "Brother Ethan, how did you get to Shanghai so fast? I was hoping to chat with you for a bit. But since you're not in Tianjin, I'll go get the things first. You should come visit Shenyang when you have time. I'll be staying there for a while." Ethan smiled and said, "All right, I'll consider it. I'll definitely visit Shenyang when I have the time." "Okay, I won't keep you. Go get your things." Not long after he hung up, Luna Shun returned to the office. As soon as she pushed the door open, a rich aroma greeted her. Luna couldn't help but take a deep breath and murmur, "It smells so good." She looked at Ethan curiously and asked, "Ethan, what smells so fragrant?" Ethan smiled and pointed to the teapot on the table, saying mysteriously, "It's right here. Want to try some?" Luna walked quickly to the table, carefully picked up the teapot, and poured herself a cup. She took a small sip, and instantly a refreshing sensation washed over her, like a cool spring flowing down her throat, leaving her feeling invigorated. The aroma of the tea lingered in her mouth and nose for a long time. Luna's eyes widened in surprise, her face showing disbelief. She murmured, "This tea is amazing. It's simply the best tea I've ever had." She took another large gulp, savoring the taste. Seeing Luna's shocked expression, Ethan couldn't help but laugh. He said gently, "I'm glad you like it. This box of tea is for you. You work hard, so you can drink more of it to relax. It's also good for your health. By the way, how did you handle that issue from earlier? Do you need my help?" After putting the tea away, Luna smiled and said, "It was nothing major. It's been resolved. There is something I'd like your opinion on, though. The new year is less than a month away, and I'm planning to give the employees a larger year-end bonus. What do you think?" Ethan naturally had no objection to Luna's proposal. It was a good thing. He replied with a smile, "That's a great idea. I fully support it. I think we can also consider improving the employees' daily benefits. After all, our Universe group has plenty of funds right now." Hearing Ethan's approval and suggestion, Luna smiled happily. She continued, "All right, in that case, I'll start preparing. By the way, I'm having dinner with Melinda Fong tonight. Do you want to join us?" Ethan shook his head and said with a smile, "That's really unfortunate. I have to go to my future mother-in-law's house tonight, so I can't join you. However, regarding the Fong family, we can appropriately increase our support for them, but you'll need to manage the specifics." After chatting for a while longer, Ethan looked up at the clock on the wall and saw that it was almost 3 in the afternoon. He quickly stood up, said his goodbyes, and left. Ethan rushed to Shanghai University, where Nina Li was already waiting for him. Seeing him arrive in a hurry, she pretended to be angry and pouted. "Humph, you finally made it. I've been waiting forever." Ethan quickly went up to her and apologized, taking her hand gently. "Darling, don't be angry. I was just at the Universe group and lost track of time. I promise it won't happen again." Nina rolled her eyes at him, but she couldn't hide the smile on her face. "I'll forgive you this time, but don't let it happen again." Ethan, smiling apologetically, helped her into the car. "Let's go. We shouldn't keep your parents waiting too long." After getting into the car, Nina saw the back seat filled with gifts. Although she didn't say anything, she felt a sweet warmth in her heart. After all, what girl doesn't want her boyfriend to value her parents? Half an hour later, they arrived at the Tianhe residential community. After parking the car, Ethan carried the large bags of gifts and followed Nina home. As they reached the door, Ethan could clearly hear Jean Yang's enthusiastic voice. "Charlie, hurry up. Nina and Ethan will be here soon." I know. If they arrive, they can just take a walk around the neighborhood. This fish maw chicken needs to simmer a little longer, or it won't be delicious." Charlie Lee replied loudly while carefully adjusting the seasoning. With a smile on his face, Ethan gently knocked on the door. "Uncle, Aunt, we're here." Jean Yang quickly opened the door, her face beaming with a warm smile. "Oh, Ethan, you're here. Come in, come in." Ethan quickly handed the carefully prepared gifts to Jean. "This is a small token for you and Uncle." Jean happily accepted the gifts, murmuring, "Oh, you didn't have to bring so many things. Just coming is enough." "It's my pleasure. They're just some health supplements for you," Ethan said with a sincere smile. "Come, sit down, sit down. Nina, you chat with Ethan for a while. I'll go to the kitchen and see how the food is coming along," Jean said, hurrying into the kitchen. Just then, Charlie Lee, wearing an apron, walked out of the kitchen with a big smile. "Ethan, I made my specialty, fish maw chicken, today. You have to eat a lot later." "Thank you, Uncle. I'm in for a treat then," Ethan replied with an expectant smile. After some casual conversation, the aroma of food gradually wafted out from the kitchen. Jin Yang called out, "Dinner's ready." Everyone got up and helped bring the delicious dishes to the table. The fish maw chicken was placed in the center, its soup thick and the chicken tender, making one's mouth water just by looking at it. Everyone gathered around the table. Charlie Lee smiled and served a bowl of soup to both Ethan and Nina, saying, "Here, try this soup. The flavor is absolutely delicious." Ethan took a sip and couldn't help but praise, "Uncle, this tastes amazing. Your cooking skills are truly exceptional." Nina nodded in agreement. "Dad, I think you could open a restaurant." Everyone burst into laughter, and the dining table was filled with a joyful atmosphere. "Uncle, Aunt, Nina's break starts in a few days. I was thinking of taking her on a trip, and I was wondering if you two would be okay with that?" Ethan asked Jin Yang and Charlie Lee with a smile. His eyes were full of anticipation, hoping for their approval. Jin Yang turned to her husband, then smiled and replied, "Of course, we agree. Young people should go out and see the world, broaden their horizons. Where are you planning to go?" Her tone was kind and warm, showing her support for his plan. Ethan thought for a moment and then replied, "Our country and Russia recently established visa-free travel at the border, so I was thinking of going there to take a look. It has unique natural scenery and culture, which must be very interesting. However, I still need to hear Nina's opinion on which specific city or region to visit. After all, this is our trip together, and I have to respect her thoughts." Charlie Lee also expressed his agreement. "That's indeed a great place to go. The people in Russia are very friendly to us, and their customs and traditions are very different from ours, which will let you experience a different culture, unlike some countries that want to take our money but look down on us." Hearing this, Jin Yang nodded lightly, agreeing with her husband's point of view. She believed that this trip would not only allow the children to experience a foreign culture, but also strengthen their relationship. At the same time, she hoped that through such an experience, they would gain a better understanding of the world and broaden their horizons. Ethan looked at Nina with a gentle and caring expression. He asked softly, "Nina, do you have any particular ideas or suggestions for our travel destination? If you want to go somewhere else, we can consider that too." Nina smiled sweetly, revealing her white teeth. She blinked and said, "Well, I'll have to think about it carefully. After all, there's still some time before my break starts. I'll let you know once I've decided." With that, she playfully stuck out her tongue. Ethan looked at her dotingly, his eyes full of love. He gently stroked her head and said softly, "All right, take your time to think. No matter where you want to go, I will accompany you." Jin Yang sat by, a gratified smile on her face. However, when she turned to look at her husband, she shot him a sharp glare and said pointedly, "Look at Ethan, and then look at you. All you do is make me worry and cause trouble for me." With that, she rolled her eyes at Charlie Lee. Charlie Lee looked helpless and scratched his head. "Come on, I'm trying to improve. Can't you just let it go?" Jin Yang snorted. "Improve? All you do is talk." At this point, Ethan quickly stepped in to smooth things over. "Auntie, don't be angry. Uncle works hard too. He might not be perfect in some areas, but he's definitely trying." Nina also chimed in, "That's right, Mom. Don't blame Dad." Seeing that everyone was defending Charlie Lee, Jin Yang's tone softened a bit. "All right, I'll let him off this time. But if he does this again, I won't spare him." Everyone exchanged a smile, and the atmosphere in the room became relaxed and cheerful again. Just then, a knock came from the door. It wasn't loud, but it was exceptionally clear in the quiet room. Nina put down her chopsticks and stood up to go to the door. When she opened it, a middle-aged woman stood there, with a young man in his 20s behind her. Seeing the visitors, Charlie Lee immediately stood up from the table and greeted them warmly. "Big sister, you're here. Have you and Ben eaten yet? Come, sit down and have some food. I'll go make a couple more dishes." With that, he turned to go to the kitchen to prepare more food for his guests. Laura Lee quickly stopped her brother and said with a smile, "Charlie, we've already eaten. You don't have to go to any trouble." Jin Yang invited the mother and son into the living room, had them sit on the sofa, and poured them each a cup of hot tea. Then, she turned to Ethan and introduced them. "Ethan, this is Nina's aunt and her cousin, Ben Fong." Ethan smiled and greeted them. "Hello, aunt. Hello, cousin. I'm Nina's boyfriend, Ethan." His gaze was clear and steady, exuding confidence and sincerity. Ben Fong looked Ethan up and down and laughed heartily. "I've heard a lot about you from Nina. Seeing you today, you're just as impressive as they say." Everyone gathered in the living room, the atmosphere congenial. Laura Lee held Nina's hand and asked with concern, "Nina, you must be a junior by now. How are your studies going?" Nina smiled and replied, "Aunt, you know my academic abilities. They're definitely no problem." Just then, Jean Yang interjected, "Big sister, did you come over today for something specific?" A look of difficulty crossed Laura Lee's face. She hesitated for a moment and then said, "It's like this. Ben has recently found a girlfriend, and they're preparing to get married, but they haven't sorted out the housing situation yet. I have no other choice, so I came to discuss it with Charlie and see if we could borrow some money for the emergency. Don't worry, we'll pay you back as soon as we can." Seeing his older sister's predicament, Charlie Lee's heart ached. When they were young, his sister had given up her education to work and ease the family's burden. She scrimped and saved to support his schooling. After she got married, she was often criticized by her mother-in-law for secretly giving him living expenses. Fortunately, her husband was very protective of her, and her life was relatively comfortable. Charlie Lee took a deep breath to calm himself, and then said, "Big sister, you're being a stranger now. We're family. You raised me since I was little. I remember all the good things you did for me. What's this about paying it back? Ben is my only nephew. It's only right that I help him." Hearing her brother's words, Laura Lee was deeply moved but still felt a little embarrassed. She knew it wasn't easy for her brother to earn money. Although his life was good now, he had worked hard for it. Charlie Lee stood up, went into the bedroom, opened the closet, and took out a bank card. He then returned to the living room and handed it to Laura Lee. "Sister, there's $5 million in here. Take it and use it for now. If it's not enough, I'll find another way." Laura Lee took the bank card, tears glistening in her eyes. Her voice trembled as she said, "Charlie, thank you. We will definitely pay this back when we're more financially stable." Jean Yang's eyes also reddened. She said, "Big sister, we're family. Don't talk like strangers. The most important thing is to get Ben's wedding sorted out." Ben, full of gratitude, stood up and bowed deeply to Charlie Lee. "Uncle, you've truly saved us in our time of need. I will definitely repay you well in the future." Nina held her aunt's hand and smiled. "Aunt, it's all settled now. My cousin's house is taken care of. You can start preparing to welcome your daughter-in-law." Laura Lee wiped away her tears and said, "Yes, if it weren't for you all, I don't know what I would have done." Jean Yang held Laura Lee's hand and comforted her. "Big sister, don't be so formal. Look, you sacrificed so much for Charlie when you were young. It's only right for him to repay you now. Ben's wedding is a big deal. If you and your husband are too busy, just give me a call, and I'll come over to help." "All right, sister-in-law. Thank you for the trouble then," Laura Lee said with a smile. She then stood up to leave. The others also stood up and walked Laura Lee and Ben downstairs. After seeing them off, Ethan also said his goodbyes to the two elders. "Uncle, Aunt, it's getting late, and I should be going too. I'll visit you both again when I have time." Jean Yang smiled and nodded. "All right, Ethan. Be careful on your way. Come visit again when you have time." Then she turned to Nina and instructed, "Nina, see Ethan off. Your father and I will head back inside." Nina obediently agreed. After her parents left, Nina linked her arm with Ethan's and said with a grin, "Ethan, why were you so quiet when my aunt was here?" "Because I wasn't sure about the relationship between your family and your aunts." Ethan gently tapped her little nose and said with a doting smile, "So it was better not to say anything. What if I said the wrong thing and caused a conflict between your families? Besides, I can't make decisions for your parents. That would make me seem too arrogant and disrespectful, wouldn't it? But if you give me a kiss right now and beg me nicely, maybe if I'm in a good mood, I'll consider helping out." Nina stood on her tiptoes, a shy smile on her face, and gently kissed him on the cheek. Then, like a happy little bird, she quickly ran to the car. "I don't need your help. Have you forgotten? I'm a little rich girl myself. Now, you can go home and rest. As for me, I have to hurry home and think carefully about where we should go next." She winked playfully, as if she couldn't wait to start planning their trip. Ethan's lips curved into a mischievous smile. He quickly walked over to Nina, reached out, and gave her a playful swat on her behind, then quickly jumped into the car. He rolled down the passenger side window, looked at Nina, and teased, "All right, I'm heading home. You be good now, don't miss me too much." Nina's face instantly flushed red. She shot him a coquettish glare, then pouted and said, "All right, I know. Remember to pick me up when my break starts, or else, you'll be in for it." With that, she jogged back home. Ethan watched her retreating figure, his heart filled with warmth and contentment. He waved, signaling for Nina to be careful, then started the car and slowly drove out of the parking lot, heading towards his cloud villa. Back at the villa, Ethan took Ollie out of the system space. Ollie blinked its eyes, looking at Ethan with a dazed and confused expression. It had been playing happily in the system space one moment and was back home the next. Ollie pouted and said pitifully, "Master, can you send me back? It's much more fun there than at home." Seeing Ollie's adorable expression, Ethan couldn't help but laugh. He crouched down, gently stroking Ollie's soft fur, and comforted it. "Little Ollie, Don't be in such a hurry, you're only a level 1 spirit beast right now. You still need to improve your strength. Be good and play at home for now. When you become a level 2 spirit beast, I'll grant you the ability to freely enter and exit the system space. How about that? Hearing this, Ali's eyes instantly lit up. It nodded expectantly, showing that it understood. Then, it happily ran towards the stairs, eager to go upstairs and enjoy its delicious spirit beast food. After all, it had been playing for so long, and its stomach was rumbling. Ethan smiled and shook his head, then stood up and went into his room. He lay on the bed, took out his phone, and started scrolling through short-form videos. Watching all sorts of interesting videos, he gradually relaxed. Before he knew it, sleepiness crept up on him. He closed his eyes and fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the curtains, casting mottled patterns of light on the floor. Ethan stretched, got out of bed, and after a quick wash, went to the dining room to enjoy a delicious breakfast. He sat at the table, savoring his food while admiring the view outside the window, enjoying the peace and quiet of the morning. Just as he was enjoying this moment of tranquility, his phone suddenly rang. He put down his utensils, picked up his phone, and saw Wayne Wong's name on the screen. He smiled, wondering why he was calling so early. He answered the call and teased. Wayne, aren't you with your girlfriend? Why are you thinking of me? What's up? Ethan, I actually have a favor to ask you, Wayne said seriously. Haha, Wayne, don't tell me you're getting married to Sherry. What is it? Do you need a house or a dowry? Whatever you need, your old man will take care of it, Ethan joked. Hearing this, Wayne couldn't help but laugh. He knew Ethan was joking but still replied seriously. You little rascal, be serious. I really have something to ask. Sherry doesn't graduate for another 6 months. Even if I wanted to get married, it would have to be after that. So what is it? Stop beating around the bush, Ethan urged. This was the first time Wayne had asked him for help so formally. It's like this. Sherry and I have been seeing each other for a while, and I've been to her house a few times. Yesterday, she said she wanted to visit my parents. You know, ever since they divorced and remarried, they haven't had anything to do with me. I have no feelings for them, but I really don't want to see them, Wayne said in a low voice. Ethan frowned, thinking, Wayne's situation is indeed a bit complicated. He completely understood his friend's feelings. Wayne had lived with his grandfather since he was a child, and his grandfather had to personally go to his parents to get money for his living expenses and tuition. This had led him to feel nothing but resentment for his parents. Wayne, so what are your thoughts? How can I help you? Don't worry, I'm not some goody two-shoes. I'll support whatever decision you make, Ethan said seriously. Wayne was silent for a moment, then slowly said, Ethan, honestly, I don't want to see them, but I'm afraid Sherry will be angry since she's the one who suggested it. I don't know what to do right now. Ethan comforted him. Wayne, don't worry too much. First, you need to be honest with Sherry and tell her how you really feel. If she truly loves you, she should be able to understand your situation. Second, if you feel you still want to see your parents, then try to let go of the past grudges and give each other a chance. Of course, if you really don't want to see them, then just refuse. Don't force yourself. No matter what, I will support your decision. Hearing Ethan's words, Wayne felt a little better. He said gratefully, Thank you, Ethan. You're right. I should have a good talk with Sherry first. Ethan smiled and nodded. Yes, handle this matter well, and don't put too much pressure on yourself. If all else fails, you can just bring Sherry to Tianjin to meet me, your old man. Get lost. I was just starting to feel touched, and you pull this on me. I'm hanging up. I'm going to find Sherry. With that, Wayne hung up. After hanging up, Ethan frowned. He didn't know if Wayne would go to see his parents. He felt it was unnecessary, but he couldn't say that. An idea struck Ethan. He activated his art of celestial divination, intending to divine Wayne's future path. The art of celestial divination was an ancient and mysterious technique that could predict future destinies through calculation. Although Ethan had only just begun to master it, he could already see some clues. He closed his eyes, concentrated his mind, and connected his consciousness with the forces of destiny in the universe. Then, he began to use the methods of the art, attempting to glimpse into Wayne's future. As time passed, images and scenes gradually appeared in Ethan's mind. However, these images were not clear, filled with ambiguity and uncertainty. After all, destiny is not entirely predictable. It contains too many variables and possibilities. Every choice leads to a different outcome. Ethan tried to capture the important clues and key information. He saw Wayne making various choices in different environments. Some choices brought success and happiness, while others led to setbacks and difficulties. Finally, Ethan opened his eyes and took a deep breath. The art of celestial divination could perfectly deduce past events, but the future was more complex. Every choice brought a different result. Regarding whether Wayne would see his parents, he saw two completely different outcomes. If Wayne didn't see his parents, he would have a stable marriage with Sherry, with a son and a daughter, a happy family, and a successful career. But if he did see his parents and they reconciled, although he would still marry Sherry, the marriage would only last 3 years. He would later have a falling out with Dylan, and consequently with Ethan as well, and ultimately die of depression. Thinking of this, Ethan couldn't help but frown, secretly pondering how to handle this matter. He knew this decision was crucial for Wayne, not only affecting his future, but also possibly their friendship. For his own sake, and for his brother's, Ethan decided to go to Harbin again to help Wayne make the most favorable choice. Just then, Bianca walked up to him. Ethan looked up at her, a bit puzzled. "Bianca, is something wrong?" A look of embarrassment crossed Bianca's face. She hesitated for a moment before speaking. "Mr. Yi, I have some family matters and would like to request a few days off. I was wondering if that would be possible." Ethan quickly replied, "Of course, Bianca, but are you in some kind of trouble? If you need my help, don't hesitate to ask." Bianca looked at Ethan gratefully and said softly, "Thank you, Mr. Yi. It's nothing major, just some small family matters to take care of." Ethan nodded in understanding. He told Bianca to take care of herself and not to worry about work. Everything would be fine when she returned. Bianca was very touched. She thanked Ethan and then left. Ethan watched her leave, lamenting the various trivialities of life. However, at this moment, he was more concerned about Wayne's problem. After Bianca left, Ethan collected himself, returned to his room, sent a message to Nina Lee telling her he was going to Harbin, and then entered his system space. In the next instant, he appeared in his room at the Ermin Hotel in Harbin. Just then, a woman in her 40s wearing a slip dress and a handsome young man in his 20s stared in horror at the suddenly appeared Ethan. Their eyes were wide with shock and fear, unable to comprehend how a stranger had inexplicably appeared in their locked room. An awkward expression appeared on Ethan's face. He looked at the two, his gaze slightly evasive, and tried to say in as calm a voice as possible, "I guess I walked into the wrong room. Would you believe me?" Hearing this, the expressions on their faces instantly turned to utter astonishment, as if they had been turned to stone. The look on their faces was one of pure, cartoonish shock. Seeing that the woman was about to scream in terror, Ethan frowned and sent out a psychic shockwave. The two of them went limp and collapsed to the floor. Then, he looked at the unconscious pair and muttered to himself, my bad. It seems I really need to buy a house. Hotels are just not convenient." With that, he decisively canceled the spatial coordinate he had set there, and in the next instant, he vanished from the hotel like a phantom. This unexpected little incident made Ethan deeply realize that despite his immense power, he still needed to pay attention to the seemingly minor details of this complex world. He resolved to buy his own house in Harbin as soon as possible to avoid similar awkward and troublesome situations from happening again. After leaving the hotel, Ethan took out his phone, quickly found Maya Mu's number, and dialed it. After a couple of rings, the call was answered. "Sister-in-law, what have you been up to? Are you free today?" Ethan asked warmly. Hearing Ethan call her sister-in-law, Maya's mood instantly brightened. She replied happily, "Ethan, I'm out shopping right now, but you'll have to ask Dylan if I have time. We're together." "Oh, is that so? Then I must be interrupting you too," Ethan said half-jokingly. "Haha, not at all, don't overthink it. By the way, are you in Harbin? You left without a word last time, so we have to get together properly this time. Where are you? We'll come find you." Dylan's voice, tinged with excitement, came through the phone. "Haha, Dylan, I'll come to you. That way I can score a free meal," Ethan said with a laugh. "Sure, come on over then." Dylan readily agreed and quickly sent a location to Ethan. Ethan looked at the location information he received and saw that it wasn't too far, only about 7 or 8 kilometers. He immediately hailed a cab and headed towards the destination. Along the way, Ethan watched the streetscape retreat outside the window, feeling quite good. Soon, the car stopped at the place Dylan had mentioned. Ethan got out of the car and immediately saw Dylan and Maya standing in front of an Iron Pot Stew restaurant, waving at him. He walked over quickly and gave Dylan a big hug. "Dylan, you've put on some weight," Ethan said with a smile. Yeah, let's go inside. We can eat and chat," Dylan said. The three of them entered the restaurant and found a quiet private room. After ordering, the server soon brought out a large iron pot of stewed goose. The aroma was rich and tantalizing. Dylan said to Ethan, who was sitting opposite him, "Ethan, why didn't you tell me you were coming to Harbin? You called Maya, but not me. Don't you see me as your brother anymore?" Hearing this, Ethan smiled. He knew Dylan wasn't really angry, just joking. He replied, "Haha, not at all. I just had a little something I needed sister-in-law's help with. Plus, it was a last-minute decision to come to Harbin, so I didn't have time to tell you." "Ethan, what do you need my help with?" Maya looked at Ethan, puzzled. She wondered what someone like him could possibly need her help with. After all, with his abilities and status, there shouldn't be anything he couldn't handle himself. "Sister-in-law, it's nothing major. I just want to buy a few houses in Harbin, preferably villas," Ethan replied with a smile. Hearing this, Dylan immediately interjected, "Why buy a house? Just stay at my place when you come to Harbin, unless you're planning to live here long-term." Ethan shrugged and looked at Maya with a helpless, wry smile. "Sister-in-law, now you see why I asked for your help instead of his, right?" Maya chuckled, gently patting Dylan's shoulder. "Ethan must have his own reasons for buying a house. We shouldn't worry about it. By the way, I remember there are a few vacant, fully furnished villas in your complex, right? Why don't we go take a look after we eat? Dylan nodded in agreement. Ethan also smiled and expressed his thanks. After the meal, the three of them headed to Dylan's villa complex, chatting and laughing along the way in a relaxed and pleasant atmosphere. Once they arrived, Dylan made a phone call, then led Ethan to a villa and said, "Ethan, this villa has the same layout as mine, and the environment is great. It's just been vacant for a while, so it only needs a little touch-up before you can move in." As soon as he finished speaking, a white Volkswagen pulled up nearby. A young man in a suit got out of the car and jogged over, smiling. "Mr. Young, you called me in such a hurry. Are you introducing me to a client?" Dylan smiled and nodded, pointing at Ethan. "Sue, this is my brother, Ethan. He's looking to buy a villa. Why don't you give him the details?" Sue quickly walked up to Ethan and said respectfully, "Mr. Yi, hello. I'm Sue from the real estate agency. Shall I give you the tour now?" Ethan nodded slightly, signaling for Sue to begin. Sue cleared his throat and said, "Mr. Yi, this villa covers about 500 square meters and has a private garden. Look at this garden. It's well planned with carefully selected plants and trees, offering beautiful scenery in every season. In the summer, having a barbecue here would be just perfect." The villa has 3 floors. The first floor has a spacious living room, dining room, and kitchen with an open-plan design that creates a great sense of space. The high ceilings in the living room, paired with that brilliant chandelier, make it look exceptionally grand and luxurious. As he spoke, he led Ethan and Dylan into the villa. The second floor has 4 bedrooms, each with its own bathroom and balcony, offering excellent natural light. When the sun shines in, the whole room feels warm and cozy. The decor is exquisite and elegant, ensuring a good night's sleep. The third floor is a large entertainment room with an open-air viewing deck that overlooks the entire villa complex. Ethan looked around, silently assessing the property. Sue continued, "The surrounding facilities are also very complete, with a supermarket, a gym, and dedicated security patrols to ensure safety. The property management service in the community is top-notch, always available and attentive, so you won't have any worries." Dylan added, "Ethan, I think this is really nice. If you lived here, it would be convenient for us to get together." Ethan thought for a moment and asked, "What about the price and the subsequent property management fees?" Sue quickly replied, "Mr. Yi, the original price of this villa was $8 million, but the current discounted price is $7.5 million. The monthly property management fee is $3,000. Ethan frowned slightly and looked at Sue. Price isn't an issue, but are there other villas available here? Thinking Ethan was dissatisfied with this villa, Sue quickly said, "Mr. Yi, there are a few others, but the layouts are mostly the same. If you're not satisfied, there's a newly opened development nearby called Tianhua Court. Would you like me to take you there?" Ethan waved his hand. "No need to trouble yourself. I'm quite satisfied with this community. I just want to buy 3 villas." Hearing this, Sue became instantly excited and stammered, "Mr. Yi, you're so generous. We have 2 other villas left, and they are right next to this one. If you want them, you can buy them all together." "All right, I'll take them all." Ethan nodded. He liked the idea of the 3 villas being adjacent. Sue's voice trembled with excitement. "Mr. Yi, let's go handle the paperwork right away. I'll contact my manager immediately to get you the best discount and service." Soon, Sue brought Ethan and Dylan to the sales office. The manager personally came out to greet them, his face wreathed in smiles. "Mr. Yi, you are truly a rare and valued client. We will make sure you are completely satisfied." During the paperwork process, Sue moved like a spinning top wound up tight. He jogged to fetch various documents and forms, not even bothering to wipe the fine beads of sweat from his forehead. He then patiently explained the details of each clause to Ethan, speaking quickly but clearly, afraid Ethan might misunderstand something. Whenever a signature was needed, he would swiftly hand over a pen and carefully point to the right spot. He constantly coordinated with the manager, trying to waive some unnecessary fees for Ethan. One moment he was running to make photocopies, the next he was busy verifying information, a whirlwind of activity, yet he remained enthusiastic and focused, not daring to slack off for a second. Dylan watched Ethan from the side, his eyes filled with surprise and admiration. "Ethan, this is quite a grand gesture." Ethan smiled. "Dylan, it will be more convenient for us brothers to get together in the future." The procedures went smoothly, and Ethan paid without hesitation. The manager personally handed over the keys to the villas, saying, "Mr. Yi, welcome as a distinguished owner of our community. Please contact us anytime if you have any issues." Outside the sales office, Sue said gratefully, "Mr. Yi, thank you so much. If you have any real estate needs in the future, please don't hesitate to call me." After Sue left, the group returned to Dylan's house. Maya jokingly said, "Ethan, are you buying 3 villas at once to hide your secret lovers?" Dylan chimed in, "Yeah, Ethan, what are you going to do with so many? And all in one place?" Ethan smiled, picked up a soda from the table, took a sip, and then explained, "I just bought one for Wayne and one for Sean while I was at it. If things go well for Wayne, He'll be getting married in the second half of the year, so he needs to prepare. Sean and his wife are still living in the company dorms. They came all the way from Shandong to Harbin, so I have to give them a proper home. Besides, it didn't cost that much. Hearing Ethan's explanation, Dylan immediately understood. He gave Ethan a thumbs up and said with admiration, "You're always so thoughtful. I'll call them in a bit and have them come over for a get-together tonight." Maya looked at Ethan with admiration. She knew the bond between the friends was strong, and this kind of brotherhood warmed her heart. She couldn't help but remark, "The bond you all share is truly wonderful. It's something to be envious of." Dylan then started calling Wayne and Sean Chung, inviting them over for a party at his house that evening. As night fell, Wayne and Sean arrived at Dylan's house with their families. As soon as Wayne entered, he saw Ethan sitting there. A look of surprise crossed his face, and he hurried over. "Ethan, weren't you in Tianjin this morning? How did you get to Harbin by tonight? That's fast." Then he turned to Dylan. "Brother-in-law, what are we eating tonight?" "I'm starving." Dylan smiled and pointed to the chef busy at the grill in the courtyard. "Roasted whole lamb, of course. You have to have a few drinks with me tonight. By the way, why isn't Sherry with you?" Wayne explained. "Sherry went home, so she couldn't make it." Dylan nodded in understanding and then warmly greeted everyone. "Sean, Chelsea, let's all sit down. The food will be ready soon." Everyone moved to the table and sat down. A moment later, the chef brought the fragrant roasted whole lamb to the table, its aroma filling the air. At the same time, Ethan took out several bottles of spirit wine and placed them on the table for everyone to share. They all sat around the table, a constant stream of laughter and cheerful conversation filling the air. Wayne eagerly grabbed a piece of lamb and took a large bite, praising, "This tastes incredible." Sean laughed and teased, "You glutton, all you know is how to eat. Slow down, don't choke." Chelsea gently patted Sean's leg and said, "Let him eat. Look how hungry he is." Ethan handed a bottle of spirit wine to each of the men and then asked, "Maya, Chelsea, would you like some wine? Or maybe a soft drink?" Maya smiled and said, "Dylan and I will share this bottle." Wayne, however, placed his bottle in front of Chelsea. "Chelsea can drink me under the table. She should have this one." Ethan took out another bottle and placed it in front of Wayne with a smile. "I've prepared gifts for you and Sean. If you don't drink, you won't get yours." Hearing this, Wayne's eyes lit up with curiosity. "Ethan, tell me, what's the gift? If I'm happy enough, I might even have a few more glasses." "Hee, not so fast. You'll find out soon enough," Ethan said with a mysterious smile, handing the last bottle to Dylan. He then sat back down, raised his glass, and said, "It's not often we all get together like this. Let's start with a toast." Everyone cheered and raised their glasses, downing the wine in one go. After putting down his glass, Wayne eagerly pressed, "Ethan, come on, tell me what the gift is. The suspense is killing me." Ethan didn't keep them waiting any longer. "Today, I bought the 3 villas next to Dylan's. I plan to keep one for myself. As for the other 2, they're for you and Sean." "Ethan, I suddenly think this wine tastes even better. Come on, let's have another toast." Wayne excitedly raised his glass and drank it all down. Ethan took a small sip of wine, a slight smile playing on his lips. "Wayne, I took a quick look at the villas. They're nicely finished, but they don't come with any furniture or appliances. You guys will have to pick those out yourselves. As for the cost, just put it on the company's account." Hearing this, Wayne's face lit up. He looked at Ethan with shining eyes and said excitedly, "Ethan, I love you, man. And if you could throw in a car for me and Sean, I'd love you even more." Wayne's face broke into an exaggerated grin, as if he could already see a new car parked in his driveway. His words, however, drew a round of laughter from everyone, who immediately started teasing him. Maya couldn't resist joining in. She laughed and said to Wayne, "Haha, Wayne, I recorded what you just said on my phone. I'll send it to Sherry later so she can see how ridiculous you are right now." Wayne, however, was completely unfazed. He responded with a swagger, "Hey, back in college, I called him dad once or twice. What's the big deal? Right, Dylan?" With that, he shot a playful look at Dylan, who was sitting nearby. Maya looked suspiciously at Dylan, as if seeking confirmation of Wayne's claim. Dylan, however, shot Wayne a fierce glare, thinking, why did this guy have to bring that up? He quickly changed the subject, raising his glass. "Come on, let's not worry about that. Let's all toast to our future getting better and better." At Dylan's suggestion, everyone raised their glasses and celebrated the moment together. After putting down his glass, Sean Chung looked at Ethan with a serious expression. "Ethan, this gift is far too generous. I really can't accept it." However, before Ethan could speak, Wayne jumped in. "Sean, just accept it. If you refuse, how can I accept mine? I'm getting married soon, and I can't live in the company dorms forever. Please, just do it for my sake and take it." Hearing Wayne's plea, Sean was caught in a difficult position, unsure how to respond. He silently picked up his glass, drained it in one go, and then stared at Ethan, his lips trembling slightly, but no words came out. Seeing this, Ethan smiled at Sean. "Sean, this house isn't a free gift. It's part of the company's benefits package for senior management. However, there's one condition. You must work for the company for at least 10 years. Otherwise, I have the right to take back ownership of the house. Sean's eyes flickered with hesitation, but his expression quickly firmed. He took a deep breath and said slowly, Ethan, thank you for your kindness, but I still feel this gift is too much. Ethan shook his head gently and explained patiently, Sean, don't misunderstand. The reason I made this condition is that I hope you'll stay with the company for the long haul, so we can grow together. It's also a recognition of your contributions. So please, don't feel burdened. Sean was silent for a moment, then finally nodded in acceptance. He said earnestly, Ethan, thank you. I really appreciate it. Don't worry, I'll work hard from now on, and I definitely won't let you down. Forget 10 years. I'll follow you until I can't work anymore. Sean patted his chest enthusiastically, his eyes shining with determination. Wayne poured Chelsea a glass of wine and said in a mock-serious tone, Sister-in-law, Sean is too earnest. You need to manage him better. You should learn from me. If Ethan offers me something, I'll definitely take it. If he doesn't, I'll find a way to get it from him. We're brothers, after all. It's a waste not to take what's offered. Dylan looked at Wayne and teased. Could you be any more shameless? Stop talking nonsense and have another drink. Wayne immediately raised his glass, drained it, and continued. Dylan, I'm not trying to criticize you, but your pride gets in the way. There are so many things Ethan could help you with, but you insist on carrying the burden alone. In my opinion, I'm the smartest one, holding on tight to Ethan's coattails. As it turns out, I'm the only one who truly sees things clearly. Hearing this, Ethan didn't say a word, simply picked up his glass and drained it. Then he said, What coattails? We're brothers from other mothers. Of course, we share the good times and the bad. Dylan stood up, took the bottle, and filled his glass to the brim, his face a mixture of emotion and resolve. Wayne and Ethan are right. I do have some issues with my personality. If I didn't, I wouldn't have been separated from Maya for so long. I won't say any more. Let's all drink to that. He raised his glass in a toast. However, as soon as Dylan finished speaking, Wayne jumped up to object. Dylan, what you said at the beginning was fine, but why are you making everyone drink? Shouldn't you be drinking a penalty shot by yourself? Am I right, everyone? He looked around at the others for support. Dylan shot Wayne an annoyed look and said with a laugh, You troublemaker. A minute ago, you were calling me brother-in-law, and now you've changed your tune. When I see Sherry tomorrow, I'll make sure she sets you straight. But Wayne was not intimidated in the slightest. He replied nonchalantly, Dylan, you'd better just drink up. This is a gathering of brothers, not a family reunion. Even if Sherry were here, I wouldn't be afraid. As he spoke, he glanced at Maya to make sure she wasn't recording before continuing to tease Dylan. The group burst into laughter at their exchange, and the atmosphere grew even more lively. Just then, Chelsea, who had been quiet for a while, spoke up. All right, everyone, let's settle down. It's rare for us to get together like this. Let's have a real heart-to-heart. Dylan nodded. Chelsea is right. It's been a while since we all got together like this. We should do this more often in the future. Maya also smiled and said, Seeing your bond is truly something to be envious of. Wayne raised his glass to Maya. Sister-in-law, if Dylan ever bullies you, just let us know. We'll teach him a lesson for you. Dylan shook his head helplessly. You just can't stop talking, can you? They drank and chatted, reminiscing about the past and dreaming about the future. After some time, everyone's face was flushed, and their words began to slur slightly. No matter what, we brothers will always have each other's backs, Ethan declared loudly. That's right, always, the others echoed. The reunion continued late into the night, filled with laughter, sincerity, and the unbreakable bond of brotherhood. By the time the party ended, it was already the early hours of the morning. The world had fallen into a deep silence. Except for Maya, who had left earlier, everyone else was thoroughly drunk. They didn't bother to clear the table, which was littered with empty bottles, leaving them as a testament to their wild and uninhibited celebration. Sean and Chelsea supported each other as they staggered towards a room on the second floor. Meanwhile, Ethan first helped Dylan back to his room. Then, he took Wayne to the bathroom to be sick. He carefully helped clean Wayne up, making sure he was comfortable. Finally, Ethan carried Wayne on his back, struggling up the stairs to put him to bed. Perhaps because he had thrown up, Wayne's mind had cleared a little. He mumbled, Ethan, thank you. Being your brother is the luckiest thing that's ever happened to me. Hearing this, a gratified smile appeared on Ethan's face. He replied softly, Sleep now. In your dreams, choose your path wisely. With that, he used his powerful psychic abilities to implant the two futures he had foreseen into Wayne's dream. In that illusory world, Wayne would face two completely different futures, one full of light and hope, the other of endless darkness and despair. It all depended on his choice and whether he was willing to take responsibility for his own life. Choose the path you will walk from now on, Ethan said to himself before turning and leaving the room. The moonlight streamed through the window, illuminating his retreating figure. The next morning, sunlight filtered through the gaps in the curtains. Wayne rubbed his eyes and woke up, his head still feeling a bit groggy, but the dream he had last night was unusually clear. The two vastly different futures intertwined in his mind. In the bright future, he was proactive and with his own hard work and the help of his brothers, achieved a successful career and a happy family. In the dark future, he gave in to despair, was abandoned by everyone, and ended up with nothing. Wayne sat on the bed, lost in thought. Just then, there was a knock on the door, and Dylan's voice came through. "Wayne, are you up?" Wayne snapped back to reality and replied, "Dylan, I'm up." Dylan pushed the door open and saw Wayne's grave expression. "What's wrong? Still hungover from last night?" Wayne shook his head. "Dylan, I had a dream. A very strange dream." Dylan sat down on the edge of the bed, curious. "What kind of dream has you so worried?" Wayne recounted the dream in detail. After listening, Dylan patted him on the shoulder and said, "Wayne, maybe this is a sign from a higher power, a reminder to take control of your own life." Wayne nodded, his eyes firm with resolve. "Dylan, I understand. I know what I have to do now." The two of them slowly made their way downstairs. Ethan was already there, having breakfast with Sean and Chelsea. Seeing them come down, he smiled. "I thought you two would be sleeping until noon. Come on, have some breakfast." Wayne shook his head gently. "You guys go ahead. I'll pass. I can still taste the alcohol when I breathe." With that, he walked over to the fridge, took out a soda, and chugged half of it in one go. After letting out a burp, he finally felt a little better. After Ethan finished his breakfast, he said, "I'm heading out soon. Don't you guys forget to go check out the houses. And while you're at it, tidy up mine as well." "Don't worry, I'll make sure it's done right," Wayne replied. "All right then, I'm off," Ethan said. Just as he stepped out the door, Wayne rushed after him. "Ethan, I've made my decision. I'm not going to take Sherry to see my parents. I'll just consider them dead and myself an orphan." Ethan gently patted his shoulder. "Don't talk about being an orphan. You have all of us. When you get back, have a good talk with Sherry. I'm sure she'll understand." Wayne nodded lightly, a hint of determination in his eyes. "Don't worry, I'll find the right time to talk to her." He then rubbed his throbbing head and said wearily, "My head is still spinning, so I won't see you out." Ethan looked at his slightly swaying figure and said softly, "All right, you get some rest. Let me know if you need anything." With that, he waved to Wayne and turned to leave. After Wayne went back inside the villa, he collapsed onto the sofa, leaned back, and closed his eyes, trying to relax. But his mind was a whirlwind of thoughts, and he couldn't find peace. After a while, he opened his eyes, a look of grim resolve on his face. Meanwhile, Ethan found a deserted spot and, with a spatial shift, appeared inside the villa he had just bought. He went into the bedroom, set up a spatial teleportation point, and then vanished. When Ethan reappeared, he was in his two-courtyard house in the capital. After a quick scan to ensure everything was normal, he flashed into Director Zhong's office at the 9th Bureau. At that moment, Director Zhong was engrossed in his documents, completely unaware of Ethan's arrival. When Ethan suddenly materialized in front of him, he jumped, his heart pounding in his chest. He took a deep breath to calm himself, then looked at Ethan, his lips twitching in annoyance. "Can you please stop appearing out of thin air like that? You give me a heart attack every time." Ethan, however, paid no mind to the complaint. He grinned, casually walked over, and sat down in the chair opposite the director. "Director Zhong, I came all this way just to see you, and this is the welcome I get." He winked, a playful glint in his eyes. Director Zhong's lips twitched again as he shook his head in resignation. He knew this troublemaker was impossible to deal with. Director Zhong sighed. "Cut the act. What do you want this time? Don't tell me you just came for a chat." Ethan chuckled and scratched his head. "Director Zhong, you know me too well. It's nothing major. I just wanted to ask if we have any files on Ella. The attack in Harbin was related to her, and since I was so seriously injured, I figured I should collect some interest from her." Putting down his documents, Director Zhong's expression turned serious. "Ethan, I advise you not to act rashly. Ella has reached the level of a high-tier ability user, and according to reliable intelligence, she has returned to the United States. Although you are powerful, they will certainly be prepared over there." Ethan frowned, a cold glint flashing in his eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. He thought for a moment, then nodded, showing he understood the director's concern. "All right, I understand. I will consider it carefully." Director Zhong felt a sense of relief. He knew Ethan was stubborn and rarely changed his mind once it was made up, but this time, it seemed his advice had gotten through. "Ethan, I need you to understand that we can't afford to walk into a dangerous situation because of a momentary impulse. After all, our opponent's strength is not to be underestimated. We need to be fully prepared." Ethan took a deep breath and exhaled slowly, as if composing himself. "Yes, I know. I will wait for the right moment to act." Director Zhong nodded in satisfaction, then continued. "Regarding Brock Bailey, we've recently received some intelligence. Not long ago, he was seen with Petrov near Lake Baikal. If you're looking for him, you might want to contact Petrov." Ethan nodded, his tone calm. "Yes, he contacted me before. I just didn't expect him to go to Lake Baikal, but I'll go check it out if I get the chance." After saying this, his figure flickered and vanished from the office. Director Zhong sat there, staring at the empty chair with a look of helpless exasperation. He muttered to himself, "This kid is so fast. I was only halfway through my sentence, and he's already gone." Meanwhile, Ethan had already returned to his home in Tianjin. He decided to spend the few days before Nina's break started with his parents. The first 2 days back home were harmonious and beautiful, filled with warmth and laughter between mother and son. However, starting from the third day, things changed. Ethan began to face all sorts of criticism and nitpicking from his mother, Mei Wang, which left him feeling somewhat helpless and awkward. Finally, on the last day of Nina's exams, Ethan eagerly escaped from Tianjin and headed to Shanghai. Upon arriving in Shanghai, Ethan immediately contacted Nina. They agreed to meet at the entrance of her dorm at noon. The moment they met, Nina keenly noticed the hidden fatigue in Ethan's eyes. "What's wrong? Did you have a bad time in Tianjin these past few days?" she asked gently, her bright, lively eyes full of concern. Ethan gave a helpless, wry smile and recounted his experiences at home in detail. He described everything from how his mother, Mei Wang, criticized him for not helping with housework to her nitpicking about his irregular sleep schedule. His vivid descriptions made Nina cover her mouth and burst out laughing. "It seems no matter how old you are, you're still a child in your parents' eyes, constantly being nagged," Nina said with a teasing smile. Ethan shrugged helplessly and sighed. "Let's not talk about that. Is there anything else you need to pack? If not, let's head out on our trip." He looked at Nina, his eyes shining with anticipation. Nina flashed a mischievous smile and said softly, "I've already put everything I need to bring in the dream garden. We can leave anytime." Her voice was filled with excitement and anticipation. Ethan couldn't help but laugh. He reached out and gently tapped her nose. "So, have you decided where you want to go? If you haven't, then you'll have to listen to me." A cunning glint appeared in his eyes. Nina smiled and replied, "Then I'll listen to you. I'll go wherever you want to go." Her gaze was gentle and firm, as if she would follow him without hesitation, no matter where he chose. Ethan took Nina's hand, gently helped her into the car, and then drove straight back to the Cloud Villa. Along the way, they enjoyed each other's company, immersed in happiness and sweetness. Back at the villa, Nina asked with some confusion, "Ethan, did you forget to bring something? Or are you going to?" Her words trailed off, filled with curiosity as she tried to understand why he had suddenly returned. Ethan deliberately put on a lecherous expression, licked his lips, and said with a wicked grin, "Hee, of course I came back to eat you up." Hearing this, Nina's face instantly turned as red as a ripe apple. She was a little shy and nervous, but she bravely lifted her head and stared into Ethan's eyes, as if trying to see through his intentions. However, Ethan didn't continue to tease her. He laughed softly, his tone becoming gentle and affectionate. "Haha, don't be shy, I was just kidding. I actually came back to bring Ollie with us. We'll be leaving from Tianjin in a bit, and I'm going to show you the beauty of the north." With that, Ethan took Nina's hand and led her up to the second floor. When they got there, Ollie was basking in the sun in its enclosure. Seeing Ethan, it immediately jumped up and ran towards him. Ollie quickly burrowed into Ethan's arms, affectionately rubbing its little head against his chest. "Master, you haven't visited Ollie in so long. See, haven't I grown a little bigger?" Ethan gently stroked Ollie's head and replied with a smile, "Yes, my dear Ollie, you've really grown a lot." Then, he joked, "But you can't grow too much more, or you'll get too fat." Ollie shook its head in protest. "No, I won't. I'm very mindful of my figure. Besides, I need to eat lots of delicious food to grow up healthy." Ethan burst out laughing. He gently pinched Ollie's nose and said, "You little glutton. But as long as you like it, I can buy you lots of tasty treats. However, you also have to remember to exercise, or you'll turn into a little fatty. By the way, do you still want to go play in the space?" After Ollie heard this, it nodded happily, then looked at Ethan with anticipation. "Master, can you put some spirit beast food in there for me this time? The space has lots of fun places, but not much tasty food. Also, I really love yogurt. Could you put some of that in for me too?" Ethan was amused by Ollie's cute appearance and promised, "All right, Ollie. I'll put some in the space for you in a bit." Ollie replied obediently, "Okay," and then stood quietly, its eyes full of expectation. Ethan smiled at Ollie, then with a light wave of his hand, he stored the yogurt in his system space. With another wave, Ollie's figure vanished as it was also brought into the space. After completing these actions, Ethan nodded in satisfaction. As for the spirit beast food, he simply redeemed some directly from the system store and placed it inside the space as well. After all that was done, Ethan turned to Nina Lee with a gentle smile. "Nina, we can set off now." Nina smiled and nodded back. In the next instant, the two of them appeared inside the East Lake Villa in Tianjin. Since Mei Wang wasn't home, they didn't stay long before heading to a high-end shopping district. Upon arriving at their destination, Nina looked around, puzzled. "Ethan, are you here to buy clothes?" "Nina, don't you notice anything different about the people around us compared to how we're dressed?" Ethan said, gesturing to the passers-by. Nina looked at the people around them, then back at Ethan, and it dawned on her. "Ethan, you're here to buy down jackets, aren't you?" Ethan took her hand and led her towards a North Face store nearby. "Silly girl. The manager of that store is a high school classmate of mine. Let's go buy some proper clothes. If we show up in Russia dressed like this, people will think we're crazy. As they entered the North Face store, a sales associate with a polished, professional smile greeted them. Welcome. How can I help you? Ethan smiled slightly. I'm looking for your manager, Stephen Sue. Is he in? The associate was momentarily surprised, then replied. Certainly. Please wait a moment. The associate was momentarily surprised, then replied. Certainly. Please wait a moment. Soon, a man who wasn't particularly tall but had a sharp, energetic look came out from the back. When he saw Ethan, his eyes lit up with surprise. Bro. Long time no see. The two shared a warm hug and exchanged a few pleasantries. You rascal, it's been years since graduation and you're still calling me by my old nickname, Ethan said with a laugh. Call me Ethan next time. I've got my girlfriend with me today, so you better give me a good discount. No problem, leave it to me. Stephen Sue replied generously. He then leaned in and whispered to Ethan. Bro, your girlfriend is gorgeous. If she has any friends, you have to introduce me. I'm still single. Nina was covering her mouth, trying to stifle her laughter. She had heard everything Stephen said. She walked up to him, still holding back her amusement. Why do you call him Bro? If you tell me, I'll introduce you to my best friend. Hearing this, Stephen's spirits immediately lifted. Okay, I'll tell you. It's because back when we used to play games together, Ethan always used the screen name Little Dog. Almost all his gaming handles were Little Dog, so we just started calling him Bro. After explaining, Stephen scratched his head sheepishly. After hearing the story, Nina couldn't help but burst out laughing. So that's why? You guys are funny, but I still think Ethan sounds better. She glanced at Ethan, her eyes full of affection. Ethan smiled as well. Yeah, you should probably just call me Ethan from now on. We've graduated. Let's leave those old nicknames in the past. Stephen quickly nodded in agreement, then turned back to Nina. So, sister-in-law, when can you introduce me to your friend? Nina winked playfully. I'll have to ask her if she's interested when I get back. Stephen looked a little disappointed, but still smiled. All right, well, thanks in advance. Go ahead and look at the clothes. Everything you picked today is at the employee discount price. Stephen, you're a true friend. Nina, go pick out some clothes. I'm going to chat with Stephen for a bit, Ethan said. Nina nodded and went to browse. Stephen pulled Ethan over to the seating area. His voice was filled with nostalgia as he said, Bro, back then, Eric and I bet that you and Molly would end up together. You two were the golden couple of the school. Ethan gave a wry smile. You rascal, let's not talk about that. It's all in the past. By the way, how's Eric doing lately? I haven't seen him since his wedding. Stephen smiled, then said in a slightly mysterious tone. You have no idea? Eric is living the dream right now. His wife is due in 3 months. With twin girls. Hearing this news, Ethan couldn't help but feel a surge of pleasant surprise. He smiled and said, That's fantastic. He must be over the moon. You bet. The last time I saw him, he was bragging about how he's going to be gargling with top-shelf liquor and retiring by the time he's 40, Stephen said with exaggeration. Haha, that sounds just like him. I'll have to properly tease him when he throws the party for the babies, Ethan said with a laugh. Exactly. Not only tease him, we have to drink him under the table for bragging to me. With that, Stephen laughed too. Just then, Nina walked over, holding a long black down jacket and a white one, a smile on her face. What are you two talking about? You look so happy. What do you think of the jackets I picked? She glided over to them and held up the 2 coats. The black one had a mysterious, elegant aura, while the white one was as pure as snow, giving off a fresh, ethereal vibe. Sister-in-law, you have great taste. These are our latest models, Stephen said, giving Nina a thumbs up, his eyes showing genuine appreciation for her choice. Nina smiled, a hint of pride in her eyes. Both of these jackets are beautiful. You'll look great in them, Ethan said to Nina, his voice full of warmth and affection. Nina glanced happily at Ethan, then picked up the black down jacket to try it on. As she slipped it on, she instantly felt a wave of warmth envelop her. The jacket was not only stylish, but also incredibly soft and comfortable. Wow, that looks amazing, Stephen exclaimed, his eyes shining with surprise. Nina twirled in front of the mirror, nodding in satisfaction. She felt like an elegant black swan. Next, she tried on the white down jacket, which gave her a fresh and ethereal charm. I like this white one. It feels so pure, Nina said, her face beaming with happiness. Then let's get the white one, Ethan said without hesitation. Seeing her happy made him happy. After that, Nina helped Ethan pick out a black down jacket. They paid for their items and said goodbye to Stephen. Nina linked her arm with Ethan's, revealing her 2 small canine teeth in a playful grin. Bro, should I book our flight tickets to Russia? No need. I'll take you on my flying sword. As soon as the words left his mouth, Ethan realized what she had said. He gently pinched Nina's cheek, pretending to be fierce. Feeling bold, are we? Daring to call me by my nickname. Let's see how I deal with you. With that, he began to tickle her sides. Nina burst into laughter, begging for mercy. Bro, I'm sorry, okay? I'll never call you dog bro again. Only then did Ethan let her go, smiling triumphantly. Let's see if you dare to call me that again. Nina rubbed her reddened cheek and shot him a playful glare, though her eyes were filled with amusement. They continued to tease each other as they left the shopping district. Ethan led Nina to a deserted spot and summoned his flying sword. He said with a smile, Nina, you have to hold on tight. It would be bad if you fell. Nina looked at the sword with excitement. She leaped lightly onto it, her feet landing steadily, then wrapped her arms tightly around Ethan's waist. If I fall, we're falling together. You're not getting away. Then you'd better hold on tight. With that, amidst Nina's cry of surprise, Ethan piloted the sword, streaking north. This was Nina's first time riding a flying sword. The cold wind rushed past her face, and the scenery below blurred by. The experience was novel and exhilarating. For Ethan, this was a familiar sensation. He deliberately kept the speed in check, not wanting to frighten Nina. Even so, in an instant, they had left Tianjin behind. The further north they traveled, the colder it became. By the time they reached the grasslands, snowflakes had begun to drift from the sky. The snowflakes fell gently, blanketing the world in white. Nina reached out her hand to catch one, marveling at its pure beauty. Her eyes widened as she excitedly pointed to the cattle and sheep moving slowly across the plains. Ethan, it's so cold. Aren't the herdsmen worried their animals will freeze to death? And what do they eat in the winter? Ethan looked at her curious expression with a gentle smile and patiently explained. Actually, sheep can withstand temperatures as low as -20 degrees Celsius, and cattle are even tougher, down to -25. But the herdsmen also build shelters for them, so they can take cover when the temperature drops below what they can handle. He then pointed to some large, round haystacks in the distance. See those? The herdsmen store that hay in the autumn to make sure the cattle and sheep have enough food during the winter. After hearing his explanation, Nina's face lit up in a happy smile, her eyes curving like crescent moons. She said playfully, Wow, Ethan, you know so much. Look over there, there's a yurt. It looks so interesting. Why don't we go check it out? Ethan nodded slightly and steered the flying sword to descend slowly towards the yurt. The sword landed steadily in front of it. After they got off, they walked towards the structure. As they approached, a burly, middle-aged man emerged. He wore traditional Mongolian clothing, his skin tanned, and his face honest and simple. He was startled at first to see them, but his face quickly broke into a warm smile. He walked forward and said in slightly broken Mandarin, Little brother, little miss, it's cold outside. Come in and sit down. Nina smiled politely. Thank you, uncle. Sorry to bother you. Don't be so formal. Come on in. You've arrived at the perfect time. I just finished cooking some mutton, the herdsman said with a hearty laugh. He stepped aside, gesturing for them to enter. Ethan and Nina stepped into the yurt and were greeted by a wave of warmth. The interior was simple but exceptionally cozy. Thick carpets covered the floor, and a low table in the center was laden with food and drink. The herdsman invited them to sit, then poured 2 cups of milk tea from a pot. Try our Mongolian milk tea. It's delicious, he said with a smile. Ethan bowed slightly and accepted the cup with both hands. He took a sip and was immediately hit by a rich, milky, and tea-infused flavor. He couldn't help but praise it. Delicious. Nina also took a sip and was equally impressed. She looked at the herdsman gratefully. Thank you, uncle. The herdsman waved his hand. No need to thank me. I'm just happy to have you as guests. He then picked up a piece of boiled mutton and handed it to Ethan. Try our hand-pulled mutton. I guarantee you'll love it. Ethan took the mutton and bit into it. The meat was tender, juicy, and had an excellent texture. He gave a thumbs up in praise. Amazing. Nina also tried a piece and was won over by the flavor. She smiled at the herdsman. Uncle, you're a fantastic cook. The herdsman laughed heartily. Mutton and beef are our staples here in Mongolia, so of course we know how to cook them. If you like it, eat as much as you want. Don't be shy. The 3 of them chatted as they enjoyed the meal. Through their conversation, Ethan learned that the herdsman's name was Bader. He lived alone at the pasture for now. His wife and child lived in a town 50 kilometers away, but they would visit him periodically, bringing wine and vegetables. Bader enthusiastically poured Ethan a full cup of wine, then asked with curiosity, Little brother Ethan, why have you come to the grasslands in winter? This season isn't exactly ideal for travel, and I see you're dressed so lightly, yet your faces are still rosy as ever. You must not be ordinary people. Hearing this, Ethan and Nina exchanged a look of surprise. They hadn't expected the seemingly rugged Bader to be so observant. Ethan smiled and replied, Uncle Bader, you're right. We do have some special abilities. We're just passing through the grasslands this time, but we feel very lucky to have met such a hospitable host like you. Nina asked curiously, Uncle, have you met people with special abilities before? Bader nodded gravely, then raised his cup to toast with them. He said with emotion, I have indeed. The great shaman also has special abilities. But since you've come to my pasture, you should properly experience life here. The eternal heaven will protect all children who are far from home. For the rest of the evening, they drank and chatted happily, the atmosphere exceptionally warm. Bader told them all about the various customs and traditions of the grasslands, giving them a deeper understanding of this land. As night fell, the sky above the grasslands glittered with countless stars. The joyful atmosphere inside Bader's home continued. Ethan suddenly stood up and walked to the entrance, looking out at the vast, mysterious prairie, a sudden impulse rising within him. He turned back to Bader. "Uncle, I want to go outside and feel the grassland at night. Can you tell me what I should watch out for?" Bader smiled. "My boy, the prairie at night is beautiful, but it is also full of unknowns. Don't wander too far, watch your step for holes, and be aware of the possibility of wolves." Ethan nodded and took Nina's hand as they stepped outside. A cold wind blew, but the warmth in their hearts was undiminished. They walked side by side on the grassland, feeling the earth breathe beneath their feet and gazing up at the brilliant starry sky. "Nina, look, isn't this prairie magical?" Ethan said softly. Nina squeezed his hand tightly. "It is. It feels like all your worries can be swallowed up by this vastness." Just then, the sound of a melodious flute drifted from a short distance away, a sound that seemed to tell the ancient stories of the grassland. They followed the sound and found an old man sitting on a rock, engrossed in his playing. The old man saw them and smiled, stopping his music. "Travelers from afar, welcome to this grassland." Ethan and Nina began to talk with the old man, and from him, they learned more legends and stories of the prairie. When they returned to Bader's home, full of new knowledge and experiences, the warm light inside was still shining, waiting for them. The next morning, sunlight spread across the grassland, draping the land in a golden veil. Ethan and Nina woke early, ready to bid farewell to Uncle Bader and continue their journey. Ethan saw that Bader was still fast asleep and didn't disturb him. Instead, he left behind some spirit wine and tea before setting off north with Nina. Along the way, Nina nestled into Ethan's arms and asked softly, "Ethan, are we about to leave the country?" Ethan nodded. "Yes, we'll be in Outer Mongolia soon. It used to be called Uliastai." Nina asked curiously, "Ethan, how do you know so much?" Ethan smiled. "I read a lot of different things, so I pick up a little bit of everything." 10 minutes later, Ethan landed the flying sword in a small town. Nina looked around and remarked, "There's a big difference between here and back home. It's like China in the 90s. By the way, Ethan, do you know anyone in Outer Mongolia?" Ethan looked at Nina and shook his head. "No, but it's fine. The father-in-law of a guy I know is a big deal around here. He's the commander of the Mongolian Navy." Nina looked confused. "A guy you know? Wait, you mean the comedian? But I thought his wife was Chinese." Seeing her serious expression, Ethan burst out laughing. "I'm talking about the famous comedian who loves smoking, drinking, and getting his hair permed. His father-in-law is the commander of the Mongolian Navy, you know." Nina finally realized Ethan was joking with her and said with a pout, "You're terrible. Always teasing me." Afterward, they walked side by side down the street, enjoying the unique atmosphere of a foreign country. Nina observed everything around her with curiosity, eager to explore this unfamiliar environment. As they walked, they came to a local restaurant. The exterior looked a bit old, but inside it was bustling with activity. The walls were adorned with colorful hand-woven fabrics, and traditional Mongolian musical instruments were placed in the corners, as if telling ancient stories. They found a table and ordered a few local specialties. The food arrived quickly, smelling delicious. However, the taste was a little different from what they had imagined, a bit saltier and spicier, but they still ate with great interest. After their meal, they left the restaurant. On the street, they occasionally saw herdsmen on horseback riding leisurely by, the crisp sound of hooves echoing in the air. Children played happily in an open space, their games simple and full of innocent laughter. Small stalls along the street were filled with various handicrafts, exquisite wood carvings and vibrant textiles, all showcasing the skill of the local artisans. Nina leaned closer to Ethan and whispered, "Ethan, I don't know why, but I feel a subtle sense of hostility from the people around us." She frowned slightly, a look of confusion and unease in her eyes. Ethan nodded slightly, indicating he felt the same way. In truth, he had noticed it much earlier. Ever since they had entered Mongolia, he had sensed the strange looks and cold attitudes from the people around them. Their expressions became particularly complicated when they mentioned they were from China. From what he had read before, over half the population of Mongolia held some degree of animosity towards China. This was likely due to a combination of historical, cultural, and other factors, though he didn't know the specifics. He had also seen online reports and comments about Mongolians being unfriendly to Chinese people. Ethan gently patted her shoulder. "Don't worry too much. I'm here." They continued walking down the street, trying to get a better feel for the place. They passed a market where stalls were laden with all sorts of goods, but when they approached for a closer look, the vendors would subtly avoid their gaze, some even turning their heads away completely. They went into a small shop to buy some water and food. The shopkeeper was curt and cold as he rang them up, as if he couldn't wait for them to leave. Nina couldn't help but mutter under her breath, "This is so uncomfortable. We haven't done anything wrong." Ethan sighed. It's probably the result of long-standing misunderstandings and prejudice. Just then, a group of young men gathered on a street corner saw them and began whispering amongst themselves, occasionally casting unfriendly glances their way. Ethan completely ignored them. However, just as he took Nina's hand to leave, one of the young men suddenly picked up a rock from the ground and threw it hard at Nina. In an instant, Ethan's expression turned grim. He quickly pulled Nina behind him and then threw a punch, striking the incoming rock with perfect accuracy. It shattered into countless pieces. Without a moment's hesitation, he launched a powerful psychic assault on the young man, who collapsed to the ground, completely unconscious. Ethan snorted coldly. He didn't care if the attacker was young or ignorant. He lived by a simple creed. If you don't mess with me, I won't mess with you. But if you mess with me, you'll pay the price. Nina, having witnessed the whole thing, asked nervously, Ethan, is that guy dead? Ethan shrugged nonchalantly. Don't worry, he's alive. But from now on, he'll just be a simpleton. With that, he took Nina's hand again and walked away without a backward glance. The small incident didn't ruin their mood. Ethan continued to pilot the flying sword, heading north. As they passed over a mountain range, the system's voice, which had been silent for a long time, suddenly chimed in. A sharp ding echoed in Ethan's mind. China exclusive check-in mission issued. Host, please proceed to Wolf Casket Mountain to take a photo and check in. Upon completion, you will be rewarded with one ability enhancement card. Hearing the system's announcement, Ethan was overjoyed, his eyes shining with excitement. He was filled with eager anticipation for this mission. He knew this would be a unique and meaningful experience. He couldn't wait to see the land where his childhood hero had accomplished such a great feat. In that moment, the ability enhancement card seemed secondary. Looking at the majestic Kinei Mountains in the distance, he slowly descended the sword, landing it steadily in a clearing. After getting off the sword, Nina looked around, confused. Ethan, there's nothing here but mountains and barren land. What are we doing here? Ethan held her hand tightly and explained with a smile. You wouldn't understand. This is a kind of romance exclusive to us Chinese men. Over 2,000 years ago, a young general performed a sacred ritual to heaven not far from here. Ever since then, performing the rite of Fenglangjutsu has been the highest honor for a Chinese military leader. His eyes shone with a deep reverence for history and admiration for the hero. He wanted to personally feel the sacred atmosphere of this land and pay tribute to that great general. After hearing Ethan's explanation, Nina became excited too. Ethan, is this really the place where the Han Dynasty's champion Marquis, Huitzubing, performed the Fenglangjutsu ritual? Then let's go see it right away. Hand in hand, Ethan and Nina walked briskly towards Wolf Casket Mountain. The path was rugged, covered with loose stones and weeds, making each step a slight challenge. But with their hearts full of reverence for history and heroes, their steps were firm and full of anticipation. Finally, they reached the summit. The wind howled, whipping their hair and clothes. The view was vast and magnificent. The mountain range rolled on like a colossal, coiling dragon. The sky was a brilliant sapphire blue, with white clouds drifting leisurely, a stark contrast to the sprawling earth below. Looking down, the grassland stretched to the horizon, so vast it felt as if one could see through time to the glorious scene of the young general leading his iron cavalry across the plains. Ethan, just standing here, I can feel the grandeur and spirit of that time, Nina said, her voice filled with emotion, her eyes sparkling. A gentle breeze brushed her face, lifting a few strands of her hair. Ethan took a deep breath and declared loudly, these are the footsteps of a hero, the glory of our people. It was here that Huitzubing sealed the pact at Wolf Casket Mountain, achieving an immortal victory for the Han Dynasty. His courage, wisdom, loyalty, and dedication became legends for later generations. Standing on this land, we should remember our history and carry on this fearless spirit. His voice echoed in the wind, powerful and resonant, as if he were speaking to history itself, paying tribute to the hero of long ago. Ethan took out his phone, adjusted the angle, and put his arm around Nina's shoulder, a happy smile on his face. With a click of the shutter, the moment was frozen in time. He then opened his social media feed, selected the photo he had just taken, and added a caption, a romance unique to China. Reached the summit of Wolf Casket Mountain. He hit post, sharing his joy with his friends. Just then, the system's voice sounded again. Congratulations, host, on successfully completing the check-in mission. The ability enhancement card has been delivered to your system inventory. Please check. Hearing this, Ethan's heart leaped. He immediately thought, use the ability enhancement card to upgrade my psychic ability. Instantly, a powerful torrent of spiritual energy flooded his mind. His eyes shone with a strange light, as if he could see through everything. His thoughts became incredibly sharp, information flashing through his mind at lightning speed. With the upgrade, Ethan's psychic power skyrocketed. He could perceive the subtlest changes in his surroundings with greater clarity and had a deeper understanding of how to use his power. A smile crossed Ethan's face. He knew his psychic ability had now reached the advanced level. Ethan took a bottle of spirit wine from his system space. He opened the cap and poured it down the side of Wolf Casket Mountain, as if offering a toast to the young general from millennia ago. He said softly, "General Hua, this junior, Ethan Yi, will protect our homeland just as you once did." His eyes shone with a determined light, as if he were making a solemn vow to the ancient hero. "Ethan, are there any other places like Wolf Casket Mountain in Outer Mongolia?" Nina asked curiously. She was fascinated by history and wanted to learn more about the stories of this land. Ethan smiled and nodded. "I know of one other place. During the Eastern Han Dynasty, the general of chariots and cavalry, Do Xian, led an army of Han soldiers and allied tribes to a great victory over the northern Xiongnu, pursuing them all the way to the Yanran Mountains. There, General Do commissioned the scholar Ban Gu to carve an inscription into the rock to commemorate the victory. The event is known as the Yanran inscription. It's a military honor comparable to the Fin Glangjutsu ritual. Do you want to go see it?" Nina excitedly opened her phone to check the map, but couldn't find any location marked as the Yanran Mountains. She asked, puzzled, "Ethan, why can't I find the Yanran Mountains on the map?" Ethan smiled and explained, "The Yanran Mountains are now called the Kongai Mountains, so you probably won't find them by their old name. But it is still a mountain range with a long and significant history. Shall we head out now?" Nina nodded enthusiastically, eager to explore this new place. With a sharp metallic ring, a streak of light shot into the sky. Ethan stood on his flying sword, his gaze fixed ahead. His hands formed a series of seals, and he chanted under his breath, channeling energy into the sword, making it glow even brighter. Once Nina had her arms wrapped around his waist, he took a deep breath and piloted the sword towards the Kongai Mountains. The sword flew like a bolt of lightning, the scenery on both sides blurring into a streak. Nina held on tightly, feeling the warmth and strength radiating from Ethan, which filled her with a sense of security. She rested her head against his back, closed her eyes, and enjoyed the rare moment of peace. Soon, they arrived at the foot of the Kongai Mountains. It was a continuous range, with steep peaks shrouded in clouds and mist. Ethan stopped the sword and landed with Nina at the base. They looked up to see the summit soaring into the clouds, as if touching the sky. Ethan released his powerful spiritual sense, and soon, he located the stone inscription that chronicled that moment in history. The two of them slowly descended. Looking at the mottled rock, the inscription blurred by the passage of time, they couldn't help but marvel at the flow of ages. Ethan gently traced the 1,000-year-old characters, feeling the weight of history, as if he could see the high-spirited general standing there himself. A wave of respect and emotion washed over him. The general's achievements were carved not just in stone, but in the hearts of the people. "System, why haven't you issued a check-in mission?" The Yanran inscription is no less significant than the Fin Glangjutsu ritual, Ethan asked in his mind. He knew that both were monumental military achievements in his nation's history. The Yanran inscription signified the complete defeat of the Xiongnu, securing the country's borders, while the Fin Glangjutsu ritual represented the annihilation of the Xiongnu's main force, a decisive victory. Both battles showcased the immense power and glorious achievements of ancient Chinese military might. Ding. Host detected at the ancient Yanran Mountains. China exclusive check-in mission issued. Please take a photo in front of the Yanran inscription to check in. Mission reward. 1 space ability enhancement card. Hearing the system's voice, a surprised smile spread across Ethan's face. He had thought there would be no more check-in missions, but it seemed the system had a pleasant surprise for him. Ethan's heart pounded with excitement. With trembling hands, he took out his phone and carefully aimed it at the Yanran inscription, snapping several clear photos. Then, he pulled Nina to stand with him in front of the stone, a joyful smile on his face, and they took a few intimate selfies together. These photos would be a testament to their beautiful memories and important evidence for his mission. After taking the pictures, Ethan eagerly opened his social media feed, selected the photos, and added a caption, "The Yanran inscription." He hit post, and the update quickly appeared for his friends to see. Seeing his post go live filled him with a sense of accomplishment and satisfaction. Just then, the system's notification sounded again. "Congratulations, host, on successfully submitting the mission. The reward has been distributed. Please check." Hearing this, Ethan couldn't help but laugh out loud. This mission had gone so smoothly. He had not only captured a precious moment, but had also completed the check-in task, which was truly gratifying. Ethan thought to himself, "System, use the space ability enhancement card immediately." Suddenly, Ethan felt a subtle shift in the space around him. He tried reaching out, and it felt as though he could almost touch an invisible energy in the air. An idea came to him, and he tried to use his space ability. With a mere thought, a tiny spatial rift appeared before him, emitting a faint glow. A look of surprise flashed in Ethan's eyes. He hadn't expected the enhancement to be so significant. Just as Ethan was lost in his exploration of his new ability, Nina's voice broke his concentration. "Ethan, your phone has been buzzing nonstop. Don't you want to check it?" Alerted by her reminder, Ethan picked up his phone and saw a flood of unread messages. He opened his messaging app and saw that many people had contacted him. The first was from his sister, Elaine. Bro, you and Nina go on a trip without me, fine. But how could you take Ollie with you too? Next was from his mom, Mei Wang. Ethan, you are so thoughtless. Going to Outer Mongolia without even dressing warmly. If you let Nina catch a cold, you just wait until I get my hands on you. Then came a message from Peter Zhao. Bro, that is epic. Send me some background pics. I'll get someone to Photoshop me in. Fin Glangjuxu, the Yanran inscription. That's every Chinese man's dream. Finally, there was one from Wayne Wang. Ethan, you're on a whole other level of awesome. What's the next picture going to be? You watering your horse at the Great Northern Sea? Nina looked at Ethan curiously, her eyes sparkling with confusion. She bit her lip gently and asked softly, Who sent you those messages? You look so happy. Her voice was a mix of curiosity and playfulness. A faint smile touched Ethan's lips. He shook his phone gently, showing the screen to Nina, and said mysteriously, See for yourself. Nina took the phone, and her eyes quickly fell on the screen. She read through the messages, a smile gradually spreading across her face. Hee, your mom really cares about me. Unlike someone else, who doesn't even ask if I'm cold, Nina said, linking her arm with Ethan's and leaning against him affectionately. Yes, my mom loves you the most. I'm just the son she picked up from the street. She didn't even mention being concerned about me, Ethan said with a smile. He knew how much his mother adored Nina, and he wasn't jealous at all. In fact, he found it heartwarming. It's good that you know. If you dare to bully me, I'll have your mom deal with you. By the way, Ethan, is our next destination what Wayne mentioned, watering the horses at the Hanhai? What exactly is the Hanhai? Nina asked playfully, her eyes twinkling with curiosity. Ethan gazed north, his eyes deep and distant, as if he could see across time to the ancient lake. He murmured, The Hanhai is what is now Russia's Lake Baikal. It's also the same North Sea, where the ancient diplomat Su Wu tended his sheep, which we learned about in school. Nina couldn't help but sigh with emotion. What a profound sense of history. It's a shame this vast land no longer belongs to us. She thought of the past glories and the changes of time, a trace of regret in her heart. Ethan nodded in agreement. He knew this land carried too many historical memories and national sentiments. Although it was no longer Chinese territory, it remained a part of the nation's cultural heritage. Standing on the mountaintop, they looked to the north, their hearts full of nostalgia for the past and hope for the future. A cold wind blew past, rustling their clothes. Ethan spoke slowly. Though this land is no longer within our borders, the traces of history can never be erased. We should remember it, and strive to make our country even more prosperous and strong. Nina looked at Ethan with a determined gaze. Ethan, I believe our country will only grow stronger in the future. And perhaps, what was lost might one day be regained. Ethan took a deep breath and nodded in agreement. With a gentle wave of his hand, he summoned his flying sword. It hovered in the air, shimmering with a faint light, as if awaiting its master's command. All right, let's go. Let's explore the place once called the Hanhai and follow the path our heroes once walked. Ethan's voice was filled with a mix of anticipation and determination. Nina leaped gracefully and landed steadily on the sword. She hugged Ethan's waist tightly, feeling his warmth and strength. She smiled and said, Then let's go together. Let's chase the footprints of the past and witness the legacy of history. The sword ascended slowly, like a bird spreading its wings. It carved a beautiful arc in the sky and then shot northward at an astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, they were far from the ground, soaring through the vast expanse of the sky. As the sword accelerated, the scenery around them changed rapidly. They flew through clouds, over mountains and rivers, pressing onward. The sword moved so fast it was a blur. In an instant, it had vanished over the horizon without a trace. After what felt like an eternity, they finally saw a vast body of water, Lake Baikal. Under the sunlight, the lake's surface glittered, sparkling with a captivating light, like a giant, mysterious, and beautiful gem set into the earth. They slowly descended to the shore. The moment their feet touched the ground, a cool, moist air washed over them. Ethan gazed at the ancient lake, overcome with emotion. This was once the Hanhai, a place that holds countless stories. The clash of arms, the world-shaking ambition, the grand aspirations of heroes, all played out on this land. Nina crouched down and touched the water. Its coolness spread through her fingertips. She said, Time flies, but this water still seems to be telling stories of past glory. It has witnessed the changes of history, yet it remains just as deep and tranquil. Suddenly, a fierce wind howled, and the sky was instantly covered with dark clouds. The once calm lake's surface erupted into massive waves, churning violently, as if to display the raw, irresistible power of nature. Oh, the weather's changing too fast. We need to find shelter, Ethan said with a calm smile, taking Nina's hand and running towards a nearby cave. Just as they entered, huge raindrops began to fall, accompanied by flashes of lightning and claps of thunder. The world seemed to plunge into chaos. Rain battered the mouth of the cave, splashing inward. Inside, it was dark and damp, and they huddled close together. "I wonder when this rain will stop," Nina said, looking out at the curtain of rain with worry in her eyes. Ethan comforted her, "Don't worry. We'll continue when it stops. Maybe this is just a small detour on our journey. There are more amazing things waiting for us." While they waited for the rain to pass, they leaned on each other, their thoughts drifting with the sound of the storm. They reminisced about their journey so far and dreamed of the adventures yet to come. Finally, the rain stopped. They stepped out of the cave to see a brilliant rainbow arcing across the sky, spanning the entirety of Lake Baikal. Its vibrant colors stood out against the blue sky and the green water, creating a breathtakingly beautiful picture. "It's so beautiful," Nina exclaimed, her face alight with surprise and delight. "Just like our journey. There will be storms, but there will always be beautiful scenery waiting for us," Ethan said with a smile, his eyes full of confidence and anticipation. The two returned to the lakeshore. Ethan urged in his mind, "System, come on, hurry up and issue the mission. You're not being very proactive." The system, as if sensing his impatience, responded immediately. "Ding. China exclusive check-in mission. Host, please complete a photo check-in at the ancient Hanhai. Mission reward, one-time rewind card." Hearing the mission and the reward, Ethan was thrilled. A time rewind card was an incredibly precious item, allowing him to return to a specific point in the past and relive that moment. For him, this was a massive temptation. He didn't hesitate to take out his phone and snap several pictures of the beautiful scenery. Each photo captured the unique charm of the ancient lake, its sparkling water surrounded by majestic mountains, forming a picturesque landscape. After taking the photos, Ethan excitedly said to the system, "System, I've completed the photo check-in. Give me the reward." The system quickly replied, "Congratulations, host, on successfully completing the check-in mission. The time rewind card has been delivered to your system inventory. Please check." Ethan's eyes were fixed on the ancient-looking card in his system inventory, an irrepressible excitement surging through him. 5,000 years of brilliant Chinese civilization held countless people and events he longed to see. The legendary 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, the unconfirmed Yu dynasty, the Xia dynasty that began with taming the Great Flood, and the last emperor of the Shang dynasty, hailed as the final human emperor. All these historical mysteries and legendary figures fascinated him. Furthermore, the explosion of thought during the Spring and Autumn and Warring States periods, the first emperor of Qin who unified the 6 states, the powerful Han dynasty, the prosperous Tang, the delicate Song, the unyielding Ming, and the founding of the modern nation. Ethan yearned to witness the unique charm of each era with his own eyes. Just then, a soft voice broke his reverie. "Ethan, what are you smiling about? You look like the village idiot," Nina teased. Nina's words pulled Ethan back to reality. He scratched his head, embarrassed. "I was just lost in thought about our history." Nina leaned in curiously. "Then tell me about it. What has you so captivated?" Ethan's eyes shone as he began to speak animatedly. "Just think about it. The heroes of ancient times, their wisdom and courage created one great era after another. From the legends of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, to the mystery of the Yu dynasty, to the Xia dynasty's founding through flood control, every piece of history is filled with wonder and legend. There's the last human emperor of the Shang, the 100 schools of thought and endless conflict of the Spring and Autumn period. All of it is just so exciting. And the first emperor of Qin unifying the 6 states was a feat of extraordinary vision and strategy. The power of the Han, the prosperity of the Tang, the cultural brilliance of the Song, the iron will of the Ming, they all showcase the unique charm of our civilization." Nina listened, captivated. "So if you could visit any era, which one would you choose?" Ethan thought for a moment. "I'd want to go to the Tang dynasty, to see the splendor of its golden age. I'd walk the streets of Chang'an, feel the hustle and bustle, admire the magnificent architecture. I'd attend poetry gatherings with scholars, experience the bold spirit of Li Bai, and discuss the people's struggles with Du Fu. Maybe I could even witness the beauty of imperial concubine Yang at the palace and watch the dazzling performances. I'd want to feel that open and inclusive culture, to see envoys from all nations coming and going, to experience the fusion of diverse cultures." "Well, if you could really travel through time, you'd have to take me with you," Nina said with a laugh. Ethan nodded. "Of course, but that's just a fantasy. Even if we can't go back in person, by studying history, we can almost be there, feeling the glory of those times. We should draw wisdom and strength from history, carry on the best traditions of our people, and let our civilization continue to shine in the modern world." They looked at each other and smiled. Nina said softly, "Ethan, I'm getting a little hungry. Should we find a place to eat?" Ethan smiled back. "A friend of mine was just in this area a few days ago. I'll give him a call and see where he is. I'll have him treat us to a big meal." Without another word, he quickly took out his phone, found Petrov's number, and dialed it. After a few rings, Petrov's booming voice came through. My dear friend, how are your injuries? If it wasn't for you back in Harbin, I might have lost my life there. When you have time, you must come visit us here in Russia. Ethan couldn't help but smile. He said into the phone, Haha, Petrov, I'm fine now, fully recovered. Actually, I'm here at Lake Baikal with my girlfriend today, and I was just thinking you could treat us to a big meal. Really? That's wonderful. My friend, I'm at Lake Baikal right now. Brock Bailey is with me too. You must come over quickly, Petrov said with immense excitement. Ethan was also very happy to hear this and immediately agreed. Okay, Petrov, we'll be right over. Send me your location, and we'll be there soon. After hanging up, Ethan smiled at Nina. Let's go, Nina. We'll go find Petrov and the others, and have him treat us to a nice dinner. Nina nodded, and followed Ethan towards the location Petrov had sent. Along the way, she asked curiously, Ethan, who is this Petrov? It seems like you two are good friends. Ethan smiled and replied, he's the head of a major Russian oil and gas group. We met at a private banking conference. As they spoke, they soon arrived at Petrov's location. Petrov and Brock Bailey were standing by the lake, quietly gazing at the distant scenery. When they saw Ethan and Nina approaching, warm smiles spread across their faces. Welcome, my friends, Petrov said, opening his wide arms to greet them. After Ethan, Petrov, and Brock exchanged hugs and greetings, they caught up on what they had been doing. Finally, Petrov suggested they go and sample some local cuisine, and everyone readily agreed. So, with Petrov leading the way, the group headed to a restaurant with local character. As soon as they stepped inside, a rich, enticing aroma filled the air. They all sat around a large table, and Petrov quickly ordered a feast. Before long, one delicious dish after another was brought to the table. The roasted meat was golden and crispy, served with a unique sauce that smelled incredible. The colorful salad was a work of art, with fresh vegetables and fruits arranged so attractively it was as if they were calling out to be eaten. Everyone dug in, eating heartily while chatting and laughing. Nina, with her curious eyes, asked Petrov, Brother Petrov, tell me about the interesting local customs here. Petrov, delighted by her interest, began to animatedly tell fascinating stories and legends, making everyone laugh. After several rounds of drinks and food, Petrov suddenly smiled mysteriously. He clapped Ethan on the shoulder and said softly, Ethan, are you interested in doing some shooting? I know it's forbidden in your country, but here in Russia, you can have a real experience. As he spoke, he raised his glass, took a small sip, then set it down, his eyes fixed on Ethan. Hearing this, Ethan's interest was piqued. He had always been fascinated by firearms, but due to strict controls back home, he'd never had the chance to handle a real one. Petrov's offer was tempting. However, he hesitated for a moment. After all, this was a foreign country, and safety was always a concern. Petrov seemed to read his thoughts and said with a laugh, Don't worry, my friend. It's completely safe. I'll arrange for a professional to guide you, ensuring you can enjoy shooting without any risks. Besides, it's a rare opportunity for you to get a deeper understanding of Russian culture. Hearing this, Ethan finally made up his mind and nodded in agreement. Seeing this, Petrov's face lit up with a satisfied smile. He stood up, and together with the others, they left the restaurant. They got into a luxury car and drove to a private shooting range not far away. Along the way, Petrov introduced Ethan to some basic knowledge and techniques of handling firearms, filling him with anticipation for the experience to come. Soon, they arrived at their destination, a spacious and quiet private shooting range. Various models of guns were displayed, a dazzling array. Petrov led Ethan into the range, spoke briefly with a professional instructor, and then began to select a suitable gun for him, explaining in detail how to use it and the necessary safety precautions. Ethan listened attentively, asking questions from time to time. With the instructor's patient guidance, he gradually got the hang of it and was eager to try. Finally, he picked up a handgun, stood at the firing line, aimed at the target as instructed, and pulled the trigger. A crisp shot rang out, and the bullet flew towards the target, leaving a clean hole. Ethan was thrilled and continued shooting, feeling the power and excitement of the firearm. Before he knew it, he had emptied the magazine but was still eager for more. Over the next while, he tried several other types of guns, including rifles and submachine guns, each giving him a different sensation. Nearby, Nina watched Ethan having the time of his life. She curiously picked up a handgun herself, tried pulling the trigger, feeling the recoil and power of the shot, but she quickly put it down with a look of disinterest. She seemed to prefer just sitting and watching Ethan shoot. The sun began to set, casting a golden glow over the range. Although Ethan had been there for a long time, his enthusiasm hadn't waned in the slightest. Just then, Petrov made an interesting suggestion. Ethan, let's have a shooting competition. It'll make things more fun. He looked at Ethan with a challenging glint in his eyes. Ethan smiled, a flicker of excitement in his own eyes. He readily agreed. All right, I was just thinking I'd like to test my skills. He was always up for a thrilling competition. So, the range staff set up the competition. Moving targets were placed 50 meters away. The rules were simple. Whoever scored the most points within the time limit would be the winner. This tested not only accuracy, but also mental fortitude and reaction time. At the signal, both men quickly got into position, their concentration total. Petrov was experienced, his movements fluid and precise. Every shot showcased his calm and practiced skill. As he fired, he kept an eye on Ethan, a look of appreciation and anticipation in his eyes. Petrov's finger gently squeezed the trigger. The bullet shot out like a gust of wind, hitting the target dead on. His body recoiled slightly, but his gaze remained cool and focused. His breathing was steady, his heartbeat regular, as if the only things in the world were him and the gun in his hand. Ethan, on the other hand, didn't rely on his cultivation or psychic powers. He shot based on the feel and intuition he had just developed. He took a deep breath, focusing all his attention on the target. His gaze became sharp and steady, as if he could see through the air to the very core of the target. His hand held the grip firmly, feeling the weight and temperature of the weapon as if it were a work of art. When he pulled the trigger, a powerful force was unleashed from his fingertip. A sharp crack echoed as the bullet sped out. Unfortunately, while it hit the target, it missed the bullseye. He mentally reviewed his actions, analyzing whether his movements were accurate, his force appropriate, and his angle correct. Through constant reflection and adjustment, he gradually found a shooting style that suited him, and his accuracy improved significantly. Time ticked by, and the competition drew to a close. By this point, Petrov was ahead by 12 points. Although Ethan was already behind, he didn't give up. He remained completely focused, doing his best to close the gap. He took a deep breath, adjusted his mindset, and locked his eyes on the distant bullseye. Without hesitation, he squeezed the trigger. The gun fired, and the bullet flew like lightning, striking the bullseye perfectly. With Ethan's final shot, the competition ended. In the end, Petrov won by a margin of 2 points. A satisfied smile spread across his face, his eyes shining with pride. Though Ethan had lost, he wasn't discouraged or upset in the least. He put down his gun, a faint smile on his lips, and looked at Petrov. Petrov, your marksmanship is incredible. Every shot is so stable and precise. I'm truly impressed. His eyes were full of sincere admiration, with no trace of jealousy or resentment. Petrov laughed and clapped Ethan on the shoulder. Don't say that, Ethan. It's your first time handling a gun, and you did exceptionally well. Besides, I just have more experience. If you had more time to practice, I'm sure you'd surpass me in no time. His tone was encouraging and affirming. Hearing Petrov's words, Ethan smiled. Petrov, I'll definitely practice hard. The next time we compete, I won't lose. Petrov laughed heartily. Good, I'll be waiting for that day. But remember, shooting isn't just about practice. Your mindset is also very important. Ethan nodded. Yes, I understand. I was a bit nervous at the start of the competition today, but I managed to adjust later on. Exactly. Staying calm and focused is how you perform at your best, Petrov said earnestly. Ethan smiled and nodded, then changed the subject, his tone light. Petrov, even though you won the competition, you're still in charge of hosting. Nina and I rushed here and haven't had a chance to book a hotel yet. Hearing this, Petrov immediately puffed out his chest and replied with great bravado. Huh? Is that all? Leave it to me. I'll make sure you're both satisfied. With that, he laughed confidently. Afterward, Ethan and Nina followed Petrov to the hotel where he was staying. They chatted and laughed along the way, the atmosphere pleasant and friendly. Once at the hotel, Nina began to feel tired. Seeing her fatigue, Ethan offered to walk her to her room to rest. After watching her go inside, he turned and headed straight for Petrov's room. When he reached the door, Ethan found it was ajar. He gently pushed it open and saw Brock Bailey sitting on the sofa, drinking and chatting with Petrov. Seeing Ethan enter, Brock immediately pointed to a glass of vodka in front of him and said, Petrov, I told you so. Ethan was bound to come over. You lost the bet, now drink up. He then beckoned for Ethan to come and sit down. Ethan walked over and sat down beside them, smiling. You two were betting on me? Petrov shook his head with a wry smile. Yes, Brock said you would definitely come over to find us, but I thought with a beautiful woman for company, you wouldn't show. In the end, Brock won. He picked up a glass from the table, downed it in one go, and then shrugged at Ethan in defeat. Ethan looked at them curiously, amused that his simple decision to come chat had become the subject of a bet. He chuckled and said to Petrov, betting against Brock really wasn't a smart move. Petrov looked puzzled. Why do you say that? It's not like he can cheat, can he? Ethan smiled mysteriously. Well, you'll have to figure that one out for yourself. Just then, Brock clapped Petrov on the shoulder and explained with a laugh. Petrov, you shouldn't underestimate me. My intuition is very sharp. He looked at Ethan with admiration in his eyes. Petrov sighed in frustration. I swear, I haven't won a single bet against Brock these past few days. It's like I'm cursed. Ethan's lips curved upwards in a small smile. Brock, despite being a physical cultivator, was a genuine golden core stage master, which was why his guesses were always right. Petrov, though physically strong, was still just a mortal. He was no match for Brock. Thinking this, Ethan couldn't help but shake his head in amusement. Petrov picked up the bottle, skillfully poured a glass of vodka, and then slid it across the table to Ethan. He looked at Ethan with a hint of anticipation in his eyes. Ethan, you work for a special department in your country. You're not only powerful yourself, but you also have a massive business empire and extensive connections. I want to ask for your help. Petrov's tone was sincere, yet tinged with a bit of mystery. Ethan looked up, his eyes meeting Petrov's. He wondered to himself what kind of trouble could possibly require his help, given Petrov's own considerable resources with his oil and gas group and his military background. Petrov, given our friendship, if there's anything you need help with, just ask. As long as it's within my power, I won't refuse, Ethan replied without hesitation, his gaze firm and sincere. Petrov smiled slightly, seemingly satisfied with Ethan's answer. He took a sip of his drink, then set the glass down and said slowly, "It's not a huge matter, really. I just hope you can help me find someone. This person is very important to me, but for certain reasons, she has gone missing." Ethan frowned. "Who is this person? With your resources, is there anyone you can't find?" Petrov took a deep breath, as if hesitating. Finally, he decided to be upfront. "Her name is Natasha Romanova. She's my sister. The last place she was seen was in a small town in Siberia. Since then, I haven't heard anything from her. I've sent people to look for her, but we haven't found any clues. So, I'm hoping you can help me find her." Hearing this, Ethan felt a surge of doubt. He knew Petrov's family held a significant position in Russia. They should have more than enough capability to find one person. For Petrov to be asking for his help, there had to be something unusual about the situation. "Petrov, are you hiding something from me? Is there more to your sister's disappearance?" Ethan stared intently into Petrov's eyes, trying to find an answer. Petrov was silent for a moment, then finally nodded. He lowered his voice. "Actually, Natasha's disappearance isn't ordinary. She was most likely taken by a mysterious organization. This group calls themselves Rakshasa. They've been operating in the shadows, trying to overthrow the current government and establish a new order. I suspect her disappearance is connected to them." Ethan was taken aback. He had never heard of an organization called Rakshasa, but from Petrov's expression, it was clear they were not to be underestimated. "Then why don't you go directly to the government or the military? With your influence, you should have enough power to deal with a group like that," Ethan asked, confused. Petrov gave a bitter smile and shook his head. "If it were a simple disappearance, I would have notified them immediately. But this Rakshasa organization is too mysterious. Their influence spreads throughout all of Russia. And they have even infiltrated government agencies and the military. If we act rashly, we could cause even bigger problems." Ethan nodded in understanding. He knew Petrov was right. Against such an enemy, they had to be cautious. "All right, in that case, I promise to do my best. But I'll need more information about Natasha, as well as any files you have on Rakshasa. That's the only way I can start a proper investigation," Ethan said seriously. Petrov looked at Ethan gratefully, then pulled a file from his coat and handed it to him. "This contains Natasha's detailed information, including her photo, personal details, and her recent movements. As for information on Rakshasa, I will get it compiled and sent to you as soon as possible." Ethan took the file and began to read through it carefully. He saw that Natasha was a beautiful and strong woman who had served in the military and received numerous honors. Her disappearance had clearly dealt a huge blow to Petrov. "Don't worry, Petrov. I will do everything in my power to find Natasha," Ethan said, patting Petrov's shoulder comfortingly. Petrov gripped Ethan's hand tightly. "Thank you, Ethan. I believe you can find her. If you need any help, please let me know. I will cooperate fully." Ethan smiled and nodded, making a silent promise to himself to find Natasha and uncover the mystery of the Rakshasa organization. Brock Bailey, who had been listening quietly, added, "Ethan, when I was getting revenge for you, I ran into one of those Rakshasa members. He had a tattoo of a cross on the back of his neck. You might want to keep an eye out for that." Ethan nodded slightly, committing the detail to memory. He then turned to Brock. "Brock, how strong was that Rakshasa member?" Brock scratched his head, looking a bit sheepish. "I don't think he was very strong. He talked too much, so I took him out in one move." Ethan frowned in thought for a moment, then turned back to Petrov. "You've been in the Far East for a while. Have you found any clues about Rakshasa?" Petrov shook his head and sighed. "I received intelligence that someone who might be from Rakshasa was spotted near Lake Baikal, but we've been searching for over a week with no luck." "Petrov, be honest with me. Does Natasha have some kind of special ability? Why would Rakshasa take her instead of you?" Ethan asked, his gaze fixed on him. Petrov was silent for a long time, his face contorted in pain as if he were wrestling with a difficult decision. Finally, he looked up, his eyes meeting Ethan's with resolve. "All right, since you've asked, I won't hide it anymore. Natasha does have a special ability, but I don't know exactly what it is. I only know that it makes her different, which is probably why Rakshasa is interested in her." Ethan frowned, a flicker of doubt in his eyes. "You don't know? Then how are you sure she has a special ability?" Petrov took a deep breath and said slowly, "Because since she was a child, Natasha has shown an extraordinary intuition and insight. She seems to be able to see things that are about to happen. This ability isn't always obvious, but at critical moments, it can be decisive. So, I suspect that's why Rakshasa targeted her. Hearing this, a thought struck Ethan. He suddenly considered the possibility that Natasha wasn't just any ability user, but a rare time wielder. If that were the case, she would be priceless, and Rakshasa's motive for kidnapping her would be to exploit her ability for their own ends. The thought sent a chill down his spine. He knew how powerful time wielders were. If Natasha was one of them, they had to find her as soon as possible. Ethan gritted his teeth, his expression determined. Regardless, we have to find Natasha's whereabouts immediately. The others nodded, their faces grim and resolute. Brock stepped forward. Then let's review the clues we have and formulate a detailed search plan. He unconsciously stroked his chin as he spoke. The three of them gathered together and began to analyze the situation. Ethan's eyes were fixed on a map, his finger tracing lines across it as he considered the possibilities. Given what Petrov said about Natasha's abilities, it's likely that Rakshasa has taken her to a secret base for research and exploitation. Petrov added, I think we should start by investigating the areas around Rakshasa's previous activities. We might find some clues there. His face was etched with anxiety for Natasha's safety. Just then, one of Petrov's men rushed in, panting. Boss, we just received a report. A suspected Rakshasa member has been spotted at the church on the outskirts of the city. Ethan shot to his feet, a flash of excitement in his eyes that he quickly tempered with calm. He focused his powerful psychic energy, sending it out like a wave towards the church. Once he had the coordinates locked, he waved his hand, tearing open a spatial portal, and pulled Brock through it without a moment's hesitation. Petrov's eyes widened in disbelief at what he was seeing. By the time he recovered and tried to rush into the portal, it had already vanished without a trace. He stood there, utterly stunned, as if he had just witnessed the most impossible thing in the world. Boss, one of his men stammered. Petrov's face darkened. He shot the man a fierce glare and warned coldly. You saw nothing today, do you understand? Or you'll face the consequences. With that, he turned and stormed out of the room. On the other side, Ethan and Brock stepped out of the spatial portal and appeared just outside the church. There weren't many people inside, and Ethan easily located the Rakshasa member with a cross tattoo on his neck. He was standing in the church square, talking to another man. Is that him? Brock asked in a low voice. Yes, I can feel a faint spiritual energy from him. It must be him, Ethan confirmed, his eyes locked on the target. Brock was about to move forward when Ethan grabbed his arm, pulling him back. Brock looked at him, confused. Ethan, aren't we going to grab him? Ethan ignored him, his eyes fixed on the two men. His gaze sharpened. Suddenly, he concentrated his mind and unleashed a powerful psychic force. The force hit the two men like a shockwave. Their bodies trembled for a moment, and then they lost consciousness, slumping to the ground. Seeing this, Ethan flickered out of sight and reappeared beside them in an instant. He picked up one man in each hand, as if they were weightless. Then, with incredible speed, he returned to Brock's side. The entire sequence happened so fast that Brock barely had time to react. By the time he realized what had happened, Ethan was standing in front of him, holding the two unconscious men. Brock Bailey's eyes widened in disbelief. He stammered, Ethan, was that a psychic attack? Ethan nodded in confirmation. Then, with a solemn expression, he said, let's head back first. As he spoke, he waved his hands, and a mysterious spatial portal silently appeared. They stepped through it, taking the still unconscious Rakshasa members with them. In an instant, the scene changed, and they were back in Petrov's room. Ethan looked around and saw that Petrov wasn't there. He said to Brock, Brock, give Petrov a call and tell him to come back quickly. He probably just left for the church not long ago. Without a word, Brock took out his phone and stepped aside to make the call. Ethan stood quietly in front of the captured Rakshasa member, his gaze deep and focused. Suddenly, a strange light flashed in his eyes, as if he could see right through the man's soul. Psychic energy surged within him as he began to read the man's memories. Images flashed through his mind like a fast-forwarded film. Ethan's expression shifted between grave and surprised. He delved deep into the memories, not missing a single detail. As time passed, he began to form a preliminary understanding of the Rakshasa organization. The process of reading memories wasn't easy. Ethan had to concentrate his energy to overcome the resistance from the man's consciousness. But with his powerful psychic strength, he gradually gained the upper hand. Finally, when he finished, a look of regret crossed his face. The Rakshasa member's memories did contain information about Natasha, but she had been moved long ago. The man didn't know where she had been taken. However, from his memories, Ethan learned that Natasha had been transported to a place of great importance, a location that likely held Rakshasa's core secrets and major plans. As a key figure, Natasha was clearly of irreplaceable value to them. Just then, the door to the room was pushed open, and Petrov rushed in, his face etched with anxiety. When he saw one of the men lying on the floor, his expression changed dramatically. He cried out in shock, Zanikov, Ethan, what's going on? Ethan looked at him, puzzled, and answered calmly. You know this man? I saw him with a Rakshasa member, so I brought them both back. Petrov rushed to Zanikov's side, crouching down to check on him. He breathed a sigh of relief when he found that he was still alive. He's my brother, Petrov said as he stood up, a pained look in his eyes. Ethan, did anyone see you when you captured him? Ethan shook his head. No, I saw him with the Rakshasa member and brought them both back. It seems he has some connection to them. Petrov looked at Ethan gratefully. Thank you, Ethan. I'll handle this. Ethan nodded. Since he's your brother, what do you plan to do? Petrov was silent for a moment. I'll talk to him, see if he knows any of Rakshasa's secrets. If he's unwilling to tell me, then I'll have to send him to meet his maker. Ethan considered this. All right, but you should still be careful. Petrov managed a small smile. I know. Don't worry, I'll be safe. He looked down at Zanikov, sighing to himself. Ethan glanced at Brock, who gave a slight nod. The two of them stood up and left the room together. Petrov watched them go, then turned and ordered his men to take the Rakshasa member away for interrogation. He then went to Zanikov, carefully helped him up, and settled him on the sofa, where he waited quietly for him to regain consciousness. About half an hour later, Zanikov slowly opened his eyes. He rubbed his aching head, trying to clear his thoughts. After a moment, his consciousness gradually returned. Zanikov, give me a reasonable explanation. Why were you with a member of Rakshasa? Petrov's voice was cold and expressionless. Hearing the voice, Zanikov finally noticed Petrov sitting nearby. His heart tightened, but he quickly feigned ignorance. My dear brother, what is this Rakshasa you speak of? I know nothing about it. I was just at the church for prayers when I suddenly fainted. By the way, how did I get here? Petrov's eyes were sharp as he stared at his brother. He wasn't so easily fooled. Stop pretending, Zanikov. I know everything. You've been in contact with Rakshasa, Petrov said, cutting straight through the lie. Zanikov's face went pale, but he still tried to deny it. You've misunderstood. I really don't know anything about Rakshasa. Petrov stood up and walked slowly towards him. Rakshasa has been very active in this area lately. It's impossible for you not to know. And why were you with one of them? Cold sweat began to bead on Zanikov's forehead. His eyes darted around, but he still clenched his jaw and refused to admit anything. I. Petrov suddenly lunged forward, grabbing him by the collar, his eyes blazing with fury. Was Natasha's disappearance your doing? If you want to live, you'll tell me the truth, right now. His voice was low and severe, carrying a chilling authority. Zanikov finally broke under the pressure. His voice trembled as he said, Brother, please, let me go. I'll tell you. Petrov released his grip, his eyes still fixed on him. Zanikov took a deep breath, his face as white as a sheet. He spoke slowly. Natasha's disappearance. It was my fault, but I was forced into it. Rakshasa threatened me. They said if I didn't cooperate, my family would be in danger. I had no choice. His voice was filled with anguish and self-loathing. Petrov's eyes widened in fury. He roared. So you sold out Natasha? You traitor. His fists clenched, and he fought the urge to strike his own brother. Zanikov hung his head, his face a mask of remorse. He mumbled, I know I was wrong, brother. I regret it so much. I'll do everything I can to help you find Natasha, to make up for what I've done. His eyes shone with a new determination. Petrov was silent for a moment, his gaze ice cold. You'd better mean that. Now, tell me everything you know about Rakshasa. His tone left no room for argument. At that moment, Nina Lee was sitting in her room, engrossed in watching videos. When she saw Ethan walk in, a surprised smile lit up her face, and she immediately beckoned him over. Ethan, you have to see this. I found a hilarious video. Ethan smiled back, quickly slipped into his slippers, and walked into the room. He asked curiously, what kind of video has you laughing so much? Nina eagerly pulled him to sit beside her on the bed and handed him her phone. Ethan took the phone and focused on the screen. The video showed a Taoist priest who had returned from his travels to find his home had been robbed. He was now cursing up a storm. The master went down the mountain to accumulate some good karma, and one trip home wiped it all out. He probably even lost some, Nina said, giggling. Ethan smiled and explained. While accumulating good karma is important, for a cultivator, having a clear and untroubled mind is even more crucial. If this priest were to swallow his anger for fear of losing good karma, his mind would become clouded, and that could give rise to inner demons. Nina nodded thoughtfully. She felt like she understood something, yet she was still a bit puzzled. So what should the priest do? She asked. Ethan gently patted her shoulder and said seriously, in my opinion, now that the priest has discovered this misfortune and vented his emotions, he should calm down and think of a solution. It would be best if he could recover what was lost. If not, he should learn from this experience and be more cautious in the future to protect himself. More importantly, he needs to let go of his attachment to the matter so it doesn't become a mental block on his path of cultivation. Nina blinked and asked, so if he can't ever get it back, he just has to accept the loss? Ethan shook his head. Not necessarily. In this world, gains and losses are unpredictable. Sometimes, what seems like a loss is actually the beginning of a different kind of gain. Perhaps this experience will allow the priest to reach a higher level in his mental cultivation. Who knows? Nina seemed to understand, yet not completely. It feels so profound, but it also seems to make some sense. Ethan smiled. You'll understand more as you experience more in life. Nina nodded thoughtfully, her bright eyes fixed on Ethan, as if trying to see into his very soul. Ethan, what is your purpose for cultivating? Is it the desire to have unrivaled power? Or the dream of becoming a powerful ruler? Or is it the pursuit of the legendary long life? Nina's words were like ripples on a calm lake, disturbing the peace in Ethan's mind and sending him into deep thought. He had never seriously considered why he had embarked on the path of cultivation. He had always been pushed forward by the system. Ethan's gaze became deep and distant, as if lost in distant memories and contemplation. He said softly, "To be honest, I really don't know why I cultivate. I've never considered any of the goals you mentioned. If I had to give a reason, it would be that I want to be able to protect the people around me. When we face difficulties, I want to have enough strength to keep them safe." His voice held a firmness and conviction, as if this were his truest and deepest desire. This simple and honest answer revealed his deep affection for his family, friends, and everyone he cherished. Nina was taken aback for a moment. Then a faint smile appeared on her face, her eyes shining with a gentle light. She gently took Ethan's hand. "Ethan, that's a wonderful reason. For the sake of that desire to protect, I believe you will go far on your path of cultivation." Feeling the warmth of Nina's hand, Ethan felt a surge of strength. "Nina, with you by my side supporting me, I feel even more confident." Nina tilted her head playfully. "Then from now on, whatever we face, we'll face it together." "Okay, together," Ethan said, nodding firmly. A warm and resolute atmosphere filled the room. The next morning, the first light of dawn peeked through the curtains, casting a soft glow in the room. Ethan woke up early. He turned his head to look at Nina, who was still fast asleep beside him. Her hair was messy, her face was slightly flushed, and she was clutching the blanket tightly, seemingly lost in a beautiful dream. A gentle smile played on Ethan's lips, and his eyes softened. He reached out and gently stroked her cheek, feeling the warmth of her skin. His gaze then drifted down to her full chest, and he felt a slight itch of desire. He carefully moved his hand and gently cupped her soft breasts, feeling their warmth and elasticity. However, just as he was enjoying the moment, Nina let out a soft moan and slowly opened her eyes. Her gaze was hazy with sleep as she murmured, "Ethan, stop it. I'm so tired. Let me sleep a little longer." With that, she rolled over, turning her back to him, and fell back asleep. Ethan smiled helplessly and withdrew his hand. He got dressed and quietly left the bedroom, heading to the living room. He lit a cigarette, sat on the sofa, and took a long drag, exhaling a cloud of smoke. Just then, his phone rang, shattering the tranquility. He pulled it out and saw it was a call from Morgan Moo. He smiled, thinking it must be something important. He answered without hesitation. "Hello? Director Moo, calling so early. What's up?" Ethan asked, his tone relaxed. "Chairman Yi, sorry to bother you so early. A few days ago, representatives from the Phoenix Pharmaceutical Group in the U.S. came to us. They want to acquire the distribution rights for our new specialized drugs in the U.S. and Canada," Morgan said in a low voice. "Isn't that a good thing? Why don't you sound happy? Is there a problem?" Ethan asked, puzzled. Morgan gave a bitter laugh. "That's what I thought at first, but then I realized it wasn't that simple. Although Phoenix is one of the top pharmaceutical companies in the world, the terms they offered were simply unacceptable." "Oh, what were their terms?" Ethan asked curiously. Morgan sighed. "They were only willing to pay the subsidized price we offer here in China. That would squeeze our profits to the bare minimum. And if we agreed to that, it would set a precedent, and it would be very difficult to raise our export prices in the future." Hearing this, Ethan frowned, a surge of anger rising within him. He took a deep breath to calm himself. "Director Moo, you did the right thing. No matter who the buyer is, our export price must not be lower than 200,000 yuan. This is not only a matter of respecting the value of our product, but also of protecting our national interests," Ethan said firmly. Morgan nodded in understanding. Then, he continued cautiously, "Mr. Yi, there's one more thing I need to report. One of our technicians was caught by security trying to steal the formula for the specialized drugs. During interrogation, he confessed that he was acting on instructions from Phoenix Pharmaceutical Group." A cold glint flashed in Ethan's eyes. "Phoenix Pharmaceutical? They really will stop at nothing," he said coldly. He hadn't expected them to resort to such despicable methods to get the formula. "Chairman Yi, you entrusted Starling Pharmaceuticals to my management. I've always been careful, but I never expected a problem like this to arise from within. I feel deeply ashamed and responsible. After much consideration, I feel my abilities may not be up to the task of leading the company forward, so I've decided to resign," Morgan said in a low voice, a hint of resignation and frustration in his eyes. After the previous formula leak, the company had fallen into dire straits before being acquired by Universe Group. Now, facing a similar problem, Morgan couldn't help but doubt his ability to manage the pharmaceutical company properly. Director Mu, you don't need to do that, and don't give up so easily. You built Starlink from the ground up, and it still needs you at the helm. We can't lose faith over one setback. As for that technician, hand him over to the authorities for proper handling. Also, please send me all the information you have on Phoenix Pharmaceutical Group as soon as possible. I will handle this matter personally, Ethan said, comforting Morgan and expressing his full support. In truth, Ethan had long anticipated that these specialized drugs would become a target for others. Faced with this provocation, he knew he had to act decisively to protect his interests. Only by demonstrating strength and resolve could he deter further trouble. He decided to take matters into his own hands and retaliate against Phoenix Pharmaceutical. If they dared to steal from him, they would have to bear the consequences. Feeling Ethan's trust, Morgan's mood improved. He said seriously, Chairman Yi, thank you for your confidence. I will strengthen the management of the company to prevent similar incidents from happening again. I won't disturb you any further. I'll send you the information on Phoenix Pharmaceutical shortly. Ethan grunted in agreement. After hanging up, he sat on the sofa, waiting for the information. A few moments later, an email notification popped up on his phone. He opened it and found the detailed file on Phoenix Pharmaceutical Group. As Ethan read through the information, a strange expression gradually appeared on his face. It turned out that Phoenix Pharmaceutical was closely linked to the Rothschild family, one of the most famous financial dynasties in the world, with immense power and influence. As an entity under the Rothschild umbrella, Phoenix naturally possessed considerable strength and resources. Thinking of this, Ethan's brow furrowed slightly. He mused to himself, it seems I need to have a talk with Elton Rothschild. After all, we have some history. It would be better to get some benefits out of him than to confront Phoenix directly. He checked the time and saw it was not yet 8 a.m. He set a spatial coordinate in the hotel, then flickered into his system space. When he reappeared, he was in the same room he had stayed in at the Universal Hotel. Ethan extended his powerful psychic senses and quickly located Elton Rothschild. Then, with a spatial jump, he appeared in front of him in an instant. Elton was startled to see Ethan materialize before him, but he quickly composed himself and smiled. Mr. Yi, I knew you would come to see me, but I didn't expect it to be so soon. It seems your injuries have fully recovered. Ethan sat down, leaned forward with his hands on his knees, and fixed his sharp gaze on Elton, a faint, unreadable smile on his lips. Elton, it seems you're also aware that Starlink Pharmaceuticals is one of my assets. So, tell me, what exactly is your game? Elton bowed slightly, looking embarrassed and tense, though he tried to remain calm. Mr. Yi, I apologize for what happened with Starlink. Although I was interested in those formulas, I decided to back off after learning they belonged to you. However, General Warren ordered me to seize them to test whether your injuries had healed. It seems now that you have not only recovered, but have also mastered spatial abilities. It's truly astonishing. Ethan smiled, his eyes never leaving Elton's face. He nodded slightly, acknowledging Elton's predicament while also implying he didn't entirely believe him. He pressed on. Mr. Rothschild, regardless of whether you were under General Warren's orders, I am still very displeased. So, how should we resolve this matter? Cold sweat beaded on Elton's forehead. He knew how formidable Ethan was and quickly said, Mr. Yi, I am willing to compensate you for this offense. I will provide you with some useful intelligence and guarantee that I will no longer participate in any actions against you. Ethan crossed his arms and leaned back in his chair, narrowing his eyes. What kind of intelligence? Let's hear it. If it doesn't satisfy me, this matter won't be settled so easily. Elton took a deep breath, then looked at Ethan seriously. Mr. Yi, from what I know, after the failure of the attack in Harbin that he orchestrated, General Warren did not give up. He has started a new plan. This time, he has formed a vast alliance with Russia's Rakshasa organization, as well as with Japan and Korea. I don't know the specific details of the plan, but from the current situation, it seems they are likely to take action against China. Hearing Elton's words, Ethan was alarmed. A sense of foreboding washed over him. He frowned, deep in thought. He suddenly thought of the missing Natasha, and a wave of unease washed over him. He suspected this new plan was likely centered around her time-related abilities. Ethan worried silently. If this plan really involved Natasha, was she safe right now? He decided he had to find more clues immediately, uncover the truth of this plan, and find a way to protect her from harm. At the same time, Ethan realized this new crisis could be even more severe than the previous attack in Harbin, requiring his full attention. Elton, do you know where this alliance's base is? Ethan asked urgently. Elton frowned, thinking for a moment before speaking slowly. Mr. Yi, I can't give you a definitive answer to that. This alliance has always maintained a high level of secrecy. The exact location of their base is likely known only to core members. However, based on my own speculation and some clues, I believe it might be on Russia's Sakhalin Island or Korea's Jeju Island. Both locations are geographically strategic and quite close to China, making them ideal for a secret organization's base. But this is just a guess. The reality may be different. Hearing Elton's answer, Ethan felt a pang of disappointment but nodded in understanding. Ethan knew finding the Alliance's base would not be an easy task and would require more time and effort. After another moment of thought, Ethan said to Elton, "All right, thank you for the information. If you get any new intelligence, please notify me immediately. Also, whatever your intentions are, I hope you will be honest with me. If you dare to deceive me, you will face the consequences. Our cooperation is built on trust. If that trust is lost, there's no reason to continue." With that, Ethan stood up and vanished from the room. Elton stared at the empty chair, his heart in turmoil. Elton had indeed intended to use Ethan to counter General Warren, but faced with Ethan's warning, Elton couldn't help but feel a knot of tension. Elton realized he had to handle his relationship with Ethan very carefully. Elton couldn't afford to offend this powerful figure. Otherwise, not only would Elton's personal interests suffer, but the entire Rothschild family could face a significant threat. Thinking this, Elton sighed to himself. Ethan returned to his hotel room through the system space. Seeing Nina still asleep, Ethan quietly left and went to find Brock Bailey. "Ethan, what brings you here so early?" Brock asked, puzzled. Ethan nodded, walked over to the sofa, and sat down, his expression grave. "Brock, I just received intelligence that the U.S. has formed an alliance with Japan, Korea, and the Rakshasa organization, and they may be planning something against China. I suspect Natasha is the key to their plan. I need you to do me a favor. Go to Sakhalin Island and investigate the situation. If you find any trace of them or anything unusual, notify me immediately. This is crucial for us." Brock nodded seriously. "All right, I understand. Don't worry, I'll head to Sakhalin Island to start the investigation as soon as possible. I'll report back to you the moment I find anything." With that, Brock Bailey stood up, ready to leave immediately. Ethan looked at Brock Bailey and said, "Thank you, Brock. This mission is dangerous, but you're the only one who can handle it. Be extremely careful and protect yourself. I'll be waiting for your good news." Brock replied firmly, "Don't worry. I won't betray your trust. I will complete the mission." Brock Bailey then quickly left the room. After Brock Bailey left, Ethan informed Director Zhong of what Ethan had learned and then returned to his own room. Meanwhile, in a hidden underground base, two beautiful young women were sitting and chatting in a sealed room. If Ethan were there, he would have been stunned. The two women, conversing like old friends, were none other than Natasha and Ella. "Natasha, you've been held here for almost a month, but I don't see a trace of fear in your eyes. Can you tell me why?" Ella asked, taking a sip of her coffee. "Ella, my dear, have you forgotten my ability? I can see myself leaving this place safely, so why should I be afraid? But you, on the other hand, have you still not made your decision? Your time is running out," Natasha said, looking at Ella with a mysterious smile, as if she could see her past and future. Ella frowned slightly, seeming a bit confused by Natasha's words. Ella gently stirred her coffee, lost in thought for a moment before asking, "Natasha, is your ability really that powerful? Can you truly see what will happen in the future?" Natasha smiled and nodded, her eyes shining with confidence. "Of course, my ability is no joke. I can see future events, though not everyone can see them clearly. But when it comes to my own future, I am quite certain." Ella sighed, a hint of resignation in her eyes. "Then why don't you escape? If you have such an ability, you should be able to get out of this situation easily." Natasha shook her head gently, her tone firm. "I can't leave, because if I leave, I won't meet him." Ella stared at Natasha, her heart filled with conflict and struggle. Ella didn't know whether to believe Natasha's words or what choice Ella should make. After a moment, Ella put down her coffee cup, stood up, and began to pace back and forth in the room. "Natasha, I still don't quite believe you. Your ability is too mysterious, too difficult to grasp. And even if you can see the future, how can you be sure things will happen exactly as you see them?" Ella stopped and stared at Natasha. Natasha maintained her calm smile. "Ella, you will understand sooner or later. Time does not lie. Let me give you a piece of advice. Make your decision soon, or you will regret it." Ella stood up and turned to leave. Ella felt that if Ella stayed any longer, Ella would be completely brainwashed. Ella had to get out of there. As Ella reached the door, Ella heard Natasha's voice from behind Ella. "Ella, my dear, remember to bring me a bottle of vodka next time you come." Natasha looked at Ella with a smile, her eyes twinkling with anticipation. Natasha then added, "And I really hate coffee. Don't bring it next time." With that, Natasha took a sip from her cup, a look of distaste on her face. Ella paused for a moment, then nodded in agreement. Although Ella was surprised by the request, Ella decided to grant Natasha's wish. So, Ella silently made a note of Natasha's request and decided to bring a bottle of vodka on Ella's next visit. As Ella left the room, Natasha's gaze followed Ella until the door closed. Then Natasha turned her attention back to the room. After Ethan returned to the room and saw that Nina Lee had woken up, Ethan walked over, sat on the edge of the bed, and looked at Nina Lee. "Nina, our trip to Russia is coming to an end. I have some things I need to go back and take care of." Nina sat up, rubbed her eyes, and asked softly, "What's so urgent? Can't we stay a few more days?" Ethan shook his head. "I work for a special government department. There's an emergency situation, and I have to get back right away to handle it. Nina nodded in understanding and said gently, "All right then. I was starting to feel like going back anyway. You go take care of your business. I can get back to Shanghai on my own." Ethan dotingly stroked Nina's head. "I have to go to Harbin. Do you want to come with me? We can go back together after I'm done." Hearing this, Nina's eyes lit up. Nina replied happily, "Yes, of course. I've never been to Harbin. It would be great to see it." So, Nina quickly got up and dressed. Meanwhile, Ethan opened his phone and sent a message to Petrov, telling Petrov he had a lead on Natasha and needed to investigate it. Once they were ready, Ethan took Nina's hand and they entered the system space. Then, using the spatial coordinates Ethan had set, Ethan and Nina instantly appeared in the villa Ethan had recently bought in Harbin. The moment they arrived, Nina was captivated by the snowy scene outside the window and rushed over to admire it. Ethan sat on the sofa and began to think about his next move. Just then, Ethan's phone rang. It was Petrov. "Ethan, is the lead you mentioned reliable?" Petrov asked anxiously. "I can't be sure yet, but it's worth checking out," Ethan replied. "All right, let me know if you need any help," Petrov said. After hanging up, Ethan stood up and walked over to Nina. Ethan said gently, "Nina, I have to go out for a bit. Be careful here by yourself. Dylan's house is the one on the left and Wayne's is on the right. If you get bored, you can go over and visit." Nina turned her head and smiled. "Don't worry, go ahead. I'll go say hello in a little while." Ethan nodded, kissed Nina on the forehead, and then walked out of the villa. After leaving, Ethan immediately summoned his flying sword. Ethan leaped onto his flying sword gracefully and then piloted it towards Jeju Island. Half an hour later, Ethan appeared in the sky above Jeju Island. Since the island wasn't very large, Ethan's psychic energy easily blanketed the entire area. Ethan meticulously searched for any sign of Natasha or any suspicious targets, but after a long search, Ethan found nothing. Just as Ethan was about to leave and return to Harbin, Ethan spotted a familiar face. Kevin Kim, the same guy Ethan had once humiliated. Seeing Kevin Kim, Ethan teleported and appeared right behind Kevin Kim. Kevin sensed someone, turned around, and Kevin's face instantly went pale. Ethan," Kevin stammered, Kevin's voice trembling. Ethan stood before Kevin Kim, smiling. "What a coincidence, running into you here." Kevin stumbled backward in fear. I'm already back in Korea. Are you still not going to let me go?" Ethan touched his own face, wondering, am I really that scary? I've terrified him. Don't worry, I'm not here to cause you trouble. By the way, are you from Jeju Island? Has anything unusual been happening here lately?" Ethan tried to make his tone as gentle as possible. Hearing that Ethan wasn't there for him, Kevin let out a long sigh of relief, but Kevin was still visibly afraid, Kevin's body trembling slightly. "I'm not from Jeju. I'm from Seoul. After I left Shanghai University, I came here to relax. You know, a lot of beautiful women come here for photo ops," Kevin said, glancing around nervously. "As for anything unusual, I haven't noticed anything," Kevin added, a hint of confusion in Kevin's voice. Ethan nodded. Ethan had thought there might be something special about this place, but it seemed not. "Thanks for the information. If you notice anything else, feel free to let me know," Ethan said, a slight smile playing on Ethan's lips. Kevin nodded quickly, secretly relieved that Kevin hadn't displeased Ethan. Kevin hadn't forgotten the fear and helplessness Kevin felt when Ethan had controlled Kevin's body, a feeling like being a mind trapped in a paralyzed shell. Ethan turned and left, leaving Kevin Kim standing there, still shaken, watching Ethan's retreating back. After leaving, Ethan searched the area again carefully, hoping to find any trace Natasha might have left, but ultimately, Ethan came up empty. Helpless, Ethan had no choice but to leave and return to the villa in Harbin. When Ethan walked into the villa, Ethan found it empty. Nina wasn't there. Ethan frowned, a little worried, wondering where Nina had gone. Ethan took out Ethan's phone to call Nina, but then Ethan noticed an unread message on the screen. Ethan opened it and saw it was from Nina. It turned out Nina had gone with Maya and Sherry to the Harbin Ice and Snow World. Ethan breathed a sigh of relief. Knowing where Nina, Maya, and Sherry were, Ethan decided not to join them. Instead, Ethan planned to visit the Huafu Trading Company. Ethan didn't teleport this time. Ethan walked to the roadside, hailed a taxi, and gave the driver the address. Ethan then sat back, quietly watching the streets and pedestrians pass by, taking in the city's atmosphere. Since it was snowing, the roads were slippery, and the driver had to slow down for safety. The driver struck up a conversation with Ethan to pass the time. "Young man, you must be here for tourism, right? You're not dressed very warmly. It's not just cold here, it's bone-chilling cold. You'd better put on a few more layers," the driver said, his eyes full of concern. Ethan smiled back. "Thanks for the tip, sir. I didn't bring many warm clothes, but I've heard the military greatcoats here are great, cheap, and warm. I was planning on buying one." "Oh, you know about the military greatcoats," the driver said, surprised. "They're definitely our top choice for winter. A lot of people wear them, and they're affordable and good quality. If you need one, I can tell you some good places to buy them."